coverage is presented by the Fanatics app. Rep your team's newest picks and cash in on your fandom. Adam Hoge, Mark Carman, Greg Braggs Jr. here with you, and we will have Lance Briggs joining us tonight throughout the night at certain points to continue to break down what the Bears do. We have Adam John standing by at Hallis Hall. We're going to hear from him throughout the night. Pat Norton's out there providing some coverage as well, and our draft expert, Fran Duffy, is standing by in Philadelphia, not Pittsburgh, Philadelphia, to join in when, we have multiple picks tonight, so we're excited.
Starts with a P, close enough. Fran was incredible last night. So was John. So was Briggs. So were you, Gregory.
That's right.
By the way, IDOT's very proud of you because you do have a designated driver to take you home tonight. So you're going to really have a great night up here at Joe's on Wheat Street. Come join us. Have a Friday night.
Jenny and I are going to tear the roof down here at Joe's on Wheat Street. They got a band. They got a bunch of bands going on in the back after the draft party's over. So if you're in the area, you can still come out to Joe's on Wheat Street.
$10.
$10 to get in, and then you can hang out with me and Jenny and the whole crew all night long. And Jenny and I are probably getting a hotel anyway. So
you don't know that yet?
Well, it's a coin flip.
Well, I don't know if IDOT's actually pleased with that. IDOT might not be pleased with that. You need to step up, get your hotel room, get your plan. Let's go.
Yeah.
Honor IDOT. And listen, I think you would be great in the city tonight. But they're showing, by the way, the stage out in Pittsburgh right now. Jimbo Covert, who we talked to earlier in the week, just saw him. So it's good to see a Hall of Fame Chicago Bear up on the old stage as we get ready for round 2 and round 3 tonight.
That looked like to me that Jimbo was telling Roger Goodell that he needs to give those picks back to the Bears.
Yeah.
It's the last chance. I think he's up there right now telling them.
Well, Roger should wake up and do what's right, but apparently Roger's just not going to do that because that's what Roger does.
And I give Greg Braggs a lot of credit for showing up pretty much everywhere somehow, but how does Pat McAfee's just like standing right next to the commissioner right now on the stage? That guy's just incredible. He's everywhere.
Give Braggs another 5 years, and he will be there. We all know that's going to happen.
That's true.
And congratulations to Gregory. Before we get into anything, Hogue, I just want to let you know, and it's probably not the night to go off script, but I'll do it anyway.
No, I'm okay with it.
I had a very busy day today. Stopped by the eye doctor, and my glasses are actually not crooked anymore. They're straight.
No way.
Look at that. So that's big. But then I had to go through an actual exam, and I have acquired for the first time in my life a cataract. I have my first cataract.
What is a cataract?
It's called you're old. And
it's like a thing in your eye that you got to get removed?
It's in the eye, and there's nothing to do other than just acknowledge that in about 15 years from now I will need to have cataract surgery. But it was just a terrible moment when yes, sir, you've got a cataract. I'm like, no. I'm at the car. I'm forever young. I don't get cataracts, but
forever young. Okay, I won't do that.
It's been a rough day. It's been a rough day, but a fun day getting ready for tonight. R. Mason Thomas, that's my guy tonight, Hogue. That's my guy.
Well, I have to say our producer here, Steven, does a phenomenal job. We got Sarah in here, is in the house. Chloe's here. Everybody's here with a great crew. Emma, our CHGO
Sarah,
crew.
Steven.
I've never seen Steven so excited for one of our shows. He's usually just sort of baseline. I'm not sure he's ever really that excited. But tonight, he is super excited because apparently we've upgraded the graphics even from last night. I thought the graphics were phenomenal last night.
They were.
And they got shouted out by Spano in our private little company chat today. But Steven was like, you know what? It's not good enough for me. I'm stepping it up and putting a ticker in. Now, I've been asking for a ticker for 4 years, and I didn't know it was that easy that you could just go home and do it last night. But there it is. It's right there on your screen if you're watching on YouTube.
We've got a ticker. That's big for us.
It's next level.
It's big for Steve. Yeah, that's good. Yeah,
let's go.
Yeah. Ticker.
If you guys have any ideas of things that could go on Steven's ticker, he might take some suggestions tonight. You never know. But right now we just have the draft picks, which so far is 1, Dillon Thieneman, Greg Braggs' guy.
Yeah.
Let's go.
The big moment on tonight's show will be when Gary Ross comes up here and presents me with the $20 that I told him that the Bears would absolutely draft a safety or a defensive player. He bet against me. People have been doing it for years. Greg joined him on the bet. He owes me something, too, that he won't pay. Gary's a man of his word. He'll kick down Gary, of course, here early. By the way, shout out to all the back-to-back people from last night and tonight.
Back-to-back.
As far as I can tell, there's only one. It's your dad. But shout out to Papa Hoge. Papa Hoge.
I talked to some guys on the way out last night that were coming back tonight. So I know there's a few coming back. So the Bears.
This room's getting so crowded. We might have to move back again to the back room. It's like in the middle of the draft.
Well, it seems like that would take a lot of effort. I'm not sure Steven would sign up for that.
No. Hey, if you're in the neighborhood, there's plenty of seats available. Table there. There's room for you. And there's a whole bar back there. We got room.
So, Hoge, obviously we all watched Hoge and John's this morning.
Yes, except for Carm. But yes, I know you did. Thank you.
And so
we didn't, but we should have.
We got to hear, you're in Hoge, obviously you can jump in here, but we got to hear kind of your day after kind of the dust settled reaction. And I'm curious from your perspective, Carm, now that you've had a little bit to really, dial into this and reflect on what happened last night with the Chicago Bears and how the dominoes fell, and Dillon Thieneman coming to the Bears. Like, where do you stand now that we're here for round two?
So the more I thought about it, Greg, thank you for teeing me up for this moment in time.
Yeah.
Listen, I like bets on sure things, and to me, Dillon Thieneman is about as a sure thing as a safety is going to be. I mean, if he doesn't have a 7 to 10 year career in the NFL as a very, very highly productive player, I would be extremely surprised. Now, that being said, listening to Ryan Poles talk about it, and there was really one odd moment in the press coverage. So, it's the way it's set up, our guys just might have to cover a little bit longer. That's
no, you need to get to the quarterback.
You know what, though?
We gotta get to the quarterback.
I hate that game. Like, do you want the guy to tell you the truth or not? We all know that. Give the GM some credit for being vulnerable about what the weaknesses still are. To get jumped on Twitter this morning, and I saw a bunch of that stuff being like, well, that's not good. They should have probably taken a D lineman. And that doesn't tell the whole story or the context of what was available in the moment.
I'm not saying he said anything wrong, and I wasn't jumping on him on Twitter.
Well, I didn't even know that. I'm not even talking about you.
I didn't even know that people jumped on him on Twitter.
He's been getting jumped.
Well, people need to chill out. He made an excellent selection who's going to be here for a long time. I'm just talking about the reality of where the Bears are at, which is why, hopefully tonight, things will roll right for them, and you can add at least somebody into the mix who will be able to impact the quarterback, because that would be huge for 2026 and beyond, for that matter.
Yeah, well, thank you, Steven.
Looking at Thieneman, one thing that I missed in my coverage that I didn't say last night in our coverage, he has a little bit of the Brisker. He does the no-fly zone thing when he makes plays. He's got that in there. So he's
good, because that definitely never annoyed me, and I'm very excited about that.
He celebrates back there a little bit. I actually enjoy that. I
got no problem celebrating when you make a play, but like
when you're not doing anything and you're just sitting
when like Montez Sweat deflects a pass at the line of scrimmage, you're in the back on like,
or when you got completely burned. But the throw is like 20 feet over your head, and you're like, no.
Okay, I think yeah. So, guys, I went home last night, and because I have problems, I did not go to bed. Instead, I came up with more and more notes on Dillon Thieneman. Should I just empty this notebook? I mean, I'm sure a bunch of this stuff's already been repetitive, and people have heard this. But a few things I love about him. Two older brothers that both walked on at Purdue. He was the third walk-on Thieneman. And you know what? I got to say,
That's impressive.
I think I was a little bit too hard on Greg last night trying to claim him as a Purdue guy, because this family is as Purdue as it gets. I mean, his father went there. He was an engineer major. He started a construction company. He's got multiple locations, I think, across the state.
Yeah, he's got a few different ones. Yeah. One included in the region, about 10 minutes from my house.
Well, it sounds like we got a good job lined up for you if this doesn't work out.
Yeah.
Greg, we'll call on the Thieneman.
I was just thinking about if we can get him to build. If we need to build a house here, we get the Thieneman construction.
Well, they might need a stadium for him to build.
Yeah,
I don't know,
true.
About a house, but
No, but the Indiana and Purdue roots run deep for this family,
without a doubt. And and his brothers are like, I don't know the exact ages, but like essentially they're like 7-8 years older than he is. So you get that little brother syndrome a little bit. You grow up, you see those guys go to Purdue. He's idolizing Troy Polamalu, so he goes there, and those guys earn scholarships too, and which so he becomes the better football player and actually has offers. And he shows up at Purdue, And it just, I said this on Hogan Johnson this morning, but I can't tell you how many prospects we've been looking at over the last few months. That's like, oh, well, this guy had a red shirt, and then he transferred, and then he had this injury, and then he had a complication, and now he's like 24, and he's finally good. Or the opposite. Great start at Clemson first couple of years, and then the production fell off. Like, this dude came to Purdue, walked in the door, started as a freshman. He played 39 straight games, started all of them across two different schools, 3 years, and racked up 306 tackles. He had 6 interceptions immediately as a freshman. He finished strong with interceptions last year, got his hands on the ball. But the more and more I just kept looking at him, it just confirmed what I already thought. Like, this, I think, was the cleanest prospect in the entire draft. I'm not saying best. Don't get me wrong. I'm just saying, in terms of the least amount of red in your scouting profile, Dillon Thieneman had the least amount.
And arguably safest, too, because when you consider maybe some of the other safer picks earlier in the draft, well, that's higher equity as opposed to later in the first round. Obviously, first round, carries its own significance regardless of where you're picked. But, no, I'm with you, man. And you see him playing that safety position in different facets. We talked about this last night. He talked about it a little bit today at House Hall as he was introduced to, Chicago coming into town for the first time. But playing that center field, right, with Purdue and then developing into that kind of rover role with Oregon and, filling the hole and being able to, rack up 300 tackles over 3 years, 100 tackles a year. Like, it's interesting, as I said to Fran last night, that people still have questions about, how well he can tackle at the NFL level, yet he was able to stack up that many tackles in his collegiate career. And then I think the final thing to me that really just kind of illustrates, we talk so much about positional value or best player available. And I know a lot of people, including myself, that would have been completely fine with them drafting Akeem Mesidor. But just to put it into perspective, Akeem Mesidor is 25 years old. Dillon Thieneman is 21. So if you just do the math, by the time Dillon Thieneman is a fourth year in the NFL, that is Akeem Mesidor's rookie year currently. And so, yes, edge, if they both end up being good players, edge is a position of value, right? But you got a guy at 21 years old that you could have for a really long time. I know they invested a lot of money in Kobe Bryant. Those are problems for 4 years from now.
Yeah.
But they could become good problems to have. And you've got a really young player that has a really clean resume, a really good work ethic. I can't wait to see these guys out there at training camp. We've never had a safety tandem like this. And then you combine those two with Kyler Gordon, and I just think we're going to see some really exotic blitz packages, some different coverage looks. Yes, they still need D linemen. We all understand that. But they have a real strength here now on defense.
Well, Mesidor, the point, he was picked 3 in front of the Bears. So are you bringing him up because in theory, if they had both been there, you would have rather had him pick
No,
Thieneman?
I'm just saying that, people just were so focused on getting this defensive line fixed that we need to today. Yeah. They need to make that pick. But for as many people, including myself, that would have entertained drafting him, he's 4 years older. That was the overall point I was trying to make. So that's a higher positional value. But what's more valuable? If they're both good, the one that's younger, in my opinion.
Right, and ultimately the better player, and the Bears believe that Dillon Thieneman is. I think they had.
Well, we don't know that for sure. I mean, Mesidor came off the board, so
right. We don't know if he was parallel as polls would put it. Look, the guy's instinctive. He's violent. He's fast. He's motivated. I mean, the guy very, very. He seems to be ahead of the curve as far as what's going on the football field. There's a million things to like about Dillon Thieneman. You want to get caught up on what's going on in the draft here?
Yeah, it was just a couple picks. I just saw that Chase Bisontis, the guard out of Texas A&M, came off the board to the Cardinals. And I got to update this for a second. I know the
receiver
Dejon Stribling from Ole Miss went to the 49ers after they traded back last night out of the first round. That was the first pick. The Bills pick is in. The Raiders are on the clock. We don't know what the Bills' pick is yet. Again, we're down from 8 minutes last night to 5 minutes per pick. However, there are 2 rounds, so this usually the overall 2 rounds goes longer than we were at last night, so we are prepared for that. We're supposed to hear from Adam Johns at Hallis Hall here shortly. I believe he's standing by. Should we break or go to Johnsy? Okay, we'll take our first time out, and then Johnsy's standing by. He's been at Hallis for a while because Dillon Thieneman talked earlier and had his little introductory press conference at Hallis Hall. So he's there with all the action going on at the Bears facility, which is where the picks are actually being made. He was also there last night when Ryan Poles talked. So we'll hear from Adam Johns coming up next. But first. All right, Bears fans and Carm, tonight when you're driving home and they're doing rolling construction on the Kennedy at 11 o'clock.
Are you going to be safe?
I am going to be safe because I love our friends at IDOT. I love that they sponsored our show, and I love IDOT, and I'm going to be safe.
When you see orange, slow down. Follow the signs. Work zones are not an obstacle course. I saw people doing this last night. And, look, I wanted to get home and watch Dillon Thieneman tape too, but these cars were just weaving in and out. There's people with families that are working on these roads.
Not me.
You need to respect them.
Me and Jaqueline were so peaceful. We just held hands and went very peacefully through the
You held hands while you're driving?
The orange zone.
That's cute.
Keep both hands on the wheel tonight.
Settle down.
Hey, these are active work areas where road crews are working right next to traffic. The signs are like your playbook on the road. So follow what they're telling you and give everyone plenty of space. Speeding or ignoring the signs can mean a costly fine. Or worse, respect the zone. Mind the signs. Avoid the fines. It's not a game.
It is not a game, and spring weather in Chicago is never a game either, and that's why you got to make sure you hit up our friends over at Four Seasons so you're ready for all the
right
seasons
reasons.
with the right reasons. That's right, because it's never too late for a Four Seasons AC tune-up. Schedule yours now and save $50, only $89.95. How about that, Mark Carman? Every tune-up is backed by an industry-leading 1-year no-breakdown guarantee for peace of mind all year, and it's backed by our local trusted experts. So if you got a plumbing or electrical emergency, you're going to call Four Seasons. If you're thinking about a clutch whole home generator, they have you covered. At Four Seasons, they guarantee same-day installation for all your heating, cooling, plumbing, electrical, and generator needs with no extra charge for nights, weekends, or holidays. For all the right reasons, call 866-4-SEASONS. Your trusted local experts for heating, air conditioning, plumbing, sewer, and electric. Make sure you hit up fourseasonsheatingcooling.com.
It took us exactly one segment for us to lose Mark Carman. So if you had the under, you win. Oh, there he is. There he is.
I had to just make sure that the restrooms were working properly, and I also had to find my phone, which I did. So shout out to everybody here. Most honest place ever, Joe's on Weed Street. You can come out and not even worry about losing things. It's great.
Okay.
Well,
that's a good place for you.
If you lose your Shady Rays, you'll be able to just get a brand new pair.
That's a very good point.
I don't think phones work like that, though.
Phones don't work
I
like
wish
that,
there was
but
a Shady Rays for
does.
Johns loves Shady Rays. I know that. And he is standing by ready to go at Hallis Hall. Adam Johns, our Bears insider, doing a great job up there. Johnsy, we got to hear from Thieneman earlier today, huh?
Yep, his entire family was here, his brothers, his sister, his parents. Did you see that picture that is that the Chicago Bears shared of them wearing all Urlacher jerseys? Did you see that?
We did, and we're actually trying to tee that up right now. So I think within the next few minutes, we don't have it this exact second, but we'll actually be able to show exactly what you're talking about, Johns.
Very good, very good. So they were Bears fans initially. I think they're back to being Bears fans. But in the middle of that, there was a move down to Indianapolis where the Colts took over their family for a little bit. One of the things we learned from Thieneman at his press conference today.
Yeah, there it is. Look at it. They got the whole Thieneman family. So cute. No, I don't know. What is that? He's only 21, so what's that, about 16 years ago or something like that?
And see, Carm, obviously just the amazing investigative reporter that Carm is.
Thank you.
He sniffed this out. When we had our exclusive interview with Dillon Thieneman at the Combine, he mentioned, hey, we grew up Bears fans. And so then Carm put him on the spot and was like, well, who's your favorite Bear of all time? And he was like, well, I don't have one. And after the interview, Carm was like, I don't know about this guy. How can he say he's a Bears fan and not have a favorite Bear of all time, but now we know the full story. They traded spots over to the Colts for a little bit.
Right, and the bigger thing was that I told him when I looked into his eyes, I could just tell that he was going to be a Bear, and now he is a Bear.
Right.
The way I sensed that out in the moment, Johns, I know you were impressed by that interview and the way I could just feel what was going to happen in the future. You seem to be very, very excited about this pick. I mean, your article today, you have 2 of them out, by the way, allchgo.com. You were underlining that this is like the first time in the history of the Bears that the teams is happy about it. The fans are happy about it. Everyone's happy about this. It just fell right for Chicago here.
It just makes too much sense. It fills a glaring need. He's an outstanding player, one of the best at his position, the best player available by far at number 25. And I just think I was at a spot in this draft where I thought he wouldn't be available at this point. Even the Bears simulation said that themselves. They had a 50-50 shot more often than not when they went through their simulations that Dillon Thieneman would not be available to them at number 25. So everyone should be excited about this pick. Best player on their board, and there he was, available at number 25.
Yeah, I agree. It was fascinating to watch it all kind of unfold last night and how that draft board fell. I mean, this is our first time in the 4 years where we're picking this late and doing the coverage that we did and kind of following it along through a Bears lens. It was really exciting and really cool to see how it all kind of came together. You know, Johns, I guess the biggest question that Bears fans have is some of the explanations last night that Ryan Poles gave. He certainly was taking a little bit of heat for suggesting like, hey, you know, if we can't get to the quarterback, maybe our secondary can hold up a little longer, to help that defensive line get home. You know, do you see it from the fans' perspective on getting frustrated by a statement by that, or is it getting taken out of context?
Probably a little bit taken out of context. Ryan Poles was asked that question with the second round and third round still yet to come. There are very good pass rushers still on the board, still available for selection this day, like in a couple hours, in a couple minutes right here for the Chicago Bears. So
right.
I understand the angst and the frustration over the pass rush, but the player acquisition period isn't over. The draft isn't over. We're only on the day 2. Let's see what Ryan Poles does here with the 57th and 60th picks.
Well, one guy off the board is T.J. Parker, who was just selected by the Buffalo Bills, and a defensive tackle, Kayden McDonald, is now off the board too. As that seems like a great fit off the top of my head. The Houston Texans traded up a couple spots with the Raiders to go up and get Kayden McDonald, the defensive tackle of Ohio State, to help stop the run. So there's a couple defensive linemen, Johns, that have just that I know we discussed this morning, at least came up, that are now already taken. And I don't know how many of them are going to fall all the way down to 57.
Yeah, maybe a little run on the position happening right now. It's also interesting to see, like, not a lot of cornerbacks have been drafted yet so far in this draft. And that's a premium position. Usually you see more than, what was it, 2 cornerbacks selected in the first round? Like, when does that run on the position happen? That's a premium position. A position I think the Bears should address maybe at some point in this draft, considering that Tyreek Stevenson and Terrell Smith are in the final years of the rookie contracts.
Kayden McDonald right now, very emotional coming out on the stage, getting a hug from Goodell, and he was emotional when his name was called. He's been emotional the whole way up there. This is a really one of the guys that I think that a lot of Bears fans were interested in, and kind of just was obvious that he was going to go when he's going right now. So the Bears.
It's a long conversation between Roger Goodell and Kayden McDonald. My goodness.
I'm going to be rooting for Kayden, man. He's this guy's a ton of heart on him, man. And not your prototypical exactly going to kill the quarterback, but he's going to be a beast in the run game. And he would have been a good fit here, but I understand how it went down. That it just didn't work out.
Well, I think I read that Goodell asked him to stay because he was there last night, and he asked him to stay overnight to, have his eventual selection. So he had to wait around for quite a bit here to get selected here in the second round. So I'm sure that had something to do with the conversation. Johnsy, I know we're starting to the picks are starting to move across, and the Bears pick will be here before you know it. That being said, do you see any scenario where potentially Poles could get a little antsy here and go up and get his guy, whether it be a corner like you suggested, or I think what more Bears fans want at this point, a pass rusher, a defensive lineman of any sort? Could you see Ryan Poles pulling the trigger and moving up a little bit to ensure one of these guys?
Yes, because there's more movement on day two. These trades do happen, but to me, it's an argument of where that player is on their board. Is he like the last one of their second tier player? Because at this point, they're past their blue chip players. They're past the Dillon Thieneman class of their draft board. Is this next tier? Is this player, whoever we're talking about in terms of trading up for, is he the last player remaining? I think it's orange. I forget the color classifications on the Bears board, but is he the last one that remains? Because if there's more than one player that remains, then you let the board fall to you. You saw that happen last night with pick number 25, but that's what spurs action, in my opinion, in my experience. If he's the last player and the price for not moving up is not that much.
Following up on that, John Z, did you, when you were listening to polls last night, and he said that, yeah, there are some players out there that will allow me to go to sleep at least some, but he also talked about how they've narrowed their focus. I sort of heard that like, oh, well, maybe they will trade up because their focus is narrowed. Did you hear it that way?
No. And it just seems like they're trusting their evaluations. There seems to be different clusters on their board that will spur action, maybe unlike years before, just because I think it's been discussed enough. It's been a wide open year with some unpredictability in the draft class this year.
Yeah, but I look at it, I think it's a fair question, Carm, because if you are going to narrow down your board, you're saying that there's fewer players available there that you are willing to pick. So to me, that would spur more action or at least increase the probability, John Z, of making a trade, whether that's up or down. Maybe it's up because you're getting towards the end of that tier. That's your pick coming up. You want to make sure you get somebody. Or your tier ran out. Now you want to trade back because there's a gap there. So to me, I'll be surprised, Johns, if the Bears sit pat at all three of these picks right now and just select where they're at.
Well, you and I have talked about this. There's no way they're picking at 57 after this catch-up announcement. That's like not going to be in the storylines for the Bears today.
Is Devin making the announcement at 57, or is Jimbo making the announcement at 57?
Jimbo.
Okay.
Thanks for watching the interview that you did.
Well, I think it's confusing because I read that Devin's going to be out there. I think we're wrong. I think that Jimbo's getting pushed to 60. I think we're going to have Devin.
Well, then
I could be confused. I'm not, but
I mean, Jimbo said I'm doing 57. So
I don't think Jimbo knows.
Okay.
I think Jimbo might be wrong about what Jimbo's doing.
Okay.
Mark that down, Johns. Controversy told by Carm. Hester 57, Jimbo 60.
Jimbo doesn't know what he's doing.
Prediction for tonight. I know people care.
He does not care.
He does not care.
Okay, fair enough.
Fair enough.
All right. Johns, anything else before we let you go? We'll hear from you again after the Bears' 2 second-round picks, assuming it falls that way.
Yeah, I'm just keeping an eye on one more position to it. I think it's center. Adam, you and I have talked about this. They've done too much homework on centers. When is the first center? When does Logan Jones come off the board? Maybe it's Sam Hecht out of Kansas State. At some point, the centers will be a priority for teams because, as Jeff King said the other day, there's not many of them available in the draft, true centers. So we know the Bears have interest in drafting a center, but what does their board tell them to do? When does that move come to fruition on day 3 here?
Let me ask one more question. I'm sorry. Are you a Sam Hecht guy, Johns? Do you like him?
I like Jager Burton from Kentucky.
Okay.
Someone who doesn't have as much center experience as some of his colleagues and draft counterparts, but I think he has top-notch athleticism. He could probably do everything physically that Ben Johnson wants his center to do.
All right, well, then I'm going to give you a piece of homework because if you're going to keep bringing up Burton, we need to get his name right. It's Jagger, like Mick Jagger.
Jagger.
Mick Jagger Burton.
Okay.
We'll call him that.
Way to go, Hoge.
I'm more partial to Jaeger, and if I could get a shot of it.
We know.
Attaboy, Braggs.
Go ahead, Johns. We had you down there for a second. Go ahead.
No, I'm just with Braggs. Let's get some Jaeger going.
You want him Jaeger?
Look at Chauncey. Jaeger.
A round of
Bob.
Jaeger
Let's
for the
go.
boys.
Well, he lives in Edison Park. I mean,
That'd be more of a Jameson selection.
yeah. All right, Johnsy, we'll talk to you in a little bit. There he is,
boys.
Adam Johns over at Hallis Hall doing a great job.
Yeah.
Great job, Johns.
Yeah.
Great job, Johns.
Really good job.
Also, I'm very happy that we were able to find out. I want to give Pat Finley a quick shout out that we are now prepared for the Bears Vikings game that's coming up this season because we now know what Dillon Thieneman thinks about the backup quarterback, J.J. McCarthy.
Penley got the info.
Yeah. So we don't even need to ask that question now whenever the Bears and Vikings play.
It's a great job by Pat, as always.
Breathless reporting. Sorry.
I had to process that one. I'm like, what does that mean?
That's an interesting Jagger by Johns.
It's an interesting Jagger?
Yeah, just to get out the Patrick Finley, whatever you guys are doing. Jagger's number 9 on the Beast Dane Brugler's rankings here. I mean, they're way
for
down.
centers?
For centers.
Yeah, he's farther down. I've seen him go anywhere from like the 4th round to the 7th.
I mean, I gave him Sam Heck number 2 on the Brugler board, and he's going all the way down to 9. I like that. I like that out of Johnsy. It's aggressive.
Well, the pick is in for the Las Vegas Raiders at 38, and finally somebody from the University of Arizona gets selected. I mean, it took long enough. I don't know if there's anybody in here that's, been to Arizona or played at Arizona, but nobody got selected in the first round from Arizona in this draft. But one just came off the board in Stukes, safety.
Lance Briggs
Sorry, I'm harassing Lance Briggs.
It's a bold strategy.
While he eats his soup.
Are you sure that's soup or is it a chili? It looks like a chili over there. It's a soup. It's a soup. It's a soup.
Okay.
And they had soup at Joe's on Weed. That's amazing. We had
$5 if you dump the soup on Greg's head.
I would love a soup. What kind of soup?
He'd do that for free.
To catch you up on some of these picks. So we mentioned Kayden McDonald. That was a trade up. The Texans going up 2 spots to get Kayden McDonald. Colton Hood, the cornerback out of Tennessee, goes to the Giants. So he ends up getting drafted before his teammate, Jermod McCoy.
Giants are having a great draft.
So obviously McCoy falling because of the knee situation. That is a real thing. And I wonder, guys, we saw a wide receiver, Luther Burton, fall to the Bears in the 2nd round last year. A lot of people thought he could, the guy next to me, Steven, thought he was the best wide receiver in the draft. He sure looks like it now. At what point does your tolerance for a player like that who might have an injury, might have to be dealing with that? If he's could be the best corner in the draft, do you take Jermod McCoy?
I mean, I guess. I mean, the Bears need defensive line, and I get best player available, and they've stuck to this, strategy the last couple of years, and it's obviously working out for them, but they can't keep ignoring this defensive line. And I'm not saying it's being completely ignored, but you have to really put your focus in here. I think one of the after effects of taking Dillon Thieneman at 25 is you are kicking the left tackle can down the road. I don't think there's going to be any solutions the rest of this draft that's going to present themselves. But I
got one for you, maybe.
Well, that's what I mean. It's slim pickings.
Caleb Tiernan from Northwestern.
But that's what I mean. It's slim pickings. Whereas at defensive line, you have an opportunity here to really, bolster and enhance what kind of pass rush or lack thereof that you had last year. So I understand, best player available in corners are certainly something of a position of value, but I'm looking at defensive line.
Well, to your McCoy point, Hoge, if he's sitting there, and I don't think he will be, but if he's sitting there at 57, I am looking past the ACL injury and saying, okay, number 2 corner on the board, modern technology. I'm not worried about a guy coming back from that.
So just to be clear, though, the new information that was reported is it's not actually the ACL anymore. There's something else going on that might need another procedure. And I'd actually have to go back and clarify this. It might even be the other leg.
Okay, well, now if we're into another procedure on the other leg, I officially am out.
Let me clarify that on that one. But I know that it's not so much the ACL tear, but that there might be another little thing going on there that might not be so little.
Yeah. See, the thing is, let's overstate the obvious for a second here. They're playing football. It's a physical game. I have a hard time making – if you give me a guy like, if we go back in Bears time, like you told me, like Eddie Jackson in the 4th round broke his leg. I'm like, a leg's going to heal. I'm good. That's a great risk. Eddie ends up having a great career with the Bears. You have multiple injuries, different body parts, multiple knee injuries. I just don't think you can move forward with that unless the talent is completely off the charts, and even then I have a hard time doing it. So
let me see if I can find this.
Which is why I want R. Mason Thomas. Give anybody who's got a letter for a first name that's literally just a letter. And more importantly, his tape is insane. He is a violent, attack the quarterback. He's undersized, which is why he's going to be potentially available when the Bears pick. But look, you're not going to get a perfect player at 57 or 60. So that's why if somebody like that was there and or moving up for him, I'd be into it.
So the concern per NFL media is that there might be another knee surgery needed for Jermod McCoy. The ACL itself is in good shape, but a bone plug used to repair a cartilage defect may need to be replaced. So let's go to our knee expert, Greg Braggs.
Yes.
What do you got?
What's the question?
Bone plug.
I mean, that doesn't sound good, right?
No, I mean, athletes recover at a much different rate than bricklayers do. So, I mean, I think that has to – when Ian Wheeler tore his ACL, if you remember, in Hard Knocks, we basically both had our knee surgeries, and that was my first knee surgery, like on the same dates almost. And so I was staying in contact with him, and he was on a bike a lot faster than I was. So the recovery
Have you been on a bike since?
I have not. I don't know how to ride a bike. So it's a little different when it comes to athletes and their recovery time. So, I think he'll be in good hands. So I'm not going to overstate, when it comes to that kind of prognostications when it comes to – I'm not a doctor.
Pick number 39 is in Denzel Boston, the wide receiver out of Washington, going to the Cleveland Browns.
Yeah, it's another wide receiver for the Browns.
Right. So let me ask you this question, Hoge. When you're looking at that is a good pick for the Chicago Bears, when you see receivers go off the board, do you look at that as a good thing, or perhaps, oh, no, Ben might get antsy because he wants to add someone?
No, that's a great thing.
Yeah, I mean, look, we're at the point already here in the second round that I think the spectrum has widened out in terms of potential targets and things like that, I guess it's a good thing. And I don't think you're drafting Denzel Boston out of Washington. But I'll tell you what, with this group right now, this is the most I've ever felt like anything's on the table. Let's go back to the comment last night that I thought was the most interesting comment, and that was we have been
narrowed the focus.
Yeah, but let me give you the exact. Give us the exact dealio, because he said.
Yeah, read it, because I have thoughts on this.
Ryan Poles said this is the most aggressive in narrowing down the board to fit what they want, which they're talking about scheme, character, and all those things that the Bears value. This is the most aggressive they've been. In other words, they're, quote, very selective, the most selective that they've been in essentially crossing out names, paring down the board, narrowing down that focus. Well, I think it's a good thing, but it limits your options. And so if you're going to do that, I think it actually forces you to go best player available even more, because your reach at that point, if it's not corner, it's not edge, or it's not offensive tackle, there's such a big gap between, hey, there happens to be this random wide receiver that we have so much higher than everyone else. I don't think you're passing on that wide receiver if you've increased the gap between that player and whoever's next.
And I feel like we saw a little bit of this strategy last year, right? When they traded back 6 times in the 4th round to eventually land on Ruben Hippolyte, right? Like they didn't like who was there. They kept moving back, and then they end up with Ruben Hippolyte. You can say what you want about the pick, but that's not really the point of what I'm trying to make. But, like, to me, it feels like that was their strategy last year as well. I don't know. I don't love it. I'm sitting here. I see R. Mason Thomas just came off the board to the Chiefs at 40. And to me, I think the Bears have shown an obvious strategy this offseason to say, we are not pushing our chips all in. We are going to be, steady in our approach of how we're going to build this team back. But I don't think moving up, if they want to right now, let's look at the edges that are still available. I mean, or even D tackles. You got Christen Miller. You got your guy Lee Hunter. You got Domonique Orange, right? You got You got some different guys at D tackle. You have a bunch of different edges.
Gabe Jacas, Illinois.
Gabe Jacas, Zion Young,
also
Cashius Howell, Derrick Moore. And so to me,
Derrick Moore is maybe my number one right now. That guy's fantastic.
So to me, moving up 10 picks to make sure you secure one of these edge guys, and if you can still keep that other second round pick, which I'm imagining at this point would make sense from, however that works from a draft chart standpoint, that's not mortgaging your future. That's not being over aggressive and staying true to what you've done here this offseason. And I would be fully on board with that kind of mindset to make sure you get one of the few guys that's available on their board.
Well, we just saw another edge go. Cashius Howell from Texas A&M. So back-to-back, R. Mason Thomas and Cashius Howell. They were pretty similar players in terms of how they're the smaller guys, shorter arms, but, a heck of a motor. To me, I was a no on Howell, but a yes on R. Mason Thomas. I just think that dude, he's the character's high. He just never stops. He's relentless. I thought he was first-round talent. So I thought it's a great pick by the Chiefs now, who have added Peter Woods and R. Mason Thomas to their defensive line.
I'd like to shout myself out for mentioning R. Mason Thomas as many times as I possibly could tonight before he got picked at number 40.
The last time you get to say him.
Yeah,
so enjoy it.
It's a real bummer because that dude's a player. This is what I wrote about him, by the way. Explosive, great bend, relentless, biggest day 2 tape hopper that I've seen so far. Physical as hell. 2-year starter with Oklahoma. He was there for 4 years. And then from some of the Brugler stuff, he averaged 2.7 pressures per game over the past 2 seasons. And then, quote, not a talker but beloved by his teammates, coachable role model in the program. I think the Chiefs just got a really good one at number 40. But we move on. He also, by the way, did have a significant injury history, our Mason Thomas.
Yeah, I had that written down. We were talking some soft tissue stuff, a quad that he was battling with last year. So I don't know about significant, but with the Bears and their soft tissue injuries last year, that does make you nervous.
I'll just read them to you. Hamstring injury as a freshman, 4 games as a sophomore with an ankle injury, both ankles. Pulled his quad last year, missed 3 games. I mean, that's a lot of leg injuries.
Hey, Marcus Colston is announcing the pick here as D linemen are coming off the board. And
Carm's guy that he hates.
Yeah,
this is
Christen
my
Miller.
Thank you. Good pick.
I just thought the Marcus Colston thing was notable because if I had a Chris Farley moment with Lance Briggs, I could go, remember that time you laid out Marcus Colston in the NFC Championship game? That was awesome.
Christen Miller. My notes on
He doesn't care what I say.
my notes on Christen Miller from Georgia. 11.5 tackles for loss and 4 sacks in his college career. Is that good? No, it's not. Laid off the ball, misses ball carriers that are running right past him. Now, the positive on that, Auburn center Connor Lew did call him the toughest player he faced in college, but I thought that guy was lying. And then he's got the genuine goofy personality. Tries to relay with
I would
everyone.
think you would like that. You are genuine and goofy.
Yeah, I like that in a podcast host. I want an insane, focused defensive tackle, not the goofy guy.
All right, fair enough.
You know who he called his big brother? Jalen Carter. Okay, I'm out.
Oh.
Good enough. So good luck to Christen.
So you got R. Mason Thomas, Cashius Howell, Christen Miller, 3 picks in a row, 3 defensive linemen.
And Bona Beef.
Guys, we got to hit a break here, so we got to get this in right here. We will come back. We will continue to keep you updated on all of these picks as we get closer and closer to the Bears. What are we, about 14 away? Dolphins on the clock right now. Don't go anywhere. Hit that like button and subscribe. But first,
hey, shout out to our friends at Xfinity and their 5-year price guarantee. I got to tell you, I got the Xfinity rolling at home here now, and things are just...
Told you. What did I tell you? Jenny told you.
Jenny did. I listened to Jenny, and I even listened to you, Gregory.
This is great. We all benefit from this now.
Yep. That's the 5.
We do, our listeners, our viewers.
Everybody's going to be happy here.
Yeah.
All your devices working in perfect harmony. I don't have to worry about when a Beckett and a Layla and a Jaqueline all get involved with the
Netflix or whatever they're doing.
What does Poppy watch?
Well, that's
the
great.
Dog channel?
That's a great point. You know, she's always taking something over there. Lock in your price. Lock in the possibilities. You're going to get the best equipment. Everything's going to be working in perfect harmony, and you do all of that with Xfinity. You can learn more at Xfinity.com. Xfinity Imagine that. And once again, best part for you. No annual contracts, no hidden fees, best equipment. Select plans only. Restrictions do apply. Shout out to Xfinity.
All right, I'm going to help everybody right here with a tip, okay? If you have a mom or know a mom or need to take care of a mom here for Mother's Day.
I know a mom.
Listen, you especially need to listen to this, okay?
All right, I'm
Get
listening.
Barb an Aura frame, all right? It's perfect. You can capture and relive mom's magic every day. Barb's all about magic every day.
Barb is magic.
Yep.
It's an Aura frame. So what is this?
Okay.
What am I doing
it's
for my mom here?
It's like this. It looks so natural in your living room. I have one in my living room.
Beautiful picture frame.
It's a picture frame, but it has digital photos on it. But it doesn't look tacky. It fits in with the room. It looks awesome and is free, unlimited storage. You can add as many photos and videos as you want.
Even a picture of her when she fell over yesterday at the draft party.
Had you been there and taken a picture of it in that moment, you could have sent it to the Aura frame. It would have been there by the time she got home to actually look at that.
Relive the memory.
You could have taken a video of it too, and that would go in the Aura frame, like you running over there and saying, "Why did you fall?"
All right, let me get to the CTA here. Name number 1 by Wirecutter. You could save on the gifts mom loved by visiting auraframes.com. For a limited time, listeners can get $25 off their best-selling Carver mat frame with code CHGO. That's AURAFrames.com, promo code CHGO. Support the show by mentioning us at checkout. Terms and conditions apply. Oh, we got some beef here.
Let's go.
We are ready to go.
We got some beef here.
Bona
and I'm
beef.
not talking about Gary Ross.
Wow. No, we're talking about Bona beef with us the last 2 nights here at the draft.
Let's go. Look at this. Look at this.
Are we all biting in?
This is hot and ready to go. We are.
Oh, we are.
Hey, I didn't get jardinera.
There's jardinera. There's some juice.
I did a video last night, if you missed it,
Get the juice. Look at this.
on how to do this.
Goodness gracious.
No, you're not dipping it. You're pouring it.
Well, I mean,
It's somebody from Indiana does that.
well, I'm doing my best over here, okay? So shout out to Bona Beef.
All right, here we go. Let's get in here.
Oh, let's get it. Let's get it right here. Oh, this is magnanimous.
So good.
Unbelievable.
Unbelievable.
Do we have to do a show or we just get to eat?
No, we're going to eat dinner.
We just eat.
Nobody wants to
some
watch it.
dinner.
We're doing it anyway because we love Bona beef.
We love Bona Beef.
Let me tell you why we're eating beef here, courtesy of Bona Beef. Not just because they love us, which they do, and they want to come over and
They
give
do
us
love
food.
us.
But we love them. Hey, May is coming up here, right? It's beef month. I think this is the best way to plug this, by chewing on the beef at the same time. The Bona World Beef Championship is coming up, and Greg is committed to being part of this. I just decided as his agent. If you eat or share as much beef as you possibly can in May, that's how you participate in National Beef Month. All who reach the championship level of 50 beefs. Like, if this was May, I'd already be 2 in. But it's not. So, I'll be ready to go May 1st. You will receive 1,000 worth of bonus rewards points. Good for beef on any item on the Bona menu. Be the hero. Use the Bona app to order beefs for your friends and family. They got a belt. They got a belt, guys. The crowd just reacted because Jacob Rodriquez just got drafted.
The crowd just got physically ill from Jacob Rodriquez coming off the board. Linebacker out of Texas Tech. Made for Chicago with that mustache.
There's I don't know what it looks like, but there's a beef belt, and that's what the winner of all this is going to get. So shout out to Bona Beef Month. Thank you so much for the food. You guys can stop eating now. You guys are doing a show.
I ate the whole thing.
That's disgusting.
You ate the whole thing? You're insane.
Beautiful, though.
Absolutely insane.
I wanted to show that it was possible.
It was possible. Anything you do is possible. And now Jacob Rodriquez being a Bear has become the impossible. That's frustrating. That's frustrating. This is a guy that at the Combine talked about how he'd already been in contact with Peanut Tillman on how to strip the ball loose. And I know a lot of Bears fans are really hoping that he could have potentially been the pick. I get why it would have made sense for some, but I just think with the moves they made at linebacker this year, I don't necessarily think that should have been the pick here with their 2 second-rounders. good as he is.
Well, part of the reason why they made the moves that they made is because you would have been drafting him very high at 25, and you would have had to trade up to get him here. So it just was not a fit.
Wow, we have a trade up in the division, too.
Interesting. What do we got?
The Detroit Lions have traded up to the 44th pick. Are they looking offensive line? They looking edge? This is going to be interesting.
Well, at least they didn't take Jacob Rodriquez. We have a super chat, guys, from the GOAT, Mark Gauthier.
Oh, let's go.
It's not quite past his bedtime here.
Oh, my God.
Says for $67, hi, boys, hoping for edge, defensive tackle, and center tonight for my birthday. Sending $1 for every trip around the sun I've completed. I've only experienced 29 winning seasons in my life, and a third of them I didn't get to see while poking holes on subs.
I wasn't listening because we've got 3 shots and 3 somethings delivered here, which, did they just take Derrick Moore?
Derrick Moore.
Yes.
Oh, man.
So he stays home in Michigan. Derrick, another edge rusher. We got our edge run going on here.
That one hurts.
The hometown kid.
This guy he's awesome. Extremely explosive, super fast, great off the field. He's going to be a problem, man. He played in a rotation at Michigan, only played about 37% of the downs, but whenever he was out there, he was getting to the quarterback.
Yeah, see, I was lower on him. I mean, I had more of a third-round grade on Derrick Moore. A bunch of these Big Ten guys. Dennis Sutton, I think I'd be willing to touch him maybe at 60, but I really look at him as more of a third-round prospect. Same with Gabe Jacas out of Illinois.
Jacas.
See, but Brugler has it as Jacas in his draft guide. And I don't think he's ever been wrong.
I was about to say, has Brugler ever been wrong? Do we know?
It clearly says Jacas.
I take it back. But I watched about 800 highlights on today, and it was all Jacas.
Well, there was a guy named Alexi Ramirez that played for the White Sox. And about 10 years in, we learned out it was Alice.
Okay.
So, yeah. I don't know.
What do we got here?
Yeah. No, thank you. Eli. Yeah. Thank you, Eli. Sorry.
I see.
I'm sorry. I got to get this food out of the way here so I can.
We're going to get the food out of the way. We got
I got to do.
This is turned
I got to do a show.
Yeah, this table has turned into a frat house. We have beef. We have shots. There's a lot going on this table. Yesterday, we were much more organized.
Thank you, Emma.
Today.
Well, we weren't getting beef and shots thrown at us the whole show. We were, we appreciate it. So thank you.
I like that we're less organized because it's due to our friends at Bona Beef. Thank you, Bona Beef. I feel well fed and ready to go.
All right, let me catch us up on some picks here, as we do know that, again, this little run of edge rushers here, our Mason Thomas came off the board to the Kansas City Chiefs. Cashius Howell went next to the Cincinnati Bengals. Christen Miller, Carm's guy out of Georgia, and by that I mean not Carm's guy. He's going to the New Orleans Saints at 42. Jacob Rodriquez, 43 to the Dolphins, and then Derrick Moore to the Lions after the Lions traded up to get to 44 at the spot. That came via either the Cowboys or Jets. The way the thing I'm looking at it here is very confusing. So
I might be
I think
pivoting.
it was the Jets. They traded with the Jets. Yeah.
Who do you like right now, Hoge?
The Ravens are on the clock here with the 45th pick.
Feels like an Emmanuel McNeil Warren type of moment in time.
Well, that is weird that he is still available. We're starting to get into territory where you start to wonder, is there some unknown injury thing going on there that we don't know about?
Well,
because otherwise it doesn't really make sense.
I mean, to the point that what the Ravens do every year is they wait for a good player to fall to them and they grab them. Here's an opportunity.
No question. Let's have a moment of silence, though, for Adam Johns with Jacob Rodriquez coming off the board. That's a tough moment for him over in Hell. So.
He scared the crap out of
I think
that Johns?
I think my reaction would be probably different than that if it was more serious.
That was terrifying. That was terrifying. I did see somebody in the chat earlier when TJ Parker was picked by the Bills. Somebody put R.I.P. T.J. Barker. I'm like, all right, he's not dead. He just got drafted, okay?
Well, he's dead to the Bears. That's the point.
Dead to us.
That's right.
That's the point.
Just every player who gets picked is immediately dead to all the Bears fans.
Still, as much as yesterday, see, this is kind of the interesting contrast between last night and tonight. It felt like pick 25 came so fast, right? And the way the dominoes fell, it just like, man, we can wait, and there's so many different options. Now, when you're looking at the Bears and you're still 12 picks away, rough estimate, it feels like a lifetime from now. And I'm getting real itchy. I can't wait 12 picks with some of the players that are on the board that I want the Bears to select. I don't think they're going to be there. And I'm wondering if in that room they're having that conversation.
Right now, you're most worried about who? Zion Young, Anthony Hill? Is that your top two?
Jacas, Young. That's what we've talked about. All these defensive linemen have come off the board.
Akis. Well, I'm going to call him Akis.
You're going Akis.
I'm going Akis. Akis I think has a very good chance of being there. So does C.J. Allen. If you want to add in the linebacker room, I know. Didn't Steven, aren't you a C.J. Allen guy? Am I wrong about that? I'm wrong about that. Never mind.
I'm okay with Zion Young.
He would be if he fell to 57. As much as he was such a huge question, to me at 57, that's worthy of that pick.
Well, I think he's a lot like Montez Sweat. He's definitely one of these longer, bigger guys that's solid on the edge in terms of stopping the run. He's got that ideal build for a 4-3 defensive end, 6'5.5", 265. I found his play a little bit inconsistent, but I did like his motor. Like, the effort was always there. But he's definitely more of a power rusher. But, I saw when he came free, it was usually because they were running some type of stunt to help him get free. I didn't see a ton of one-on-one wins, which, if that sounds familiar, it's because that's what the Bears are struggling with right now. They don't have a lot of guys that are just consistently getting one-on-one wins. If anything, that guy was Austin Booker late in the season, an obvious passing down. So I'm okay with Zion Young at 57 or 60, but I was out on him in the first round.
He does not pop off for me anywhere close to our Mason Thomas or even Derrick Moore. But
by the way, here comes that Ravens selection.
If he falls to 57, that'd be fine. Having a big conversation with the Ravens. By the way, Steven's linebacker that I just got confused. He likes Jake Golday. And Anthony Hill, who probably will be gone. But Golday will probably be there, I would guess.
Mark Ingram's having a no, who's that? We're doing a whole flag football thing here. Okay, let me pivot then. Derrick Moore I wanted to bring up because he is now in the NFC North in the division with the Lions. Fran Duffy, for the record, guys, Derrick Moore went up. There goes Zion Young to the Ravens. So
Polls, get on the phone.
I would not. Braggs, if they had traded up to 45 to take Zion Young, I would have sat here on the show and said that was a horrible move.
Okay.
That's not a guy you're trading up for, in my opinion. If he fell to you at 57, fine. I'm not giving up more draft capital for him. Well, I wanted to bring up with Derrick Moore. Fran has him 102nd.
Okay.
And he got drafted in the 40s. And the Lions traded up for him. Fran Duffy said, at his best, I see a player who profiles as a complimentary starter up front with scheme versatility off the edge. But he'll need to get more technically proficient and or more consistently powerful to reach that. At his floor, I see a high-effort backup who should play for multiple contracts in the NFL.
That's not a bad floor, even in the middle of the second round.
Sure.
Which that speaks to the depth in the draft, honestly, because it does a little bit. That's his floor. A solid career, and he's got him outside the top 100. Listen, that's why some people like potato and some people like potato. Just made up a statement that makes no sense.
Name one person who likes potato.
I think I enjoy potato.
Well, Jenny probably does. She doesn't know how to pronounce words. So
shout out Jenny.
And shout out to Shout out to Blake from Galena in the chat. Says R.I.P. Greg Braggs.
Well, after that comment, yeah. Well, I sense another argument coming.
Yeah, I'm sure.
So are you saying, Greg, just a second ago, just to follow up on your reaction to the latest edge going off the board, that you think the Bears should have traded up to get in this edge run? They should either get Derrick Moore.
D-line run.
So you would have.
It's a D-line run. You got R. Mason Thomas, Cashius Howell, Christen Miller, Derrick Moore, Zion Young.
Let them run. Let them run.
They're moving, dude, and the Bears have to address this defensive line. I don't want to hear about. I understand it. We don't have to overtake the statement from polls last night, but at the same time, no, your secondary isn't going to hold up longer while your pass rush takes forever to get home. If you want to win a Super Bowl, you got to get to the quarterback. And the only way you're going to be able to figure out how to get to the quarterback is to continue to bolster the depth on that defensive line. I have no problem with them drafting Dillon Thieneman at 25. But if you go through this second round and you do not take a defensive lineman, I will have a big problem with that. You're banking a lot on Austin Booker here going forward, and I'm excited for his future. But I want to have some assurances, some more depth behind him to see if we can bring competition to that room. That's something Ryan Poles has talked about over the last few weeks, bringing competition to that room. You get Neville Gallimore, a defensive tackle from the Colts. Great. What is Shamar Turner going to be next year? We don't know. What is Dio Odengbo going to be next year? We don't know.
We got it.
So
Lee Hunter is going to be available, Gregory. Does he do anything for you? Because he does a lot for me. There are going to be options here.
Lee Hunter's fine.
Lee Hunter is 340 pounds and he can move, and Gary Ross is shaking his head no. I'm going to tell you that if Lee Hunter's there and they make that the pick, I will be very excited about it. I think he's going to be an impact player in the league. There's options left.
Lee Hunter, 113th on Fran's.
I know people don't like Lee Hunter. I'm telling you.
Says I don't think he profiles as a guy who would be dominant, but he could definitely be a useful player at the point of attack on a rotational basis. His pass rush value would be fairly limited, and you'd want him on the field in your sub packages, a backup nose tackle with a run first mentality. And so if he helps the run defense, but that seems like that would be the kind of the ceiling for his first year as a rotational run defender.
Which, that's fine.
Okay.
Listen, get him in the rotation early on. Let's get his feet on the ground. That's what it's going to be. You're going to rotate with Grady Jarrett. You're going to rotate with Gervon Dexter. Let's see what you can do. If you're more impactful, you'll play more.
All right, let me give you my thoughts on 4 edge rushers that are still available here.
Okay.
And 3 of them are in the Big Ten. Let's start, though, in the SEC with Joshua Josephs from Tennessee. Okay. 6'3", 243. I have him listed as a possible second-round sleeper. Great speed to power and a great motor that never stops. He had 22 TFLs and 9.5 sacks with 6 forced fumbles. Mm-hmm. He gets his hand on the football, 9 passes batted down. Great length, hands, and he gets up there and bats those passes down. Now, the concerns on this one, this came from Bob McGinn's profile on a bad interview and possible character concerns. I brought this guy up once before. James Pierce is a close friend of his. So you might want to be doing some homework about who he's hanging out with and some of that stuff. But he did make Tennessee's leadership council last year, so maybe some maturation happened there a little bit. So there's a guy in Joshua Josephs you might consider late in the second round. Dennis Sutton out of Penn State, 6'5", 253, big, strong, fast, outstanding combine. Again, from Bob McGinn, can be hard to coach, and he's got some persistent knee issues too. So I would flag the medical if he starts to fall beyond the second round. 34.5 tackles for loss, though, 23.5 sacks. Production is definitely there, and one of my favorite parts, 3 block punts.
There you go.
In college.
Special teams.
That's right. And then Gabe, I don't know what we're going with.
Akis.
Okay.
We're going Akis.
I'm not ever going to bail on Dane, but you guys have bailed on Brugler. You bailed on Brugler. 27 sacks in Illinois, 6 at most ever in the Big Ten.
There's a million things to like about Akis. Played in 50 straight games, so
Oh.
we got some serious doer. What, you don't like that? You don't like
Okay,
it?
well, here's how he's another power rusher though with a good motor, not twitchy. Him and Dennis Sutton are the same way in that. I think the character's there with those guys, but they're not necessarily twitchy. Joshua Josephs might be a little bit more twitchy. However, there's more character concern there. So it's like, which flavor you want to go with? You want to take the more explosive guy who might have some concerns off the field? Or do you want to go with maybe the safer dude who's not going to be as twitchy and explosive?
No, I'd like the explosive guy with concerns off the field. If there's anybody that can relate to concerns off the field, it's me. And look how I turned out. I'm fine.
Right. You are a concern off the field. Listen.
And on the field.
This is what I put down on Carm Akis evaluation. Speed to the quarterback. Did get there unblocked a bunch last year, but he's got a violent finish, a little bit of a light frame. Talking about a 4-year starter, so he's played a ton of football. I like guys that have been on the field. Led the Big Ten with 11 sacks last year. Let's give him some credit there. By the way, no other player on Illinois had more than 2, so there's a lot of focus on him, and he's still doing it. He forced 7 fumbles, so we got a little peanut punch going on. There's a lot of guys, by the way, who have the peanut punch. And I like, I enjoy his background is interesting, too. His mom's coming from Jamaica and all that. So he's an interesting guy.
I'm going to go with Akis.
Akis.
Because Fran has Akis, and I am going to guess that the fine folks at the beat. By the way, you wouldn't have gone that way. If you get on the Kennedy at Ohio Street, there's a giant billboard for the Beast.
Big money at the Athletic over there.
We need a billboard.
Congratulations.
I know Johns was making a lot over there, but they freed up that much in the budget.
Apparently so.
That's insane. All of a sudden, there's a big Anyway, they apparently put an extra J in there though, so they didn't get that. I don't know. We're going with Akis. I'm fine with it. So you like Akis?
I like Akis. I also like Hoge. Give me a Keon Crawford. Do you have thought on that one?
Not off the top of my head.
Okay, well,
but I know he played at I know he played at Auburn, and I know I want to say Dane has him in the 50s.
2 years at Arkansas State, transfers to Auburn, played 1 year as a starter. Gets to the QB, has speed, has power, a little bit undersized. And was in a rotation. You know how he describes his play, Greg?
How?
Kind of the way I describe you. It's a Rottweiler or a Bulldog, something that's going to bite you. What am I doing wrong? Okay.
Apparently, the word on the street is that we were hearing
your mic,
lots of noises.
Nose
noises.
You're nose breathing through the mic. And you're embarrassing us in front of our friends.
Okay.
Shout out to everybody here at Joe's on Weed Street.
Let's go, Joe's. We're getting there.
We're getting there. And then it's going to start, ripping off fast. We got basically back-to-back picks here. So we got to be on point. Yes. I mean, we're, 8 picks away from the Bears being on the clock here. So it's going to be interesting.
We got to do this real quick. If you are watching on one of our TV providers, we do have to take a quick timeout. If you're watching on YouTube, though, don't go anywhere because we're not going anywhere. This is just for our TV providers. So quick timeout for you guys. Be right back. And for everyone else that watching on YouTube, we are still here right in front of you. I had a bunch of guys highlighted this morning that a bunch of them have been crossed off since we started, but a couple corners, Jermod McCoy and Avieon Terrell are still there. D'Angelo Pons, Gary's guy, you know what? It's our guy now. He's 51% yours, though. You claimed him first with, national champion. Did you get a ring? They should have given Gary Ross a ring.
So this is a moment in time. We had a side bet going on. Would you talk to Gary tonight? And
I already waved to him before the show started.
Well, he wanted more, and there it is. Ho, Gary, together again at Joe's on Weed Street. We love the draft. Gary, thanks for being here. You're a leader.
Well, Gary's here on time, unlike Crystal, whenever she decides to show up.
Is she coming in tonight?
Is that her table, the one in front that's empty?
Probably, and a corner just came off the board here.
There's Avieon Terrell. I was wondering why he was still there. Going to
the 48th pick.
Atlanta
Falcons.
Off the board, Avieon Terrell. So Jermod McCoy still available. He would be the top player.
Vikings are on the clock. Packers are 3 away.
Packers haven't had a pick yet.
52 coming up. So we go Vikings.
Yeah, those Packer fans were very obsessed with what the Bears did last night since they didn't have their own pick to talk about.
That's all
fun.
they got now. That's all they got is to talk about the Bears.
Can I actually go on a tiny little rant that has nothing to do with the draft but has a lot to do with Bears-Packers?
Sure.
I think one of the laziest things you can do in our business with podcast, TV, radio, whatever we're doing is to use the phrase rent-free in their heads. I hate that phrase. This is literally what we do for a living.
Right.
Of course we're talking about the Packers and they're talking about the Bears. And if that's your comeback, to me that's the laziest comeback that you could possibly have.
Yeah, but you got to use it anyway. Once you get in that position of power.
Come up with something more creative. Or just stick to football and talk about the football aspect of it.
I get it.
It's just such a cop-out to me. Because to me, it's a lazy trump card. You can say that about anything.
Sure.
Anything I talk about, you could be like, oh, well, that's rent-free in your head. Well, yeah, it is, because it's in my head and I'm talking about it. That's how our brains work, you moron.
Sounds to me like you're calling out Cap.
They're both of them. The Milwaukee guys are saying it to him, and he's saying it back.
The Milwaukee guys are a bunch of losers. I mean,
and they probably oh, look, we're rent-free in Greg's head right now.
No, he's not.
Well, no shit. It's entertainment. That's what we're doing here.
Yeah, but, I mean, did you see one of the Milwaukee guys? He can't bench press the bar. I mean, it's pathetic. Like, these guys need to just shut up.
It's gotten to that point where now we're bench pressing?
Yeah, they had a video of one of these guys. He couldn't bench press the bar. It was
Pause. Wow. Minnesota trading out with Carolina. So the Vikings adding picks. The Panthers coming up for somebody. So Minnesota with the Caleb Banks pick in the first round at 18, which they should have traded out for that if you're going to draft him because you could have gotten him here most likely. Now trading out at 48. Interim GM and all. I'm not exactly sure what's going on in Minnesota, but it's good for I think, at least on the surface, it looks like it's very good for the Bears.
Going O-line, maybe? I doubt it.
I don't know. Jermod McCoy still available, right?
Nobody knows the Panthers like you do.
Maybe it's EMW.
Could be an EMW. That makes sense. Could be an EMW.
Oh, so they end up getting the other safety? No. Gary says no.
It's going to be interesting here.
Oh, the Vikings are going with Lee Hunter.
Not the Vikings, because they traded the pick.
Oh, the Panthers. You guys were talking about the Vikings.
They traded the pick to the Carolina
Panthers. Oh, I see. Okay,
Panthers.
the Vikings trade. I got you. Panthers trading up for Lee Hunter. I follow you.
Say goodbye to Lee Hunter. See?
Goodbye, Lee.
Now you're getting mad that Poles isn't trading up. What is Poles doing right now?
I'd like it to be underlined on this show that Carm's draft is the way I assess players continues to be spot on. It's frightening how right I am. Go ahead. You can say that. Who was screaming about Lee Hunter and 5 seconds later he's gone? Go ahead. Tell everybody.
Yes, you could say players that will be drafted. Congratulations.
He was down the board. Nailed it.
Yeah.
I watch him. Lee Hunter is a monster in the middle of that defensive line. He's exactly what the Bears needed.
Yeah,
so,
that's what the Bears needed. You mean defensive line
at this point in the draft?
That's aggressive use of monster.
He's a big dude.
He is a big.
There's lots of big dudes that are drafted.
Okay, but I watched a lot of Domonique Orange. You know what? He's a big dude who
big
can't.
citrus.
Big citrus can't move.
I'd rather have him. If I need a run stuffing tackle, I'd rather have Big Citrus.
Okay, well, Big Citrus has a big weight issue.
Yeah, but you know what? I mean, I get you're always about that physical fitness, and I understand the sense in it. But look at Andrew Billings over the last few years. Injury aside,
that's exactly who he looks like. That's exactly.
Yeah, but Andrew Billings was effective, man.
Counterpoint though, he had more weight last year and was less effective.
But that's because he got injured the year before and put on more weight.
Yeah. Well, but the point is the weight still.
Okay, I don't
matter.
If they end up picking Domonique Orange, I don't want to be killing on the guy, but And he's had a massive transformation from a guy that was 400 pounds in high school down to closer to 330 now. But it's been a fluctuation there, which scares me.
Your big dog's got to eat. Keith Traylor, he was eating. Andrew Billings, he was eating. There's different types of defensive tackles, right? You got your Tommy Harris, your speed, and then you got your big dogs.
That's fine. All I'm telling you is that Lee Hunter moves better than Domonique Orange. No question. And the Carolina Panthers agree with that take.
All right.
Jets on the clock, by the way.
The Chauvin in the chat says, Bragg does not look like he understands physical fitness. Chauvin? Let me tell you something, Chauvin.
Get after it. There you go.
Watch your mouth, all right? This is peak physical specimen that you're looking at right here, and there's nothing you can do about it, okay?
Peak?
Yeah.
Peak physical specimen.
Peak physical, that's what I think about.
Did you go to the gym today?
I did not go to the gym.
You know what? I think that's an 0 for 4, by the way. Because I don't want to out Steven, but I know from personal conversations he did not go today.
I didn't go.
And
I normally go Friday mornings.
I was in a tough situation where I was debating between gym or nap to rest up for the show. I chose for the nap and then did not fall asleep, so it was worst case scenario. I accomplished nothing. So yeah, we're struggling today with that.
These are longer days. We absolutely love being here, and thank you to everybody who's watching. By the way, if you're new to the channel, we do Bears shows Monday through Friday. We do post game, we do pregame. If there's breaking news, we're breaking in. So hit the subscribe button. We appreciate it. Subscribing is free. Turn your notifications on so you know when we're on Monday through Friday. Right now, 1 o'clock is the showtime. Subscribing again is free. Hit that subscribe button. Hit the like button too to move the show around. Thank you.
Move the show around.
Move the show around.
Speaking of moving, we got to move to a quick time out here and thank some sponsors that have been so gracious to us here with our draft coverage. And when we come back, we'll inch closer and closer to this Bears pick. Keep you updated on all of it. We'll have a better idea of who will still be available here for the Bears at 57. But first,
got to give a shout-out to our friends over at Sunnyside.
Yeah.
It is baseball season, so you know where I'm going to be. That means I'm going to be at Wrigley Field, and I'm going to be hitting up the Sunnyside dispensary right down the street from the Marquee. They have a bunch of different locations. They got them as far south as Champaign, as far north as South Beloit, but you can stop in anywhere to get expert guidance. They have a crazy selection with over 100 different strains to choose from, plus easy online ordering and in-store pickup. It is judgment-free shopping, and it's only the best under the sun. So make sure you head to their website, and you can get 50% off your first 3 online purchases.
Huge.
If you use the promo code HICHGO at checkout to qualify. Sunnyside Dispensary, only the best under the sun, and we know that Sunnyside is a lot of fun. Only for 21 or older or Illinois medical card holder. Shout out to Sunnyside.
HICHGO is that code. Hey, great to have our friends from ComEd back with us. Shout out to ComEd. And yes, we are all looking for a way to stand out at work. Greg does it by just being Greg. I bring out the harmonica. Hoge is Hoge. But what if I told you there's a way to save your company hundreds of thousands of dollars? You could do that.
Sounds great.
Yeah, that'd be really good. You can sign up. It's called a free facility assessment. Do that with ComEd. Their engineer is going to give you free insights and actions that could help save your business on energy costs, which we know are going up on the daily.
Yeah, they are.
Basically, they're going to create a plan for you to help you stand out and save your business money for free. So visit ComEd.com/facility assessment to learn more. Actual savings will vary based on customers' usage and rate. Shout out to our friends at ComEd doing the good work for you. ComEd, appreciate having you back.
Noted Jets fan Gary Ross is going wild right now as D'Angelo Pond just got drafted by the JETS Jets. We send our condolences to the Ponds family for ending up with the Jets.
Yeah, his career just ended.
Back-to-back Hoosiers for the defending national champs. That's something I never thought I would say. The Cooper Ponds combo out of nowhere. Go IU. By the way, Northwestern's beaten them in basketball 7 straight times.
Have they beaten anybody? Because I think Wisconsin's beaten them like Oh no, they had that stupid game this year where the refs gave it to the Hoosiers. Before that, it was like 20 in a row or something.
All right, so Hoge.
Yes. I'll tell you what, there's one guy left. No, there's two guys left that I had highlighted in yellow for today, for round 2. There's only 2. So I don't think this is necessarily falling, at least for me personally, the same way that it did last night.
Right.
Where it was like, oh, man, a couple guys might be falling here, and then multiple dudes were available when the Bears picked. But the 2 guys I do have, we've talked about Lee Hunter. I know I pushed back on him a little bit, but ultimately I do have a grade on him where if they took him at this spot late in the second round, I do think he's a solid player. I just think the ceiling's a little bit limited there from a pass rush perspective, which I'm really looking for, and I want twitchy players. I would still probably take him.
He just went to the Panthers. Lee Hunter, are you getting confused on somebody else that you met?
That's my bad, because I got confused by that trade.
He went.
So that Vikings trade.
Right. So he went.
Okay.
He went to the Panthers at 49.
And now we have the Vikings and Packers picking back-to-back.
Vikings on the clock right now at 51 with the Packers at 52 sitting behind him.
So delete the last minute of the show.
That's deleted. That was never said.
That never happened.
That didn't happen.
Already on it.
I'm trying to cross off these names as we go, and I did not cross off Lee Hunter. Good. I didn't want him anyway, even though he was like kind of okay. Caleb Tiernan is the one guy still in yellow that is on my list that I think would be a good addition to the left tackle competition who could potentially help out of Northwestern. So the fact that Mark Carman just made that noise when I said Caleb Tiernan is slightly concerning.
Yeah, I believe me, I love the Wildcats. That's well documented on the show. I watched a lot of Northwestern football over the last 4 years. I was never like, wow, this guy is a mauler. He's just kind of he's tall and a little stiff. His arms are short.
He does have shorter arms.
It's there goes your linebacker, Golday.
51st pick is in for the Minnesota Vikings. Jake Golday, linebacker.
That actually fits up there. That dude looks like a Viking. Good linebacker. He's physical. He's fast. I like that pick.
Jermod McCoy is the other guy.
Okay.
Look, that's always the most awkward spot we get put in terms of evaluating draft prospects. We get no access to the medicals. I wouldn't say no. Every once in a while, I get a random text with some information that probably should not be sent around. But Jermod McCoy, the fact that he keeps falling feels like confirmation that there really is a problem there with the knee, right? That it might be more consensus across the board. I think look, if the Bears take him, though, that means that they're comfortable with what that diagnosis is, and I'm going to sign off on him as a player, as a prospect, and be okay with it. But there definitely would be some risk with that. So really, it's down to Jermod McCoy and Caleb Tiernan, which brings me to what I was really going to say is I need a trade down here with one of these 2 picks. With 57 or 60, I need to see the Bears acquire some more draft capital, I think.
I'm not against that. I'm not.
Because there's more guys that are falling into the 3rd round area for me than second round, whether it's Dennis Sutton, Gabe Jacas, Mason Riker out of Wisconsin, who I like. These are more 3rd round types of guys. Markel Bell, the tackle out of Miami.
Anthony Hill do anything for you?
Sure.
He's number 3 listed right now on as far as ESPN's best available.
I mean, I like Texas guys. And give me Longhorns.
Yeah, I mean, I've been hearing a lot about Anthony Hill. I like what I've watched of him. I like him.
He's an athlete.
Yeah.
He's an athlete. He's really smart. He's very detailed. When we talked to him at the combine,
I wrote down, reads the play well at times, also hesitates at the start of the snap. Often Steven disagreed with me, but I saw him flat-footed a lot. But he closes quick. He has his own version of the peanut punch. 8 forced fumbles, Gregory. Wore the green dot as both a sophomore and a junior. You got to like that. 32 starts in 3 years. He's been on the field a ton. So, not 50 times, but 32 is that's good enough for me. By the way, he also missed a lot of, according to the Brugler world, he missed a lot of tackles in 24, but he shored that up in 25, so I'll take that.
Take that.
I'll take that.
Take that. Packers on the clock, huh?
Yep, we are 5 picks away from the Bears, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 picks sit between the Bears pick.
Good math.
Jacas, Hill, Sam Hecht, maybe a center here.
I mean, they could use Jermod McCoy if their doctors are signing off on it.
You would have the luxury, too, of bringing a guy along. You know, you have Jalen, you have Tyreek. He doesn't have to exactly step in day one as far as getting him healthy.
I can't believe Emmanuel McNeil-Warren's still out there.
Yeah, I mean, I was a big fan of his. You know, he was on my big board, of course. But I did see
big board.
I did see a number of people say they had a second-round grade on him. Now he's starting to dip towards the third round, so that certainly is surprising to your point.
Both Fran and Nate Tice said on Hogan Johns that they liked him more than Thieneman.
I mean,
so the gap here that's growing between them is what's surprising to me.
Yeah, I mean, obviously they're a little different in style of play, right? You know, Thieneman's more the center fielder, speed, going to close. And you've got Emmanuel McNeil-Warren, who's kind of more lengthy, more physical, going to get the ball out.
I think he's more of the box guy, though, where I looked at Thieneman as the guy that can do it all.
I agree with that. Like, if you're going to try to make a Bears comparison, McNeil-Warren's more of the brisker.
Yes.
Where, you know, Thieneman's more of the Bayard with speed, with a lot of speed. And, so it certainly is surprising. I feel bad for him because I know how much he bet on himself, and I think he probably had higher expectations for where he'd go, sticking with Toledo for 4 years. But he's going to get drafted here eventually, and hopefully it's not by the Packers.
Well, it would be a very Green Bay level pick right now.
Yeah, I don't think they need him.
Well, that's true.
Yeah, so
But
the pick is in for the Green Bay Packers.
Ooh,
and let's give a round of applause for
what's up?
The double nickel. El Boogie.
Coming in? You can come in here.
Yeah.
No. Take the seat on the left.
Oh, we have a whole nother.
Come on down.
Wow.
Lance Briggs in the house, ladies and gentlemen. Let's give a round of applause for the double nickel. How we doing, El Boogie? You getting antsy?
Keep squeezing, boys. Keep squeezing.
You gotta squeeze.
Can you let a guy get a headset on?
Get fresh. We'll get fresh.
Early in the round.
It's good timing to sit down right as the Packers make their next horrible draft selection.
Yeah. I'm looking at, you know, who's still available, and it makes me think about, okay, Austin Booker is going to have to make a big push.
Yeah.
And good old 55, Dayo Adengbo, have to make a big push.
Good old 55. Yeah, I mean they're really, you know, and let's see. Let's give them the benefit of the doubt here. There's, you know, 4 picks away as the Packers took a cornerback out of South Carolina here. So now we're 4 picks away. And let's see if the Bears can.
Yeah, Brandon Cisse is the pick out of South Carolina. So another, I that's why I brought up Jermod McCoy, because I thought they could use a corner, but he keeps falling because of the knee issues. So
yeah, tough to play corner with the bad knee.
Yeah,
well, that's true, especially if you're going to need another surgery, which is the rumor that's been going on.
Briggsy, Steven wants you to squeeze and cheese here a little more.
Squeeze.
As,
that means
I
I get close to you.
That's right.
Sit on
That's
Braggs'
right,
lap.
right,
It's always a great thing to do.
And if they don't take D-line, you know, you can take it out on me here. I'll be just as upset though, for the record, okay? Because we need D-line. We need D-line.
Okay. So we're not looking for anything offensively.
He's
O-line,
talking
no O-line.
Caleb Tiernan, O-line.
I'm looking left tackle.
A left tackle.
Yeah.
By the way, we're also at the point in the draft where if they were to draft a weapon, I would imagine that it's because Ben Johnson has a very specific role that he feels like he got. So, like, at this point on, I feel like if they draft a wide receiver or running back or anybody like that, maybe even another tight end, I don't know if that would happen here, but if they did that, I'd be like, okay, Ben knows what to do there with that guy.
Who's the twitchiest available now?
In terms of a weapon to go with?
Oh, I'm talking edge.
Oh, edge.
Who's the twitchiest?
Well, that's the problem, Briggs. We're kind of running out of those guys. I'm highlighting Joshua Josephs out of Tennessee right now. There might be character concerns there.
He gives me Leonard Floyd vibes.
Ooh.
He gives me Leonard Floyd vibes.
What do you think of Kieran Crawford, Auburn? Have you noticed him?
Yeah, he's
That's not
Montez Sweat size. We're Twitchy.
Yeah,
Twitchy is closer to Joseph's, but Joseph's gives me Leonard Floyd vibes.
All right, I'm going to give you one.
Illinois.
He's got no, because that's not Twitchy for me either, Akis. Mason Riger out of Wisconsin.
I knew you were going to say
but he is
Mason
explosive.
Riger. I knew it.
The problem is he also has knee issues, and there's a rod in his leg now. But last year, after all that happened, was his best year, and he looked explosive off the ball. He's 6'4", 5'8", 251, and he's still got room to fill out that frame, which is a good defensive end frame. But to me, that was more of a third-round pick, not second.
Yeah.
Pat McAfee announcing the Colts selection here with the 53rd pick.
No tank top.
C.J. Allen, linebacker out of Georgia here.
Nice of him to dress up with his sleeves tonight.
Backers.
All right, we are getting close to the Bears being on the clock. 57 and 60, Briggs. So you get a little bit of a back-to-back action, almost.
This is starting to feel like we're going to get a name that we're not expecting. But if defensive tackle right now, the order of who's left, it's Domonique Orange.
Domonique Orange, right?
Yep. And then we've got Tyler Own Yedem. You had anything on an Own Yedem?
Not off the top of my head.
Grayson Holton.
Out of A&M is we're getting down the list right now.
You're just looking at best overall. So, the fact that Jermod McCoy is still out there, Emmanuel McNeil-Warren, I think we're getting into Gabe Jacas territory. It'll be interesting to see how the Bears feel about those guys.
If you want to go, you can't replay it. But if you knew that Emmanuel McNeil-Warren was available at 57, does that change how you would have drafted at 25? Well, it probably does.
I just feel like there's something there we don't know, that he's still there.
That could be.
Because if it's play alone, and you could have told me I could have had Peter Woods and Emmanuel McNeil-Warren, that's pretty tempting. But the fact that EMW is still there has me thinking that there's more information we don't know yet. I'm wondering how far he's actually going to fall.
Yeah, well, if he gets to the Bears, he's going to fall one more pick because that would not fall to
best available.
That would not make sense.
My internet just crashed on me.
Yeah, so, I think for all of us.
When it happens at 55.
Right before the Bears are picking, my internet crashes.
How are we supposed to be able to talk about anything without the internet? It's a major problem.
This is why you guys make fun of me for my notebook and my pens and my pencils and my highlighter. But you know what? The Wi-Fi doesn't die on this thing.
Yeah.
Is the show okay without the Wi-Fi?
Yes, he's plugged in. He's a professional.
Plugged in.
He's plugged in, Steven.
He's plugged in.
Steven's always plugged in.
We're on the social network. He's plugged in.
Eli Stowers off the board. Why did you say look at Jenny twice?
Because she just, come over and she brought Briggs a drink.
She's very nice.
She's a very nice person.
Yeah.
She showed up late today. We were late getting here because of her.
Throwing people under the bus.
She also woke me up in the morning.
Don't you guys live together?
With all her clanking around.
Braggs, I didn't think you were that kind of guy. I didn't know you were a throw
of course
teammate under the bus type of guy.
No, of course I am.
Briggs. This is like the sixth time he's done that since the show started to his own wife.
Yeah.
It's very disturbing.
Oh.
Yeah,
no mercy. No mercy, boy. Shoot.
They have a very unique relationship that no one would ever want to duplicate,
He
but we all
literally
respect it.
He did a kindergarten mimic voice to her when we were recording our ads earlier.
That's love.
That happened.
What did it sound like? What was it like? Can I hear it?
You were mocking her.
What? Jenny? She's like, it's just like,
yeah.
Just shut up.
Yeah.
Bold man. You're bold.
She doesn't listen to me.
I'm sure she's listening right now.
She's taking down notes. She's like, okay, we'll address this later.
Hey, Lance, did you cry when you got drafted? Do you remember your emotions in the moment?
Probably not. No, I don't think I did. No.
Yeah.
I did not. I might have cried probably later on that night, maybe. you know, and there were a lot of people that were at the hotel that I was at, you know, and it was just a lot going on. You know, I was a little upset. I went 68th overall, but later on, you know, and it kind of really sank in. And like, man, I know where I'm going. No more worries. Like, I'm a Bear. I'm gonna be ready to play some real football now.
When they called you,
Jerry Angelo?
Jerry called you for. Who else talked to you? Like,
I only talked to Jerry Angelo.
Only Jerry?
Yep.
Yeah.
Talked to Jerry. It was quick. And then in the next room, they said my name went across the ticker. So, you know, where everybody kind of celebrated, you know, and started giving hugs out. Here's the thing. I have some of my friends are very emotional. So part of the reason why I didn't cry is because as soon as my name came out, they were boo-hooing. And I'm like, well, shoot, I'm not going to cry now. They were like,
but you don't. All these dudes that are crying every year, you don't plan it. It's overwhelming.
Sure. Listen, to each their own.
I mean, I can't understand it because
each their own.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, I don't knock anybody if you're crying or if you're not crying. I just, you know, everybody was boo-hooing around me, and I was kind of laughing at the boo-hoo faces, you know?
So how much did the emotions go from disappointment you hadn't been picked yet to, like you said, you eventually got to the point of, you know, you felt some of those emotions of like, I know where I'm going, I made it to the NFL too. I'm assuming at some point it reverts back to chip on the shoulder though, because you're like, I should have gone earlier, now I'm going to show everybody.
Well, you know, I got on the phone with my agent, Ryan Toner, at the time, right after that call, and he said to me, he's like, Lance, this is a good deal. Like, I know you were kind of upset going third round. He's like, but you're going to a city that values defense. It was like, even more important than that, they value linebackers. So that really kind of sank in. And then I'm like, all right, good, I'm going to be a Bear. And then I started looking at the roster, and I'm like, oh, shit. Like, obviously you have Brian Urlacher, you know, and I'm trying to think of who was that weak side backer that
Warwick
year.
Holman?
Yes, Warwick Holdman. I'm like, he's coming off a 200 tackle season. So I'm like, well, got my work cut out for me.
And then, of course, you had the Boiler as the other linebacker. I'm sure you could.
Roosevelt Colvin.
I was trying to put him on the spot.
Go to number 59. Go to number 59. Yeah.
Yep.
Doesn't he still go to all the Purdue games? And
No,
stuff?
he did. His kid, Miles, played at
and
Purdue.
his daughter
But
was
he
there too, right?
Yeah, his whole family's, just a bunch of athletes. And Miles went to Wake Forest last year, and now I think he's you know how the transfer portal works. Just keep moving around until you.
Do you just boil? Is that a Boilermaker that just boil water?
I don't know.
Is that what they are?
Yeah, I don't know.
It made it famous?
Yeah. They're hard workers, Lance. Salt of the earth.
But before I forget, was there one name that night that was called who was picked before? You're like, that dude's getting picked ahead of me?
Yeah, there were 10 names. There were 11.
Give me one of them.
Oh, shoot. I'm thinking James Pierce, Nick Barnett, you know, although Nick Barnett had a really good career at Oregon State, his numbers were really good, but he was the first linebacker taken to Green Bay in the first round, last pick of the first round. But there were 12 that were taken before me. I thought of the 12 that were taken before me, Pisa Tinu Asamoah was legit. Just playing next to him at the Senior Bowl, he was all over the place. So
that was about it, though.
That's about it?
Yeah, there it is.
I hate to break up the reminiscing. We got a big trade in the NFC North. The Vikings are trading Jonathan Bernard to the Philadelphia Eagles in exchange for the Eagles' third-round pick tonight and a third-round pick next year. And I almost have to do a double check just to make sure this is really Adam Schefter, which it is, because it's the first time I've ever seen Schefter say per me and Ian Rappaport in the same report. This is a big moment in the NFL media world.
Wow.
This is a double big trade here.
And there goes Jacas, two picks before the Bears.
To the New England Patriots.
At 55, and the Bears picking at 57. This is interesting with Jonathan Bernard. Did you see this where he was being discussed on a podcast with Ali Connolly?
Okay, I did not see this.
And they were talking about this potential trade for Jonathan Bernard. And this was happening earlier this morning. And they go on to say, I think the Vikings already traded Jonathan Bernard. Says, oh, to where? The Eagles. He said, you're saying the Eagles are getting Jonathan Bernard? Is this breaking news or is this out there? And he goes, I assume this is out there, right? And he goes, I don't think so, Ollie. And Ollie went, uh-oh.
Wait, who was saying it? Bernard was saying it or Ollie was saying it?
Yes, this is a final mock draft with John Ledyard and Ollie Connolly. They were talking.
Oh, so Ollie had the information but thought it was already out there?
Yes.
Oh, that is weird. Okay. Well, there it is. A couple third-round picks going to the Vikings, including later on tonight from the Eagles. Jonathan Bernard officially out of the division.
And if there's one thing that the Eagles know, it's about getting to the quarterback. Right?
They do it well.
You would have had to make the money work, but I might have traded 2/3 for Jonathan Bernard.
But would they have to the Bears?
Well, right. But I'm just saying, like, he could still get after the quarterback. He could help.
There's a lot of belief that's in the room currently right now at Hollis Hall. It's a lot of confidence there.
He had 3 sacks last year, Jonathan Bernard, just for the record. That's obviously it was a massive down year for him.
Yeah, he was hurt a lot.
Right.
I know he missed at least the second game against the Bears, I'm pretty sure.
Played in 12 games, had 38 tackles, significantly down from his 12-sack season the year before. It was dynamic his first year leaving from Houston coming to Minnesota, but last year went the other way.
It's a big trade. Now we're just one pick away. The Jaguars.
Puzzlers.
And their pick is in.
Puzzler's got the Big Tan going on here. Puzzlers would spend some time in the sun down there in Jacksonville.
The Jaguars have selected a tight end.
We'll take that.
Out of Texas A&M. So here we go.
I like how you're just
How do you pronounce his last name?
Yeah, any name that is roughly hard to say, he just says a tight end from the school.
That's all right.
And what you're supposed to do is just roll with it.
No, that's not what we do here.
This
That's
is
not
more
what
your
we do
wheelhouse.
here.
This is more your
Come on,
wheelhouse
let's
right
get-
here.
Let's see it.
Well,
By the way, I don't know.
Nate Borkercher.
I think you're probably right.
I got it.
Nate
right.
Borkercher.
Nate Borkercher.
I think
That's what I said.
Good job.
That's what I
Right,
said.
yes.
Nate
Yeah, you
Borkercher.
killed that one.
He had
Thank you.
19 catches last year.
Yeah.
Borkature.
19, huh?
Borkature.
Big block. Is he?
He's
He's supposed to be the blocker.
You're taking a blocking tight end
Yeah.
in the second round?
Played
Yep.
6 years of college ball, 5 for Nebraska, 1 for A&M. He's been doing it for more than a minute here, Borkature.
Yeah.
Second round, 19 catches. That's
It is
Adam
hold on.
Shaheen.
In his
Adam
first
Shaheen.
in his first 5 years of college, he had 17 catches. No, he had 19 catches. Then he had 19 last year.
So he doubled it.
He doubled it.
In
In
his sixth
in
year?
his 6th year.
That's
So,
a reach.
ladies and gentlemen, Borkature.
That's right. All right, boys. The Bears are on the clock. And when the
Thank God we
Bears
didn't take
go on the clock, we are presented by IDOT. If you feel different, you
Let's
drive
go
different.
Bears.
Drive sober, get pulled over. It's not a game. The Chicago Bears back on the clock.
Let's try to get some energy in
Orange.
here. I know there's a lot of players that have
And
gone off the board.
I can tell you that the pick is in, so they're not trading the selection. The pick is in. This is not going to be a trade back for the Chicago Bears here at 57. So we're about to find out who the newest Chicago Bear is.
You want to make a guess at it?
I mean, I'd be pretty happy with Caleb Tiernan here. Tackle out of Northwestern. You know, it is Logan Jones, the center out of Iowa. I know Johns is very high on him. I think that's I guess we're late in the second now. I think you can live with that. So I could see offensive line.
Anybody?
And I'm already on record saying I would
Chris
take the chance at
McClellan.
Jermod McCoy.
You got Anthony Hill sitting right there. Add to the linebacker room.
You want to make the case for him?
Here we go.
Yeah, sure. We made it a second ago, but the Anthony Hill case, I'll read you exactly what I have on him because I want to be accurate to Anthony Hill, not slight him in any way, shape, or form. Anthony Hill, I wrote, reads the play well at times, has some hesitation. closes quick, his own version of the peanut punch, 8 career forced fumbles. He wore the green dot, sophomore and a junior. Who do we got?
I'm going to spoil this because it was reported by our guy, Adam Johns.
Okay.
Chicago Bears are drafting center Logan Jones out of Iowa.
Wow. I mean, that is I know it was reported a lot that they were really interested in center. But to me, when you bring in Garrett Bradbury on a 1-year deal, and now you're bringing Logan Jones into the fold from Iowa, like, are you already punting on Garrett? I know I'm skipping ahead here, but Garrett Bradbury's only going to be a placeholder for a year for a rookie center. Next year comes in, and now it's your third center in 3 years in the Ben Johnson offense. I understand the logic because, let's face it, you have a left tackle question that will carry on for the next 2 years. You have to figure out who that is for the next year and then what Ozzie Trapillo is next year. Joe Thuney's going to eventually retire. Garrett Bradbury's on a 1-year deal. Jonah Jackson's on a short-term deal. So you need some assurances on the offensive line. But it just doesn't make sense to me to trade over for Garrett Bradbury for a 1-year placeholder to then bring in a rookie, will be in his second year to eventually, what I'm assuming is, take over for him. But maybe I'm getting ahead of myself.
Well, I think you are a little bit. So let me talk a little bit here about Logan Jones. He's going to be a 25-year-old rookie. This is one of these older players. This is one of these guys that you're drafting to think he's going to play. So I would not rule out this being more of a competition, to be honest with you. You use a high second-round pick. You're talking about a guy. So you're at least set. What I love about this was, and I know that they feel this frustration in the building. They're not mad at Drew Dalman for taking care of his personal business, but they are at least a little bit annoyed that, man, they felt like they solved this problem. That's been a problem, honestly, since Olin Kreutz retired or moved on, right? Correct. So and they finally felt like they solved it, and all of a sudden he retires. I don't blame them for doubling down at the position. In the moment, in March, you got to go out and get the best guy available that doesn't cost an insane amount of money like Tyler Linderbaum did. So they went out and they made a trade for Garrett Bradbury for basically peanuts, a future 5th-round pick. They bring him in. Now you use draft capital in the second round on a guy who a lot of people think might be the best center in this draft. I would think this is more of a they compete for the job, or at least he gets the opportunity to push Bradbury out at some point with the idea that this is the new solution, the new permanent solution that lasts a decade, which is what they thought they had in Drew Dalman.
I would be very surprised if he's actually – I hear what Briggs is saying. I hear what you're saying as far as it should be a competition, and you think it might be a competition. I'd have a hard time believing that just because they did trade draft capital to bring in Garrett Bradbury, you are pairing him with Caleb. He is a highly intelligent player. This is a huge year. To pair him with a rookie at center, to me, would be very, very aggressive. So which takes me into you're really drafting, at least in my mind, this is a redshirt season for a guy, and you're not addressing the defensive line. So I'm having a hard time being super excited about it right now in the moment because, to me, you just drafted a red shirt and you have a lot of other needs out there. Go ahead.
I'm having a hard time believing how confident they are in their defensive line room right now.
Yeah.
It's, Jerry Azumah's.
Yeah, there's chairs in the building for Logan.
Jerry Azumah, he says, hey, we're going to have the best defensive backfield. We're going to have the best defensive backfield in the league. Well, that's not the first time I've heard that over the last 5 years. We've had numerous best defensive backfields in the league, but some of those backfields get exposed because we cannot get to the quarterback consistently. It's a head scratcher for me.
I hear you, and I totally agree with everything you're saying. I just keep, and this is why every time we had this conversation leading up to the draft, Lance, I just keep coming back to the idea that Ben Johnson's the head coach of this team. And he is hell-bent. Yes, he cares about the defense, and I think he was pumped up about Dillon Thieneman last night. But most importantly, in his mind, he wants to have the best offense in football. And such a big piece of that was the center last year. And the run game took off when Drew Dalman took off. And so I just feel like he wants to get this offensive line right. And you look at, they just showed some highlights of Logan Jones. That dude can move, man. He can move at center. He's athletic. He can get on the move and do things that they want to do in the run game. So I hear you and I agree with you, but I'm not shocked by this move because I think they really want to solve this position.
I understand it. I understand the one to solve the position, but how long are you going to be able to ignore the game is one up front?
Well, yeah. Well, maybe 2 more picks.
2 more.
I have a feeling at 60 it might be
sure
D-line.
Something is going to be. Yeah, I'm sure.
Steven, our producer, is sitting down with us. He's locked in on the draft. I assume you have something you have to say here.
I see you guys are a little on the fence about Logan Jones. What if I told you you're getting the best center in the draft? Because that's what he was last year. He got the Remington Award as the best center in all of college football. He is older. I don't think that's a bad thing. If there's a position I'm okay with being a little bit older, it's actually center. That just gave you more time to get a little bit more seasoned, to understand what the offense takes. Call protections. That's great for Caleb Williams. I think this is a great pick. Now, would I have done it at 57? Probably not. I would have preferred it at 89. But what do we know about Iowa offensive linemen? They're great. Earlier this offseason, I said that Logan Jones is a Tyler Linderbaum clone. They went through the exact same developmental path. They were both defensive tackles that were transitioned to center later on in their careers. And look what Tyler Linderbaum just got from the Raiders. I'm not saying he's Tyler Linderbaum, but he's on the exact same path. This could be a great pick for the Bears. It's one that you could wait on a little bit. Yeah, he'll be 29 when this contract is up. That's fine for me. Centers could play a little bit longer. This is a good pick for the Bears.
Well, I mean, as Hoge mentioned a minute ago, we understand how much Ben Johnson values the center position. And so he's showing that here. To make sense of the Garrett Bradbury trade, you don't know how the board's going to fall. So you got to have some assurances there. But, defensive line is still an issue.
We got a trade here with the Bears.
Of course.
The Bears are moving back.
Yep.
And it's a significant move back. They are the Titans, according to Adam Schefter, are moving up to pick 60. The Bears moving back to 69.
Nice.
Thank you very much.
Nice.
And they will receive pick 144 in return.
Okay.
For the trade back.
So that's what I mean. I mean, like, you're fine.
Which 144 comes early in the 5th round. So that is a 4th pick in the 5th round there.
So we have pick 129 and pick 144 now.
Correct.
The 4th round pick was 129. So yeah, I mean they're
and they
getting
did not have a 5th
draft.
round pick. Remember, because in the DJ Moore trade, they moved up. They gave up their 5th round pick to get up to basically get that pick at 60.
Don't give me the project picks. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
D-line, like, hey, we're gonna develop this guy. We're gonna develop this guy, or we're gonna develop Javon Dexter, or we're gonna develop this.
Well, you should like the Logan Jones pick then.
I do. Yeah, I like Logan. I like the pick.
There's no development here. I know it's a little redundant with already picking up a center.
You already have a center.
Yeah, it's a 1-year deal. He'll be gone. You want to make sure he's the guy. You're not just going to throw a rookie out there with Caleb Williams and say, hey, call protections for him. And if he gets hit, we're in trouble because that's the franchise right here. So for me, I actually really like this. I like a little bit older of a center. I like having a veteran there to train him for a year. And honestly, I think Garrett Bradbury's time is numbered with the Chicago Bears.
I like picks. I like when I hear that's the best available player at that position, and we are able to get that player. I like that. Again, you can only overlook the defensive line for so long.
Now, this I agree with. Yeah,
and we were not very good at stopping the run.
Or getting to the quarterback either.
We were not very good, and that starts up front, guys. And I haven't seen an answer in the draft.
Yeah.
We've addressed some things in free agency, but we're relying on players that weren't in their gaps. We're getting pushed out and getting washed out all season long last year, and we're saying we're in a good position, or we think we're in a good position. Okay, offensively, it's great. We might be able to put up numbers, but if our offense, the thing about offense is it's not, the only thing consistent about offense is when you can run the ball consistently each week. Those numbers, it could be a game where the Bears score 35 points, or it could be a game where it's all field goals. if we don't stop anybody, we can't stop the run on defense, we are in trouble, guys. Don't care how good our offense is. We are in trouble.
Well, I mean, to put it into perspective, in terms of what they had with Drew Dalman, I mean, you signed him last year. I believe he was 26 years old. He's 27 now. Now you're drafting a center at 25 years old.
That's right.
When you brought Dalman in, this is a guy that's a Pro Bowl center, had been in the league for 4 or 5 years. Now you're drafting one that's 25 years old. And as Steven mentioned, more of a plug-and-play type to really back up what Steven said about kind of the Linderbaum same archetype.
It's a deeper story to Dalman, though.
This is Iowa head coach Kirk Ferentz in August of 2024. And this is what he said, just to kind of back up what Steven's analysis was. And he said, he's pretty exceptional. He's got great quickness. He's really competitive. You would think he was a high school wrestler. I'm not saying he's Tyler Linderbaum. This is Kirk Ferentz saying this. But there are a lot of parallels. Similar explosiveness. He's not there yet, but he's catching up. The maturity's really helped him. He's an exceptional kid, just so invested and developed into a really good leader.
Sure.
Let me build on that, because as you guys remember when the famous segment on the show, Carman on the Farm, I went with 2 Iowa huge football fans who played the game, know the game, the whole thing. So I asked them what do they think about our guy Logan Jones. First response, stud, similar to Tyler Linderbaum. Next comment from the other guy, 95% of Tyler Linderbaum. Bingo, technically sound, good mind, a shade smaller, and maybe missing that nasty edge that Tyler has, Pro Bowler. Probably stronger than Tyler, though. I think he holds some Iowa hitting records. And they also think that he might be able, if need be, could play some guards. If the multi-positional Iowa football player who you could maybe slide over if you needed to.
I mean, this is just about preference, and I've said it for months. Ben Johnson can do whatever the F he wants on offense. That being said, when you look at more of the more pressing issues, and certainly Ben clearly made this argument against what I'm about to say here, because he's saying center is still a big issue, but I'm looking at that left tackle spot and the uncertainty over the next 2 years while you wait for Ozzie Trapillo to come back from an injury. I'm looking at that if he does. Exactly. I mean, this is a situation where you have to figure out who your left tackle is for this year. Then Ozzie comes back, and next year still have to figure out who he's going to be going forward. A lot of uncertainty over the next 2 years with the left tackle position. Defensive line, they don't get to the quarterback. So, to me, that's where –
They don't stop the run.
They don't stop the run. They don't get to the quarterback. And so, to me, that's where I prioritize right here. Best player available continues to hold serve for Ryan Poles and Ben Johnson.
All right, guys, let's do this. Let's go to our draft expert. Fran Duffy is on the line and ready to join us on this Bears pick. Logan Jones, who he had 49th overall. Fran, give us your reaction to Logan Jones from Iowa going to the Chicago Bears.
What's up, guys? Yeah, I really like Logan Jones, and I love this fit. I think when you're looking at this was kind of the sweet spot for me with the center market, whether it was Logan Jones or Connor Lew from Auburn. I was fine either way here. Like you said, Hoge, he was a top 50 player for me, so I'm perfectly fine with Logan Jones. One of my comps for him was Drew Dalman, and when you look at his size and his skill set, his athleticism really stood out. He was a weapon on the move for the Iowa Hawkeyes. And you mentioned the likeness to Tyler Linderbaum. One of my favorite nuggets about Logan Jones, Linderbaum single-handedly kind of pointed him out and said, I want him to be my successor. I'm moving on to the NFL. He was a defensive tackle, a backup defensive tackle that worked against Linderbaum every day in practice. And he said, this guy's going to be a great center. He's not playing on defense right now. Get him to switch over. I'll teach him what I need to before I leave. And so he kind of took him under his wing a little bit, helped teach him the center spot, and Logan Jones was the starter from there out, became a two-time captain at Iowa. I mentioned how much of a weapon he is on the move. I thought he was really patient in pass pro. He's going to have some issues against some of bigger nose tackles early on in his career as he kind of gets his feet under him a little bit in the NFL. But to me, this is a guy that has future starter written all over him. I'm a big fan of this player.
Fran, how NFL ready do you view Logan Jones? Because our minds immediately went to the Garrett Bradbury trade and how they have both of these guys now. And of course, the fact that he's going to be a 25-year-old rookie, Logan Jones. And so there's there might be a little bit of an expiration date here to consider and how quickly you want to get him going. And I think fans are wondering, hey, is this somebody who could push Garrett Bradbury right away?
Yeah, to me, I looked at the Garrett Bradbury acquisition as kind of covering your bases. You kind of draft-proof the roster. And to me, when you look at the best general managers in football, that's what they do is, hey, we want to be able to go in and we want to be able to select the best players for the areas of long-term need. But let's say you don't get Logan Jones. Let's say Baltimore scooped him up. Somebody else gets him, okay? Declan Doyle taps into his Iowa roots and, gets him for the Ravens to take over for Linderbaum out in Baltimore. Whatever happens, you don't get your guy that you want. All right, well, now you have Bradbury and you figure center out later. But now you get Logan Jones. To me, and I think Ben Johnson has proven this out, let the best man win. You get into the summer, and if Logan Jones is the best guy, then he plays over Bradbury. And if not, then Bradbury's your starter. Logan Jones waits in the wings, and hopefully he takes over in 2027. So I do think that that's how they will play that out here this summer.
Fran, I love how you just put that, covering your bases with the Garrett Bradbury trade. They give up a future fifth-round pick for Garrett Bradbury, next year's fifth-round pick. They had another pick here at 60. That was the DJ Moore trade pick. Yep. They just moved back, and they acquired what? A fifth-round pick tomorrow.
Oh, yeah. That's it.
So they kind of just got back the draft capital that they gave up for Garrett Bradbury, except it's this year instead of next year. So They covered their bases. They got a new center, and they got the draft capital back to just get – and they still get the benefit of having Garrett Bradbury on the team this year.
Yeah, honestly, like to me, the best general managers, this is how they operate, and you're able to work the board in your favor. When you use a horizontal board, you say, "All right, we're going to work with buckets here," and we have a bunch of guys listed in this way. We've got, we're up on the clock, or we're up in 10 picks, and we've got 12 guys that we like. All right, let's trade back a little bit if the board continues to fall our way. Let's get extra ammo, and we'll then continue to work this board. I think it's a really good job here by Ryan Poles and his front office.
Well, I mean, Fran, talk me off the ledge then, because they trade back that 60th pick. Great, they add a fifth-round pick. But I'm looking for an impact player on that defensive line, and now I got to be patient, and I'm not really known for my patience.
Look, especially the edge rush position was one of the deeper positions in this draft. And we know how they feel about the offensive line. We saw the priority that Ben Johnson placed on that last offseason. He always wants that unit to be right. He was in Detroit when they built that thing up, and that's when that offense took off, was when that offensive line was operating at full tilt. So for me, not surprising whatsoever that he's going to prioritize that over the defensive front. And we know they're going to continue to add pieces over to that side of the ball. They did that last night with Thieneman. And my guess is with the way that this defense or with the way that this front seven class has operated, is really strong at linebacker, edge rush, defensive tackle, not as much, but there are still bodies there that could fit Dennis Allen's scheme. I'm okay with them waiting here to get their guy that they feel really good about to be their center of the future.
Who do you like on the board right now for the Bears here, Fran? Not to put you on the spot, or Keontae Scott's out there. Jermod McCoy, we've talked about it. Jermod McCoy, we'll be talking about him a lot tonight with his situation slipping. Anybody stand out for you right now?
I'm really loving this cornerback board right now. And I think honestly, there's a couple guys that I do think are Bears coded that I think would fit them. And we don't know how they feel about the Jermod McCoy, the injury situation there with him. But I think to me, he's a great fit schematically for what we've seen this team do. I've talked with you guys about Devin Moore from Florida. He's got his own set of injury issues. Julian Neal from Arkansas. These are all big, long, physical corners with ball skills. So to me, those guys make sense. Malik Muhammad from Texas, another one I really, really love. So to me, this cornerback board is looking really strong. If you want Braggs to be quiet, well, you have Dennis Sutton there from Penn State. He's still sitting there. This is a guy I think fits them. Jayshon Barham, a little bit more of a developmental piece, but he would be a guy that you can keep an eye on. But Dennis Sutton, I think, fits a lot of what they do up front. So that would be one of the pass rushers I think you could certainly look at. Looking at the rest of this group here, offensive line. Caleb Tiernan's still there. We've talked plenty about him. Those would be the biggest names that stand out right for me right now, Carm.
And just to throw in, Anthony Hill, he went 60. That wouldn't have, I don't know, that pick right there, if they had made that at 60, I think a lot of Bears fans would have been pretty happy about it. Am I missing something here?
Yeah, you broke up there for a second. For who at 60?
Anthony Hill, the linebacker out of Texas, went 60 to Tennessee. And that might have been a good fit for the Bears. I think a lot of fans would have at least enjoyed it in the moment.
Yeah, I personally, I had let me just double check this because I can tell you that how I feel about it just off the top of the head. Yeah, I had a higher grade on Logan Jones than I did Anthony Hill. Now, It was close. He was my 49th player versus my 57th player, but I'm perfectly fine with that. Honestly, I think that the skill set for Logan Jones is harder to find than the skill set for Anthony Hill Jr. I think, especially in this class, that's a pretty good linebacker group. I'm okay with waiting at that position to get Logan Jones.
Yeah, Fran, I feel like I'm on an island here, but I am totally in step with what Ryan Poles is doing right now. I think there was a break, at least in my own mind. I know you probably look at Dennis Sutton a little bit higher than I do. I look at him more as a third-round prospect, but I feel like there was obviously a break in their board and a line drawn where they feel like these defensive linemen, yes, they need them, but they're not going to reach here at this point. So why not go get your center? And then obviously, anytime you see a trade back of 9 picks, that tells you, right, that in their clouds, there's a gap. That they feel like there's a bunch of guys here that they can get 9 picks later. Otherwise, you don't make that trade.
Yep, exactly right. And to me, that is the right way to operate. Is your volume shooting. You want to make sure you try and get as many cracks at the apple as you can. The reason why you trade back that far is you feel good about how the board is laid out. Or you look at it the opposite and say the board dried up, but now we're into a different tier, cloud, bucket, tier, however we want to label it. We're at a different level now, and now we feel good about everything flattening out, and we'll get good value by moving down.
All right, Fran, we appreciate the time. As always, we'll check back in. We'll hear from Fran on each of these picks. The Bears still have 2 more tonight. Thank you, Fran.
Sounds good, boys. Talk to you
with
soon.
the defensive lineman.
Maybe they will.
No, I mean, that's the thing. Look, I get it. And
you are need hunting right now. You are Ryan pacing it up right now.
Yeah, because it's easy to say in April, oh, we're good. Yeah, come talk to me in November when we're not getting to the quarterback. Does anybody remember the run in December when they couldn't stop the San Francisco 49ers and they couldn't stop the Lions?
Advocate, though.
And you got to get to the quarterback.
Are you finding that guy here in the second round, late second, that's going to beat out Austin Booker or Montez Sweat?
I mean, I can't prove that until they get on the football field, but you don't know until you try. And so,
Keon Crawford could if he's still sitting there, he might have a chance to do it.
I guess I'm the lone Austin Booker guy left here.
I like Austin Booker. They need more. When you talk about volume shooting, we got to get some volume shooters on that defensive line.
Didn't he have 8 sacks in the last so many games or whatever?
8,
whatever it was. I don't forget what it was.
He made a ton of impact plays. There was nobody that was advocating for Austin Booker more at the end of the year. He knocked out Jordan Love. He knocked out Jackson Dart. He won those games.
He strip-sacked Joe Flacco in that Bengals game.
I mean, he had a ton of impact plays, but I just think you're leaning too heavily on him without bringing other depth in, and there's still time to do that. I'm not saying there isn't.
I think 2 things are happening, though. People are underrating what the center position meant for the offense last year. And they're
certainly am not.
Well, and you're over. I'm not. Well, not you, but and people are overrating what Garrett Bradbury is. I like Garrett Bradbury, but very respectfully, he is a guy. He is a guy in this league. He is not the long-term answer at the position. So if you feel like the long-term answer is staring at you from a very good offensive line factory, a school that has sent many centers and good centers into this league, and you feel like he is a Drew Dahlman comp, which our guy Fran Duffy just said, you take that guy. You take that guy and you help your offense. You hired Ben Johnson. Don't shortchange Ben Johnson. You got to be all in on Ben Johnson and everything Ben Johnson wants.
Yeah, I am. I definitely am. I'm not trying to fight against that current at all. But, the trade back at 60 is probably what started to get me a little more riled up. Now, they're picking at 69. Nice. It's coming up. And we will be able to, see if we can address some things. But it certainly is interesting. And I'm not going to pretend like the defensive line is still an issue. It's still an issue. It lacks depth. It lacks quality. And maybe it's not there anymore. Maybe you're going to go get a Cam Jordan after the draft is over. They just restructured a few contracts.
Okay, but Cam Jordan's not going to do anything for you for more than maybe half a year. So that's not going to be it. At this point, realistically, you're already on to next year's draft where you're going to be looking for a big-time player that's going to have some years underneath him who can get to the quarterback. Now, when you're talking about the Bears' defensive line this year, you are looking to add rotational pieces that can play 35% of the snaps and can have enough impact to get to the quarterback, to lean into the strength of the defense, which is going to be the back seven. Which is why, Fran didn't understand my question there. I wasn't talking about Anthony Hill versus Logan Jones. I was talking about Anthony Hill versus trading back. You could have added a linebacker right there. Instead, you went back 9 spots.
I like the math, though. They traded 2 fifth-round picks in a matter of a month. One was in the DJ Moore trade this year, and one was next year's fifth-round pick. And the Bears have had a history here of hitting in the 5th round. So I like the logic there in getting that draft currency back. When you obviously, I'm telling you guys, you don't make that move unless your board tells you there's 9 guys.
No, I got it. They clearly feel like whoever was sitting at 60, they could get at 69, so they're willing to make the deal. Now, that being said, are they right? We'll find out. I mean, if Anthony Hill turns out to be some unbelievable linebacker this year, that wouldn't look great. I'm not. Look, ultimately, would I rather have and they wouldn't have traded back if there was a guy that they really wanted there, or else they would have traded out of 57 too. So I get it. But a lot of people like Anthony Hill, and he went in that pick, so I think it's worth at least a second of discussion. The other thing that's interesting, too, EMW went 58. 1 pick after, the Bears went, so I do wonder if they knew that, what they would have done at 25.
All right, guys.
Nothing against Dillon Thieneman.
Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you. Let's do this. We have one more break we got to get in. We're getting closer and closer to this 69th pick, so I want to do that now so we have enough time leading up to it and kind of process everyone who's still available on the board. So do not go anywhere. Hit that like button. Please subscribe, and we will be right back in 2 minutes. Go see my guy, Ray Scarpelli. He'll take care of you. Ray Chevrolet's Grand Slam Savings event is going on all month long. This is your chance to hit it out of the park. Like Mooney Merck.
Yeah.
Another bomb. Bomb after bomb.
Ray just gets it done.
Bomb.
Ray and his dad are all over my YouTube right now.
Mine too.
It's unbelievable. They are really doing a great job promoting what they do, and it's a great thing because they're going to give you great values. Go ahead, Hoge.
Stop in today. You're going to drive home with $3,500 to $14,000 off MSRP right now on new Chevrolet models, or you can check out their selection of over 125 vehicles priced under $20,000. And they have one of Chicagoland's largest Chevy inventory, so you're sure to find the perfect vehicle for you. They got the raised price promise that lets you shop confidently because prices you hear on the show, that's what you pay when you go in. There's no surprises when you get there. So don't strike out. Shop the Grand Slam Savings event today. Shop Ray Chevrolet in Fox Lake or raychevrolet.com. They've been serving the community since 1963. Together, let's drive.
And shout out to our friends at IDOT who made this weekend possible here at Joe's on Weed Street. Love you, IDOT. Bears fans, we know that you get game day hype, but you don't want to be getting drunk on that game day and driving, and getting high, by the way, is a flag on the play, too, if you're getting behind the wheel. Get yourself a sober driver. Call a ride share. Do that. And just a reminder, in Illinois, about a third of deadly crashes involved an impaired driver. IDOT does not want you doing that. We don't want you doing that. Listen to us. Listen to IDOT and plan a sober ride. Get that done. And, yes, if you feel different, you drive different, drive sober, or get pulled over. It's not a game.
Nope.
Let's celebrate safely. Let's come on back. Let's be here next year. Everybody's coming back to Joe's on Weed Street.
Papa Ho got his ride share.
Plan ahead.
It was me.
Papa Ho got shout out to Ray Chevy with the beautiful ride. Yes, IDOT, thank you. Reminder, one more time. If you feel different, drive sober, get pulled over.
Appreciate you sponsoring our draft shows. We appreciate you.
Not a game.
Currently on pick 64 with the Seattle Seahawks, and their pick is in. The Bears traded back from 60 to 69. So we are waiting their second pick of the night. They went with Logan Jones at 57, the center out of Iowa.
Some names for you, Ho. Domonique Orange, available.
Yes, I like the big citrus.
The big citrus defensive tackle sitting there available for you. Would the Bears go crazy and perhaps take a running back? Mike Washington Jr., if you've watched him, he is a fun watch. Twitchy, powerful, interesting. I like him. Keontae Scott, the cornerback from Miami, is
he's more of a safety, I think.
Well, right.
I mean, you can move him around. He's interchangeable, so that would be an interesting pick. He loved the speed.
That's a good point on Keontae Scott. That he's more of a safety, highly unlikely. I take that name back. I take that name back. Keon Crawford, edge, Auburn, gets the QB. Yes, what's going on?
What's up? Oh, you switched headsets there, brother.
Oh, I did.
Yeah. No, you're good. Just keep it on. I just switched it for you. You're good.
You could talk.
That was my bad.
Yeah, hi, Gregory.
Yeah, I was going to say I would also consider Grayson Halton, defensive tackle out of Oklahoma. That's where I'm looking. I mean, as I know the pick is in for Seattle, and then we're going to move into the third round here.
They're taking Bud Clark, the safety, out of TCU.
So now we're officially into the third round.
Can I bring up one thing we didn't talk about?
Yes, you may.
Emmanuel McNeil-Warren was on the board when the Bears picked at 57.
I'm
sorry, yeah, but we haven't discussed that.
Okay, let's discuss it further. Go ahead.
None of us thought that.
No.
For months, we talked about Emmanuel McNeil-Warren in the first round as a possibility.
Right,
I can't imagine the conversations we would have had on the show if we knew, which obviously you don't, but if we had that conversation, hey, what if he's at 57? How do you handle it? Would you pass on Dillon Thieneman?
Well, that's the whole argument with the safety position in general, that, look, there's a lot of good safeties out there, and you can get one later in the draft that might not be quite the player of Dillon Thieneman, but certainly is a capable safety, and ultimately
you still got A.J. Halsey and Jalen Kilgore.
Right, there's a bunch of them out there right now.
Now, I want to be clear. I love what the Bears have done so far.
Right.
I love Dillon Thieneman. I love Logan Jones.
Right, I got it. No one is – we're just having a conversation here. If you had known – which, by the way, you would know that likely Kilgore would have been there. You had to.
Keontae Scott was somebody I liked potentially.
Scott, same thing. Was it more wise for the Bears to pick somebody up front to get to the quarterback, knowing that it's such a huge need at 25, versus taking the luxury pick, Dillon Thieneman, at safety? You can it'll until they have the defensive line solved. That is going to be a talking point. I think that's really the fairest way to put it.
Well, what we do know now is that once again, Dexter is the highest defensive lineman he's drafted. Ryan Poles is drafted.
53 overall.
I don't know if you can call Dillon Thieneman a luxury pick at 25. I understand why you call Colston Loveland last year at this time a luxury pick at 10.
Well, especially when they have a starting spot open on their depth chart. I get what you're saying, though.
It's less of a luxury than Cole, but it's actually a Colston, but it's actually kind of similar because Ben needed two tight ends. He wasn't going to just do it with Cole. They needed another tight end. They went and got him, and by the way, that pick looks phenomenal.
Right.
So it was a luxury pick, and it was a great pick.
The only reason
if Dillon is fantastic, it's no one's going to complain about it.
Well, the only reason I would say Dillon Thieneman isn't a luxury pick at 25 is because he was the best player available at 25 versus if you're looking at Loveland, who obviously worked out, so I'm not going to argue he wasn't the best player available at 10. If you redraft, he's probably taken in the top 5 with the way he played last year.
Right.
But at that point, you're looking at the rest of the draft and saying you had some different options. This is a weaker draft. You get to 25. Thieneman's still there. I don't know if that falls under the same category of luxury pick, which obviously I'm picking nits a little bit.
Yeah.
So, it's...
Look, I'm going to repeat myself again. You went up front, which is why the Logan Jones pick, for the record, is appealing on some level, despite the fact that maybe it's a redshirt year, maybe it's not. I don't know. I'm starting to walk that back in my mind when I hear a million people comparing him to Tyler Linderbaum. Maybe it won't be.
Said Luther Burden was a redshirt.
I did.
Once upon a time.
Well, Luther Burden had
different position though. There's only one center.
I'm just busting.
Right, but then Luther Burden had a very rough start to training camp, and he figured it out in a way that most wide receivers who ever played for the Chicago Bears or really around the league don't. But the coaching staff is so good that they were able to get to him, and he had a fantastic year. Listen, Dan Rochar is phenomenal. Logan Jones should get up to speed fairly quick, which is why when we're
let's also even just look at it from a depth perspective, regardless of if he pushes for the starting job. The Bears had a need at center. We talked about it for months. Luke Newman was the only option.
That's true.
And he hasn't played center.
The irony for me is I was at the Combine saying the Bears should draft a center when we still had Drew Dahlman, but I was talking about later in the draft to develop over a couple of years while Drew Dahlman's contract expired. I didn't realize. Then all of a sudden I get fast forwarded to this whole, Linderbaum 2.0 experiment. I'm like, slow down. I was trying to get a defensive lineman. So that's...
Oh, great news for Mark Carman.
We will take it.
Oh,
we will
wow.
take it. We will take it.
The Arizona Cardinals have drafted a quarterback. It is Carson Beck out of Miami.
The Beckinator.
Which means, if anybody was still thinking about it, Tyson Bagent.
I was thinking about it.
Very likely not to be traded to Arizona.
I love Tyson, and I don't want him to be traded. But had he been traded,
he just
it
wanted
would have
to
been
dunk
the
on
most
me.
epic moment in CHGO history, watching Carm fall to his knees.
Well, that would have been great.
I think the Bajents can appreciate this. They enjoy the show. They like us. I think they understand where we're coming from on this. Nobody really wants to see Tyson Bagent traded. However, I think they can actually appreciate the fact that the entertainment of it.
They cannot.
Oh, come on. They definitely could.
Absolutely.
They want
Travis absolutely enjoys it.
If Tyson got his opportunity to start in this league and we got a chance to dunk on you and sort of have a really fun Tyson Bagent got traded show, I bet you Tyson might even call into it too.
Well, he would,
and it would be outstanding.
And let's do that at another point in time.
Okay, I agree with that. How about a year from now?
Sure, a year from now. Let's let this year play out. See where we're at the end of the year, and hopefully, everybody will be in a great spot. And if whatever, well, we can have that conversation again. Yeah. So, but let me tell you something. The Arizona Cardinals. You have lost your mind. I don't know what you would have been willing to give up to get Tyson, but you're going Carson
it's
Beck.
Third round. I would have gone Garrett Nussmeier personally.
I'm going to give Kojo in the chat a shout out here because he's making a good point and he's trying to dunk on me. And he says, wow, look at all the defensive linemen drafted after Logan Jones. And
Euro, right?
Right now, we got safety, tight end, linebacker, tight end, corner, center, safety. That was at the end of the second round. So no defensive lineman there. And now we move to the third round. And he is correct. No defensive lineman taken here since Logan Jones was drafted.
Quickly here, since we have a couple minutes till the Bears pick, let's get through a few supers and get some of this reaction going. We have a bunch of super chats that have come in. So we will go with Starbuck 8827, $10. Draft Jacob Rodriquez. Bye-bye, TJ. Let's dominate for a decade. Appreciate the $10. Jacob Rodriquez gone.
No.
Jake
I hate
Flanagan.
that too, by the way, just so you know.
Do that more then.
Jake Flanagan with a pretty solid point here. $5, our general manager, saying the phrase lives rent-free in your head is now living rent-free in all of our heads.
That's true. That's
definitely living rent-free in my head. CW98155. Super chat, $5. Joshua Josephs, please. He's still available, isn't he?
He is still available.
There you go.
All of the defensive linemen that I cried about them not drafting when Logan Jones was drafted are still available.
One defensive tackle just came off the board, and that is Texas A&M DT Tyler Onyedum, I think is how you say that. Onyedum?
Onyedum.
Anthony Fistry, $2. Push-ups, Braggs.
If they draft a defensive lineman here, I will do unlimited push-ups.
Unlimited.
Unlimited. Until I pass out.
Until you die.
Until I pass out.
So whoever it is, you don't care. Just give me a defensive lineman.
Give me a D lineman, man.
Yeah.
Let's start.
This is great draft strategy. Just give me any defensive lineman. T-Day 94, $2. Could have had TJ and EMW. Hawkeye, here we go, $2. Go Hawks, let's effing go. Agreed on Riger, Hoge. We got Hoy 312, $5, and then another $5. Logan Jones was a huge part of Caleb Johnson's 1,000-yard rushing season in 2024. Take that, Carm. That was your guy, Caleb Johnson.
Oh, okay.
You know what?
Listen, we gave you a very, very solid love for Logan Jones. I mean, nobody's comparing Logan Jones to Tyler Linderbaum more than this show is. We're getting after it over here.
Now we're getting some D linemen. Kieran Crawford off the board.
There it is.
To the Raiders at 67. 2 picks before the Bears.
What was the guy that I shouted? What was the guy's name that I shouted out? You opened your big mouth, and now 2 defensive linemen just came off the board.
That is pretty funny, actually. I enjoyed that. I enjoyed his very good point made to you, and then I enjoyed him getting immediately shut down by the next 2 picks.
Yeah, and then I say I'm going to do unlimited push-ups, and then I get people saying, Grady saying, so Braggs is doing 5 push-ups. And then I get Boilers and Bears saying, so Braggs is doing 3 push-ups. Boilers and Bears, we are supposed to be a team. So for you to say that is hurtful, and also a moment of betrayal.
You hurt my feelings.
We are supposed to be on the same side. Do not use my Jenny voice on me, okay?
Oh, is this your Jenny voice? The
Eagles pick is in, which means Gary, I can't hear you. The Eagles pick is in, which means the Bears are on the clock.
My favorite part about this draft show is we're about 4 years in of Gary Ross being here, and he still hasn't figured out we can't hear him.
I love it, but I can see the energy he has, and he desperately wants us to know whatever he knows. And that's why I love him.
I do love that, but it's just funny because we can't hear him.
Well, maybe we need to put him in Lance's seat for a couple of minutes
we
so he can pay off his
absolutely
bet after the Bears pick. Hoge doesn't want you up here. Neither do I, Gary.
No,
you sit there.
He's coming up here. Don't worry. He's going to finish the last 20 minutes of the show with Hoge. And I'm going to sit at the
He's
bar.
doing Bears After Dark as I drive home.
Gary, you can sit on my lap as far as I'm concerned.
Okay, just
Remember
relax.
that moment? Remember that moment?
Yeah,
over
I remember at Joe's.
With who was that?
The guy that wore the Secret Bajent Man shirt.
That was amazing.
And then you bounced him on your leg like a baby.
It was so good. We need that tonight.
It was disturbing.
It was slightly disturbing, but also incredible.
So,
I believe the Bears are on the clock.
Yes, the Eagles pick is in. It hasn't been announced. So they haven't they're not technically on the clock yet, but
no, they are on the clock.
Okay,
I am telling you. They are on the clock, and IDOT knows it. The Bears being on the clock, it's presented by the Illinois Department of Transportation. If you feel different, you drive different, drive sober, or get pulled over. It's not a game. The Eagles pick is in. The Bears are on the clock. Now, they can still trade this, but
if they draft left tackle Caleb Tiernan, I am going to laugh my ass off.
You know who I want, though, here? It's either Caleb Tiernan or Markel Bell out of Miami. I'm not going to lie. Now, Dennis Sutton, I did have a third-round grade on him, and he's still sitting there, so I wouldn't hate that one.
ESPN's best available, McCoy, Branch, the wide receiver from Georgia, Brazel, wide receiver from Tennessee, Emmanuel Pregnon is a guard from Oregon, Keontae Scott, safety corner, mainly a safety from Miami, Gennings Dunker, another offensive lineman from Iowa.
There's 2 scenarios here, guys. I'm just going to be real with you. They're either going to draft one of my favorite people in this draft, and I'm going to continue to love this draft, and I might even pull a Braggs here and run around.
I'm predicting Malik Muhammad.
The other option is they draft somebody I've never heard of. It's going to be one of the 2.
Here we go. It's exciting.
A little nerve-wracking.
I could feel corner would not surprise me right here.
Jermod McCoy still out there.
I wouldn't hate that. The value you're getting there now, I feel like at this point, though, if you're drafting him, you are doing so under the guise of he might not play this year. And they did that a couple years ago with a tackle that still hasn't really played.
I'm going Dom. I'm predicting Dom Orange, a Domonique Orange.
Big citrus.
I think we might be squeezing some fruit here.
I would love that.
The little squeeze of the orange. Steven doesn't want it. Steven hates orange.
I mean, you know how much I love a good orange.
You do love an orange. It'd be perfect for you. You could sit there on set and just eat your big fat orange all day long.
Oh, no!
Oh, no what?
The Eagles took my guy, Markel Bell.
There it goes.
1 pick ahead of the Bears.
So
massive guy, 6'9", 348 pounds. He's like probably too big to play left tackle. But they've had some big boys there in Philadelphia, and his arms are over 36 inches. It's just insane. I don't know if he would have fit Ben Johnson's offense, though, the best. So I will give him that.
The Bears are on the clock. The
Let's
Bears
go
Bears. Let's go Bears. Let's go Bears. Let's go Bears. Let's go Bears.
They just showed Miami highlights. If you
As Phil would tell me back in the day, give me D-line or give me death.
Should we do the exercise that we did last night? Yell out who you want all at once. It swept the nation last night. It
really did.
It made a big difference.
You know what's funny about that, though? I listened to the podcast on my way home, and you could actually hear Dillon Thieneman most prominently. You actually could. I don't think we could hear it in the moment, but on the podcast, you could hear a lot of people yell Dillon Thieneman.
All right, everybody. The Bears are on the clock, and that means every pick is presented by, right?
IDOT, yes.
IDOT.
We did that about 2 minutes ago.
Well, here I am, just reminding everyone that this pick is presented by IDOT. Let's all live in the moment right here. Pencils down, phones down. Gary, do not yell anything. I know it's eating you alive.
The pick
is in. The Chicago Bears have made a selection. They did not trade back.
They liked
and
Orange.
Here comes our guy, Jim. No, it's not Jimbo Covert. I thought he was going to come out for another pick.
He wasn't sure if he was doing more than one.
Okay, all right. Here comes the crew. Got some Bears fans out there. And the pick.
Father and son.
There's a couple edge rushers here I would be okay with.
Who do we got, Roger?
They drafted another center. It's Connor Lew. Okay, that obviously was a joke. Relax.
Sometimes when they bring up multiple people, this takes about 5 minutes for
let's go, kid.
Talk through. At least they're not in a break like ESPN was last night.
Let's go, kid. You better have a defensive lineman for me, or it's going to be a problem.
Yeah, this is going to be a whole thing. Rogers.
It's going to be a whole thing.
Yeah.
How many
Rogers probably up there right now and be like, "Remember that third-round pick I didn't give you?"
Here we go. Rogers out of the way. This guy, I know he's going to kill it.
Oh, the kid's doing it. Let's go.
Tight end.
Oh, my goodness. Braggs is going to lose this mind.
What are we doing?
Sam Rush out of Stanford. So that was the second one. The second option I mentioned.
Rush. Okay.
Well, I kept telling you, Durham Smythe played 30% of the snaps last season. They haven't replaced him. 30% of the snaps. That's a lot of snaps. They needed to replace.
That's insane.
I mean, we're talking about a 6'6", big tight end out of Stanford, 267 pounds, big hands. Arms are actually kind of short for the position.
A 3-year starter at Stanford. Rush worked primarily inline as an attached wide tight end. And former head coach Frank Reich, so that's right, I'm reading directly out of the beast right now because I did not have this as a possibility. After not playing football until high school, made up for lost time as both a receiver and a blocker for the Cardinal.
Anytime you go data in the middle of the third-round pick.
He doesn't have much wow on that tape, but his combine performance opened some eyes. I don't like that at all. He's got a rugby background. I do like that. Rush prides himself on trying to be the toughest and most physical player on the field, which is what you're talking about as far as Durham Smythe. He works the center's box. Okay. So we're looking at a hard.
Remember when I said
respectfully, let's read Fran's draft.
Okay,
profile.
let's read Fran.
Remember when I said Ben Johnson can do whatever the F he wants?
Oh, here we go.
I changed my mind.
And every time you said that, I said until he does something you don't like.
Ben Johnson needs to knock it off. All right, man. Your offense is good. What are we doing?
Here's Fran.
You need defensive linemen.
Tight end.
Here's Fran Duffy's scouting report on Sam Rush. 3-year starter for the Cardinal and a heavy inline presence. Not a plus athlete for the position. Won't be viewed as a mismatch player in the passing game. As a blocker, I think he brings more value. He can be counted on at the point of attack to hold his own. And as he continues to get bigger and stronger, he has the potential to turn into a real positive in that role. Early on, I think he's more of a reserve, who only plays in heavy sets. 13 personnel, that's exactly what the Bears are drafting him to do, but I think he has the ability to grow into a useful number 2 guy who is a blocker first, receiver second, dependable player, but won't be an impact performer.
It's the call replacement. It's the call replacement. I can hear that conversation.
Well, it obviously is.
Not immediately. They're going to run 13. Cole's still fine, but
it's not
potentially.
It's not immediately, but it's the same sense that you made when they drafted Luther Burden last year. And you have a wide receiver in DJ Moore that makes a lot of money. You bring in this rookie Luther Burden, who's going to eventually take on that role. It happens quickly. Maybe that's not going to happen in this situation, but it's only a matter of time. And, I don't know. We'll find out. We'll let the chips fall where they may. We all know how we all feel about Cole here in Chicago. I know how much Cole loves being here in Chicago, but it's impossible to see this selection and not start skipping ahead to that moment where the Bears just drafted his eventual replacement. I mean, that's what it looks like to me. Outside of that, drafted a tight end in the 3rd round. Wow. Like Ben Johnson, he just continues to do this the last 2 years. As soon as he walked in the door, Colson Loveland, Luther Burden, now another tight end here from Stanford, a center. He does not care what any of us think. He's going to put this offense in his vision, whether any of us like it or not, and I'm sure by November most of us will like it.
This is a stunner, absolute stunning pick. I would have, if you told me they were going offense, I would have said running back before tight end. I would have said
left tackle.
I would have said left tackle before tight end. I would have said wide receiver before tight end. I did not have that as picking a 3rd tight end. The Durham Smythe replacement is stunning. Outside of the fact that they have not addressed the D-line yet and seemingly won't until 89 if they address it at all. So
they don't need defensive line.
I mean, so I'm surprised. That doesn't mean he can't play. That doesn't mean he's going to be a bad player. That doesn't mean that.
By the way, I should, they apologize to the Roush family. Sam Roush is the correct pronunciation, I believe.
I follow your lead down Rush Lane. That's a bad job by me.
Sorry.
Should have double checked.
I mean, it's really on us for not scouting the 7th best tight end in the league after they have 2 of them already.
Sam Roush.
That's why we have Fran Duffy, who's going to join us here shortly.
I am going to kick Fran's ass when he comes on here.
Weaknesses from weaknesses. No push-ups tonight. Weaknesses from the.
I am seriously. If he was here right now, I would pummel Fran for what just happened.
Weaknesses from the Beast. Has disproportionately short arms, which shows in his blocking and receiving. We drafted T-Rex. Not a consistent hands catcher. Too many drops. Questionable catch point strength. Wow. Okay.
Let's
the guy that's wearing a Tory Taylor jersey is shaking his head in disbelief.
That guy knows ball.
That was the most disbelievable draft pick the Bears have ever had.
Not for me, it wasn't. Dane did right. Overall, Roush isn't without his warts, but he offers a traditional Y tight end skill set, competitiveness to handle dirty work as a blocker, and athleticism to be a functional underneath target. He has the makeup and toughness to quietly become an integral part of an NFL offense.
Graduated with a degree in computer science, 3.8 GPA. That would be triple what me and Braggs would get at
Stanford.
At Stanford.
Yeah.
His dad graduated from Duke summa cum laude, which I believe is very good.
So he's smart.
We got a smart one.
Well, it's a good thing because
hopefully smart enough to know to ignore all the things you guys have said in the last 10 minutes.
Yeah, I was going to say.
You love this pick.
I don't. I just. I'm taking I'm taking more of the trust Ben Johnson.
It's a trust in Ben
stance, and I kept saying for months you can't just let Durham Smythe. Durham Smythe was one of the most underrated players on the team last year. because nobody paid attention to him. No one even knew he was on the field half the time when they were in 13 personnel.
Shout out to Hoge, the one guy in town who's been freaking out about the Durham Smythe replacement, and here it is. You freaked out.
Well, two of us. There's two of us.
Yeah.
There's me and Ben Johnson.
You, Ben Johnson, and Ryan Poles. Not even George McCaskey didn't even know they hadn't had a third tight end. you, on the other hand, were freaking out about it to the point that the Bears like, you know what? Let's get Roush in here
get him
at pick 69.
Nice.
I mean, traded, bowed, could have had Anthony Hill. Went down 9. Well, clearly.
Don't get me wrong. I would have preferred Caleb Tiernan in there. I would have preferred Mason Reiger, the edge rusher out of Wisconsin. I'm not trying to sit here and say like that's my guy in the third round. I'm trying to bring you the logic behind it.
He would have been a great pick in the 5th round. Great pick, third tight end in the 5th round.
Yeah, I mean, I think Fran had him going to the 3rd or 4th though.
No, I understand, but give me who was the Trey Koziel in the 5th round?
Yeah, isn't he more of a receiving guy though?
No, whatever.
Yeah, he's more of a receiver.
I'm just saying a tight end in general.
I'm guessing
it's a stunner. It's a stunner. I mean, I'm at a loss for words.
He does have a connection though to me. His paternal uncle Mark, great name, played safety at Northwestern, 99 to 2002. Mark Roush.
He won a Big Ten title in that stretch.
He sure did.
Let's go, Mark.
I don't remember him at all, but that's great. We got him.
Mark Roush?
Mark Roush, Northwestern. Let's go.
For the Fighting Gary Walkers? Okay.
Wow.
Wow.
I mean, I guess the other pivoted question you have to ask yourself, and it's probably a stupid one, but I'll just ask it anyway. You don't consider trading Cole Kmet this offseason? I mean, you don't.
You don't.
You don't.
And they
don't,
won't.
but
you don't, and they won't.
I don't understand why did their brains go there?
Because Briggs.
Who's playing tight end?
Briggs is trying to find a creative way that they're going to address the defensive line, and he's having a hard time finding it.
Yeah.
Correct? Yeah.
They just restructured his contract yesterday.
They're not trading Cole. They're not trading. Who would they trade? Listen,
they're not. They found their third tight end they needed.
They like Neville Campbell.
I mean, you look at the Rams
Neville
and you look at the Bears
Neville Campbell too.
And the Niners. I mean, the top offenses in the league are running a lot of 3 tight end sets. I'm not disputing that, but the production that you got from your third tight end is minimal. Cole Kmet has become more of a blocking presence than he is as a pass catcher. Those kind of guys are replaceable.
Listen,
and that's what I'm getting at. To me, you're not going to ever tell me Cole Kmet's replaceable because I love Cole Kmet and I understand the importance he has in that locker room, and I have to imagine Ben Johnson understands that too. But at the same time, when you're just looking at this logically, I mean, I just think that second and third tight end, while yes, you need 3 of them, that second and third, you can find those guys. And what I'm not saying Cole's breaking the bank as a tight end.
Well, to your point, they basically just got Durham Smythe off the street on a 1-year deal.
Correct.
And that I do 100% agree with. It's like, you listen, you can find that guy, and you don't need to use third round is still.
This is
you want to find really good contributors.
This is pushing Cole's job.
Not this year though,
but let's just go back to the defensive line. They obviously.
So DJ thought about Luther.
They're banking. They are banking that Grady Jarrett comes back and is healthy. They are banking that Gervon Dexter plays with his hair on fire in a contract year for him. They are banking that Neville Gallimore makes a contribution along with Kentavious Street, along with James Lynch. And then you have the edge side of it. They're banking that Shamar Turner is back and is healthy. They're banking that Austin Booker is there for the entire year. They're banking that Montez Sweat.
I don't know what's more nauseating, trying to sell me on all the names you just said to me.
Well, that's
for
what
the
it is,
defensive
though.
line,
That's what
or
it is.
the people trying to sell me on the 5 names that they're going to try at left tackle.
Okay, well,
Because I'm
but
so,
that's what it is, dude.
like
That's-
I mean, how many times do you talk about living in reality?
Yeah, I'm just in the reality. I'm just telling you, the reality is right now that the cavalry is not coming. If there was a cavalry coming to help the D line, it would have already been here. They chose to go the other way. They took a safety at 25.
It's such
they
a
took
wild
a
decision.
They took a center at 57, and they traded back and took a tight end.
Let me tell you what the cavalry is.
Yeah.
The cavalry is Ben Johnson's offense. And he's expecting
Exactly.
him to score and score and score and score. And
That's
you look
exactly
at
right.
some of those games late in the year, like I keep thinking about that 49ers game. I mean, that ended up being a shootout. They sucked in the first half offensively. Ben Johnson was pissed when he went to the locker room at halftime. And so,
Scored 38 points in that game.
so you can look at it two ways, right? Like, well, it'd be great if you had a better defense that could have, stopped some of that. The other is, if they have a better offense, they're unstoppable and they run away with that game.
All true, and I'm just like living,
not
just living in tonight and in the last 2 nights. They didn't expect Dillon Thieneman to follow them. They had that 50-50 on their board. They were absolutely thrilled that it happened. They felt massively compelled and jumped up and down to make that move. Tonight, you had an enormous run on edges right in front of them. They did not want to give up draft capital to move up into it. They didn't like a player enough to do it. I don't think we blame them for that. But then they're stuck with all those guys are gone. Let's go best player available. Logan Jones. We like him. Okay, there's a little bit of a drop of redundancy because we just traded for a center, but they're going to need a center, so they went and did that. And then, all right, let's add picks and take more swings at it, and we can, I guess, with an add of a pick that they didn't, and that's not until the 5th round, but they went and picked a tight end. That's the hardest part of everything I just said.
Can I read a text from our friend David Hochberg?
Sure. Love Hochberg.
He just texted me, they took another effing tight end.
Yeah, Hochberg. Come on, Hochberg. By the way, home sweet home Chicago tomorrow, 10 o'clock.
Ray Scarpelli chiming in. WTF.
No one is going to like this pick. No one. The only people that are going to like this pick are Ryan Poles, Ben Johnson, and the Roush family.
Can you text Hochberg back and tell him to sponsor the show?
I tried.
Come on, Hochberg.
He's holding out,
He's not listening. He doesn't even know we're on.
He's a radio
Crystal
guy.
made it.
Oh,
Yay!
look who it is.
Maybe if she had shown up by the
Did
time the Bears would have drafted a tight end.
Did Crystal bring a defensive lineman? We need a defensive lineman. Yeah, well, you're late, and you should have brought one because we don't have one.
If you're new to the show, by the way, and when we try to be as positive as possible at most points in time, we had an incredibly positive night last night. Hit the
I was
subscribe.
having a great time last night.
Hit the subscribe button.
I'm still having a great time.
Having a great
Having a
time.
nice
We
time.
got my center. We got my third tight end I've been begging for.
I mean, maybe with
Scoring points.
maybe with the extra 5th round pick, we could get a holder for you. That'd be amazing, or a long snapper to replace.
Well, they might need a long snapper.
I talked to Shane Marshaw earlier today, and he's on After Dark on Monday nights.
Great show.
And he's
Just make sure Carm knows that.
Every other Monday.
Every other Monday in
7
the
o'clock.
offseason.
Including
Thank
Monday.
you very much.
And then TTNL on the other Mondays.
We'll be on Monday, and he told me.
Which reminds me, we might do Monday show for my house.
He told me, he's like, the Bears aren't going to draft a defensive lineman with their first 2 picks here coming up at day 2. I was like, you're crazy.
You're crazy, man. I like you, but you're crazy.
I was like, quit overreacting.
Marsaw
And
knows.
now here I am, overreacting. I don't know, man.
Hey, maybe Tiernan falls to 89.
They don't need Caleb Tiernan. They're not taking Caleb Tiernan.
They don't need a left tackle?
Madness.
Not that one.
I
don't
just,
think so.
man, what? There's just no way that they aren't. I know you said, Cam Jordan's only a half-year solution. I don't care. There's no way.
Maybe they will, but that's.
Yeah, there's no way at this point that you can go into training camp.
They already signed those guys. They've already signed 3 defensive linemen. They got you your Gallimore and your Street.
Gallimore's the only notable one. The rest of them are nobodies.
All right, guys, here's what we're going to do. We're going to take a quick time out. We will continue. We're going to hear from Fran coming up as well on the Bears' last pick, the tight end, Sam Roush out at Stanford. And at some point we're going to get Adam Johns back on the show, too, because he's been talking to the scouts that the Bears have been sending out and talk about the last 2 picks. So do not go anywhere. Hit that like button. Hit the subscribe button. We'll be right back after this.
Gotta give a shout out to our friends over at Sunnyside.
Yeah.
It is baseball season, so you know where I'm going to be. That means I'm going to be at Wrigley Field, and I'm going to be hitting up the Sunnyside dispensary right down the street from the Marquee. They have a bunch of different locations. They got them as far south as Champaign, as far north as South Beloit, but you can stop in anywhere to get expert guidance. They have a crazy selection with over 100 different strains to choose from, plus easy online ordering and in-store pickup. It is judgment-free shopping, and it's only the best under the sun. So make sure you head to their website, and you can get 50% off your first 3 online purchases.
Huge.
If you use the promo code HICHGO at checkout to qualify. Sunnyside Dispensary, only the best under the sun, and we know that Sunnyside is a lot of fun. Only for 21 or older or Illinois medical card holder. Shout out to Sunnyside.
HICHGO is that code. Hey, great to have our friends from ComEd back with us. Shout out to ComEd. And yes, we are all looking for a way to stand out at work. Greg does it by just being Greg. I bring out the harmonica. Hoge is Hoge. But what if I told you there's a way to save your company hundreds of thousands of dollars? You could do that.
Sounds great.
Yeah, that'd be really good. You can sign up. It's called a free facility assessment. Do that with ComEd. Their engineer is going to give you free insights and actions that could help save your business on energy costs, which we know are going up on the daily.
Yeah, they are.
Basically, they're going to create a plan for you to help you stand out and save your business money for free. So visit ComEd.com/facility assessment to learn more. Actual savings will vary based on customers' usage and rate. Shout out to our friends at ComEd doing the good work for you. ComEd, appreciate having you back.
Hey, by the way, I want to thank everybody who donated last night to Big Brothers Big Sisters of Chicago. We had a bunch of donations come in, and it's just such a great cause that we care a lot about here at CHGO. It's been an awesome partnership in the All-City family. And you can still donate tonight if you'd like that. That little button there that looks like this, 2 hands shaking, is still there if you'd like to donate tonight, maybe in lieu of some super chats, or you can scan that QR code that's on your screen right now if you're watching on YouTube. So thank you to everybody who has done that. We are going to hear from Fran Duffy here in a little bit. Adam Johns at House Hall. We got another Bears pick coming up as we are inching towards number 89. What are we at, 75 right now? Dolphins taking Caleb Douglas out of Texas Tech. I'm still wondering if at some point, maybe I'm thinking this might be more tomorrow now after taking a tight end at 69. I just still feel like there's going to be another offensive weapon taken at some point.
Yeah, I want Claiborne from Wake Forest.
Listen,
I love that
just
guy.
never draft a defender anymore. Let's just score 100 points.
That's what I'm saying. Forget it.
But
That's what I'm talking about.
look, this is a great night
Who
for
needs defense?
for Sam Roush and his family. Outstanding. Good luck in the NFL. Hope it works out, all the things. Now, you likely, in the second round tonight, you likely drafted, and Hope, this is going to bother you. I will slightly apologize in advance, but you likely drafted 2 red shirts if this goes the way it's supposed to go. Sam Roush is barely going to see the field. He'll see it a little bit, but not a ton. And Logan probably doesn't play if Garrett Bradbury does his job. That's going to be a tough guy to supplant.
I'm going to challenge that. I'm going to push back on that right now. Which one do you said if it goes the way you want it to? Do you think the Bears would prefer the guy they traded a future 5th-round pick to win that job, or the guy that they invested a second-round pick who's younger and could be the guy for a long time? Because the answer is you want Logan Jones to win the job.
All right, let me rephrase it. How I think it likely will go is that the veteran who went to the Super Bowl last year with a young quarterback who you traded for and his advanced and understanding.
And who everybody in New England has told me was slightly above average.
Well, okay, but we've talked to him now multiple times, and there's not anyone that you can talk to who says that he's not a super smart guy. Ben's offense is complex. I would bet on him winning the job. So you're going to have a red shirt at 50.
And it's not just that Ben's offense is complex. Caleb's still in the second year of that offense with a new center. And so to me, that is, to your point, why I do think Bradbury still has the edge, because you're talking about going into year 2 of Ben Johnson's offense with a rookie center and hoping you take a step forward, where you have this guy in Garrett Bradbury who had a good year last year for a team that went to the Super Bowl and has his wherewithal, understanding of the NFL and schemes. It's going to be a slower process. I'd be surprised. I'm with you, Carm, in that regard.
And then the tight end who might play 20% of the snaps. That's pretty luxurious for next year in the second round.
Using a third-round pick on a tight end is the one thing that I'm. It's not even about the player. It's just
it's got nothing to do. It has nothing to do with the player.
That's the one where it's like you couldn't have found some random tight end on the street for $1 million at some point.
I thought they liked Steven Carlson, and who's the other guy that's in there?
Steven Carlson's been here since Mark Trestman was the
coach. Who's the other one they like that you keep bringing up?
Nicola.
Yeah, Keating.
No, Kalanick.
Kalanick.
Yeah.
What about Kalanick?
That's on special teams, though.
Oh, they like
Nicola Kalanick. That's a special teamer guy.
Top night for Kalanick.
Logan Jones on his Zoom call was unaware of Heinz's Mr. 57 offer, but ended his Zoom call with the Chicago media saying, "Let's go ketchup."
Boo!
Hey, it's great on a burger.
This guy sucks.
We got the. Well, you know, it's a roller coaster. It's an up and it's a down. It's an around. Bottom line,
the Steelers just took Drew Aller, by the way, out of Penn State.
At least we didn't take Drew Aller. We've got a quarterback. And 2 of them. Damn it.
You would have died if they drafted a quarterback.
See, I would have easily gotten on board too. I would have sold it to the moon. A running back or a wide receiver. Completely would have been all right with that. Great. Luxury wide receiver gadget dude that Ben loves. I am in. Backup center, third tight end.
Well, it's about to be,
Logan Jones.
But what Bears fans will tell you is it's starting center in a year and second tight end in a year.
Maybe it is. Maybe they'll both win a Super Bowl together.
But then my counter to that is, while I am fully on board with looking at the bigger picture over the next 5 years, I'm certainly not punting on this season.
Yeah, I'd like to think that this year matters.
This season should matter in a big way.
They're trying to win the Super Bowl this year.
You know, I was going to dial it up before the draft started as we were kind of getting things going to start this show today. But my question that I had in my head, we kind of started moving on to other things, is now that Dillon Thieneman's in the fold and we're starting to get a more clear picture of how this roster looks, is this team better than the Bears team last season?
Yes, it is. I think the safety room is going to be significantly better. And the safety room, by the way, was good last year. But they Kobe Bryant and Dillon Thieneman are going to be better in my mind. I also listen.
The Packers just drafted a defensive lineman.
Yeah, well, I'm sure he sucks.
Chris McClellan from Missouri.
Look, Bragg said he wanted any defensive
lineman. Who is
lineman.
clapping? Hey!
He was slow off the ball right there.
Sit down and shut up.
Slow off the ball again. But he is.
Why are you clapping?
That was the coverage sack. That guy's massive.
He's massive and he kind of moves
Chris
well.
McClellan out of Mizzou.
Yeah, who needs massive people?
I'll give you a devil's advocate on why you should like the pick. There's no way they're drafting a tight end in the 3rd round unless they absolutely love him. Ben must think this dude is a real big-time player. So, do you believe in Ben Johnson? Yes, you do. So maybe.
Yeah, but even Ben Johnson's not going to hit 100 on draft picks, though. You know, like they're not all going to be winners.
But I'm giving the flowering up here.
Well, to me, I'm not surprised. Johns and I did like every mock draft had a tight end in it, I'm pretty sure. Now, maybe not in the 3rd round, but the point is anybody who watched this offense last year saw the Bears use a lot of tight ends. The tight ends were all over the place. They were catching, they were blocking, they were a huge part of the offense.
Which surprised me. Why just not bring him back then?
Durham?
Yes. Why not give him the raise that he wanted?
Well, they were up against the cap.
Because that snake Declan Doyle stole him from us.
Now
Greg is just getting really upset.
It's Declan
He's
Doyle's
going after Declan Doyle. On the bingo card of people I thought Greg would go after tonight, Declan Doyle was not on the list.
Declan Doyle sucks. Declan Doyle.
I mean, just catching strays out of nowhere.
Yeah, well, you know what?
Big Citrus is still available.
Oh, boy.
You know, when I was doing the math in my head on that, if they really liked Big Citrus, they would have taken him at 60. So they didn't.
Well, why would they when they can get him here in 10 picks, 11 picks?
Why would they? You can say that about anybody. If they really liked this guy, they would have taken him at 25.
Well, you don't. If your defensive line is what the Bears are, you don't trade out a 60 if you love a defensive lineman that's sitting there. Doesn't that make sense?
I know, but they might like him at 89, which is
they're not taking him at
30
89.
picks later.
He's off their board.
Steven, if I may, how many super chats we got loaded up here? How about we pull up some of the relevant ones to what we're talking about right now as we're trying
supers?
to.
That should be Gary's job tonight. Gary comes up here and reads the supers.
Gary, come up here and read the supers.
Come on, Gary, get over here. Hurry up, Gary. Let's go, Gary.
How's he going to read them? Off of the computer here?
Gary went to IU. He can read.
I didn't realize that Greg has an ability to facilitate.
Did he go to IU or he just likes
Gary,
IU?
this is the biggest moment in CHGO history. Don't mess it up.
Gary Ross, everyone.
Gary
Let's
Ross.
get Gary Ross.
Yeah.
What's up, boys?
Here.
Yeah.
You scoot up a little bit so I
Congratulations,
can see
Gary.
everybody.
Very
Gary
bright.
Ross, our insider here at CHGO Sports.
Do we need to show him on screen here? Is that part of it?
Yeah, Sarah's going to handle it.
Oh, yeah,
Why don't
Sarah's
you
got
just-
to go.
Why don't you just relax there,
Okay.
Carm?
Thank you,
Let
Sarah.
everyone do their jobs.
That works.
And Gary
Yeah,
Ross,
that's even better.
is careful with the breathing there into the
Yeah,
mic.
don't
Carm does
breathe.
that all the time.
Don't breathe,
Oh,
Gary.
it's you. It's not Gary. It's you.
Stop breathing, Carm.
You did it again. Stop breathing, Carm. I've been telling you that for years.
All right. First of all, Gary, before you read any supers, please pay me my money.
Oh, yeah, that's right. I lost the
Oh,
bet.
you lost the bet.
But it's a bet that I don't mind losing because we got the player that I wanted all along,
You
but I didn't
lost
think
the
you would be
bet.
there.
There it is. $20.
Never wrong. Never wrong.
Never wrong.
You owe me something on this one, too, there, mister. They're going to draft offense.
Did you guys talk about the connection with Roush and his dad to the Bears already? I couldn't hear that.
Yep, we
All
did.
right.
What
did?
was it? What was it?
No, we didn't.
We definitely did.
Luke Roush is his dad, and he played with Patrick Manley at Duke.
I mean, that is a Duke connection that sort of has to do with the Bears.
I mean, Patrick Manley, the greatest long snapper in NFL history.
It's your lane there, Hoge.
Should put him
Luke
in the
Roush.
Hall of Fame, Patrick Manley. And Luke Roush can introduce him.
All right, well, let's get into it. Let's read some super chats here.
Matt Miller,
Gary,
NFL
as
draft
we
scout.
get into it.
Yeah, read some supers.
Later, guys. Hey, thank you
Great
for
effort.
coming.
Great effort. Great
I
effort.
like you guys. Illinois sucks, but
Quitters. The Bears have another
I'm talking
pick.
about the basketball
You know,
team,
that's
not the
a
state. Not the state.
It's a bad night when diehard Bears fans leave before the end of the.
There's still one more pick.
There's one
Well,
more
that's-
pick.
you know, the night is young. All right, they're young guys. They're going out. They're trying to do their thing. Gary,
All
let's
right.
get into
I think they were
the
upset.
super chats. They're not upset about the picks. All right, nobody's upset about the picks except for me.
All right, we got $19.99 from Mark Gauthier. So far, the Bears aren't delivering on my birthday wishes. Nearly 3 in. I'm still with the boys. Still plenty of draft left to address the D-line.
The GOAT.
The GOAT, they're letting you down, GOAT. But don't you worry. It's all part of the master plan. Sam Roush.
Did you want the 27th defensive lineman at 69?
Billy OQ, $20 super chat. We need a D tackle.
He's supposed to read those.
We're doing them both. We're a team.
Would you
here.
like Landon Robinson at 89? Caleb Proctor?
Landon Robinson? What, Navy?
Yeah.
Let's little Landon Robinson action.
Sure, Landon Robinson. Keep reading.
All right, $20.
Brawl sack.
You got this one or me?
Yeah, fire away.
All right, brawl sack, $20. Quit forgetting about Shamar, boys. He improved until the injury is a dog.
I'm not forgetting about Shamar Turner or Dio Dangbo.
Brawl sack.
Motivated Dio.
Brawl sack, for the record, I mentioned that and Braggs poo-pooed it.
How about a Hardy?
What?
You poo-pooed. I listed out all the people that they have that they're going to play in rotation, that they believe in, that you don't.
I want a little more skin on the wall there, okay? To say you're going, hey, don't forget about Shamar Turner. Shamar Turner's still got a lot to prove. So does Dio Odengbo, okay?
They both have everything to prove.
If they work out, great. No one's rooting against that. But to sit here and write in marker that these guys are going to get X production next year is a leap. It's a leap. We have to wait and see.
Would you take Dennis Sutton at 89 if he falls there?
Of course I would. They need to get more defensive linemen and see. As when you talk about volume shooting, that's what Fran Duffy talks about.
All right. I hate to do this. I have to boot Gary off.
All right, Gary.
I'm
Gary,
sorry.
great job.
You did a good job, though. Frank dialed
Give it
in.
up for Gary.
Fran's
That's Carm
dialed in.
Sweet Pippy right there, by the way. Right?
Fran's dialed in.
Carm Sweet Pippy.
Thank you, Gary. We'll see you in a
What's
little
up,
bit.
Carm
Love
Sweet
you.
Bippy?
Good job, Gary.
All right. Fran Duffy's back with us. Fran, I think we all need a little bit more of an explanation here on this last pick with Sam Roush, but these guys next to me, please make them feel better.
It's okay, Fran.
You better say something good, Fran.
I like Sam Roush. I think that, to me, he was right square in the middle of this glut of tight ends in this area of the draft, where I feel great about him coming in and becoming a backup. Right now, we know they lost Durham Smythe. Come in, fill that role day one, compete as a blocker, be a good possession threat down underneath, be reliable at the catch point. This is a guy that's gotten better each and every year. I like the skill set. I like the staying power. But it's not that he doesn't have starting upside. I think that there's enough there that you say, all right, he can be a starter down the road. And so when I look at Sam Roush, obviously we know what this tight end room looks like right now, but when you lose Durham Smythe and you want to play the way that Ben Johnson does in terms of multiple tight end sets, I think it makes sense to invest into that room.
Fran, we talked a lot about them drafting a tight end at some point for all of those reasons you just brought up. I think what we've been weighing here on the show is the idea of drafting one in the third round versus doing it later or doing it how they did it when they acquired Durham Smythe, who didn't cost much money and was just sort of out there as, one of these blocking tight ends you can usually get out in the free agency market. And so it just seems maybe a little bit rich, but you have a much better sense of who he is as a player.
Yeah, he's a uber reliable, high floor type of option. One of my comps for him was Charlie Warner, who turned into one of the better blocking tight ends in football in an offense that's not dissimilar to this one, right? And I think when you're looking at his size, 6'6", 267 pounds, to run 4.7, to jump the way that he did, there is athleticism there. There is straight line movement there, the ability to get down the seam. This is a guy that was able to, that did not put a lot of balls on the ground. He's not a dynamic playmaker, ball in his hands, but that's what Colston Loveland's for, right? That's what I think when you're looking at Roush, the way that he's going to be able to impact not necessarily just the pass game, but to be able to impact the run game with what he can do. Because at 267, and again, he kind of got down to 267. It would be my guess. He's not adding weight to go to the combine. You're trying to shed weight and be your best, your fastest self by that point. 267 at the combine. All right, this guy should be able to get to 270 plus. And what is he going to look like in terms of blocking at that point? There's upside here to be a quality point of attack presence here for Ben Johnson in this run game.
Is this Cole Kmet's replacement, or am I getting ahead of myself?
I think that in an ideal world, because you spent a third-round pick on him, you probably do want him to grow into your number two, right? I think that would be the thought process there, is that by the end of his rookie deal, he's your number two tight end. He comes in right now as number three, and that's fine because that's a role in this offense that is important. We talked about that, but yeah, by the end of his rookie deal, he should be the primary backup. Would be the hope.
Fran, Bears fans are just not enjoying the fact they've not addressed the defensive line. When you look at the choices they've made, would you say it's just completely egregious what they've done, or like, hey, you're kind of leaning into strengths and making them even stronger because, maybe you drafted your center of the future, maybe you drafted a tight end who could be, impactful, and then, sure, Dillon Thieneman is not playing on the defensive line, but he can impact your defense.
Yeah, I mean, look, you're going to play the board, right? You can only pick the guys that are available to you. Like Romello Height went the pick after Sam Roush. I don't think Romello Height was necessarily a Bears type at that position, and no one has gone off the board yet since that pick where I'm like, oh yeah, that would be someone that the Bears definitely should have taken there at that position. So right now, it looks like Ryan Poles and Ben Johnson are playing the board well, and we'll see when this next pick comes up here in a little bit. We'll see if I'm able to get that pick early. I think that when you're looking at what's on the board right now, yeah, there's plenty of reasons to be, because honestly, a lot of the names that we talked about before, a lot of those guys are still there. Like Dennis Sutton is there. Yeah. We're talking towards the end of round 3. I think it's working out just fine right now, but we'll wait and see how this board plays out.
Fran, who are your best available right now?
So I haven't updated a few picks. I just got off with PHNX and with PHLY. So I'm going to update here and just kind of take stock.
AJ Halsey went up. Zacharia Branch, wide receiver, went to the Falcons. Jacoby Lane. So we had a couple wide receivers go here. I don't know how far back you need to go, but really no surprises.
I've got Kieran Crawford went. So I'm looking at the edge guys. Jason Barham is still there. So, yeah, Dennis Sutton is far and away. He's my number one edge rusher right now. In terms of off-ball backers, I saw that Anthony Hill Jr. went. Kyle Lewis could be interesting. The kid from Pitt. I like the Justin Jefferson kid. It might be a little early for him. Keyshawn Elliott is a good player as an off-ball backer. He kind of reminded me a little bit of TJ Edwards. I think there's something there. But honestly, this cornerback group, we talked about that the last time too, guys. I think there are a number of corners that would interest me as well for this defense.
Domonique Orange.
I like Domonique Orange. Who, obviously, look, he's got probably the best nickname in the draft with Big Citrus, but pure nose tackle type run stuffer. But he's got a little bit of upfield juice as well. A little surprising that he's still there. I had heard some buzz about maybe late second round for him. So I'm a little surprised that he's still available. Darrell Jackson Jr., I would put in the same bucket. If you're looking for a point of attack presence, long, disruptive nose tackle against the run, both those guys fit that bill.
Well, maybe I'm putting you on the spot here, Fran, but I'm just curious, and I know you've got a lot of different cities to cover, but as the board was falling for both these picks with the Bears, were you thinking of different routes for these picks? Was there – when those picks were selected, I probably would have done this, but I understand why they did that.
Look, I had higher grades on a couple other tight ends, right, than Roush. But I see the vision with Roush, right? So I'm good with it here in this spot. I liked the upside of Oscar Delp more, but again, for how Ben Johnson wants to play, and for considering what you lost in Durham Smythe, I can get there, right? And so to me, I'm not seeing any of these picks here where it was like the linebacker from Maryland last year, where I'm like, man, that completely off the board, completely caught us off guard. I don't see anything like that here with this one.
Okay.
Fran, listen, I don't want to take any enthusiasm off the board here. I think the Bears are going to win the Super Bowl next year, and it's going to start a 5-year run of being in the Final Four in the NFL, and that's the way this is going to go for Ben Johnson, Ryan Poles, and the Chicago Bears. But if you could have had Kedrick Falk and Emmanuel McNeil-Warren, or if you could have had Dillon Thieneman and Logan Jones, which one would you have taken? I
mean, based off my board, yeah, I would rather have Falk and EMW, but it's not a guarantee that I'll be right and they'll be wrong, and it's not a guarantee that it could be the other way as well. So we'll see how it plays out. I do think that Falk would have been a great fit, and I'm sure that he would have. Honestly, the expectation was that Thieneman was not going to be on the board for them. When they picked at 25, and so clearly they viewed him as too good to pass up in that situation.
Where's your head at Jermod McCoy right now? Is he just going to go undrafted, or is at some point a team going to be like, hey, this is a top 10 talent. I don't really care if maybe he doesn't even play as a rookie. He's just too good to pass up on.
I mean, my understanding of it, though, Hoge, was that, like, it's not about playing right now. It's about the long term. And what's ironic about it is that we saw this happen with Will Johnson last year, the corner from Michigan that went to the Arizona Cardinals in the second round. And a lot of the chatter leading into this was that, McCoy's going to fall, but he won't be as far as Will Johnson. It's probably not going to be that kind of a fall. And he's fallen well past that point. So, it's unfortunate. It's one of those things, and we'll see if players kind of learn from this as well. He was, from what I understand, he was cleared to play midway through the season. And, it was like an up and down year for Tennessee. And so he was like, all right, I'm not going to risk anything. And it didn't go out there. Would teams still have the same issues if he had gone out there and played and kind of showed, all right, I've got some new tape, that isn't 14 months old. That's something I'm sure each team is kind of going through right now.
That's a fair point. It's a fair point. It's a very interesting
Fran, do
situation.
You realize
Fran, one more to go. We're going to draft a punter.
Yeah, I mean, do you realize what's on the line here for you, Fran? I mean, the Bears pick in 6 picks or so. And if they don't take a defensive lineman, I'm going to get in my car tomorrow, and I'm going to drive to your house, and we are going to fight. I'm just telling you. So this is my final warning to you. You have 5 picks.
There goes
Domonique Orange. The clock is ticking,
To the
Fran.
Vikings. To the Vikings. All right.
The clock
To the
is
Vikings.
ticking, Fran.
Let's let Fran respond.
You better have a good left hook.
Yeah, we're a few picks away. I'll see if I can get us the Bears pick. All right, I got a couple texts out. I'll see if I can get us the Bears pick here in a couple picks. Look, man, I mean, let's give them a little bit of grace. Let's give them a little bit of faith here that they'll be able to get one of these defensive linemen. I agree that they need some help there, but maybe they go DDS. Maybe they like Jayshon Barham. We'll see. We'll see who they're able to pull here in a few picks.
All right, Fran, we'll let you catch up on your board and with all these picks. Appreciate everything you're doing for us, not only here at CHGO, but across our All-City network. Tons of information, and especially helpful when we get guys like Sam Roush that come off the board and become Bears. So there he is, Fran Duffy. Thanks so much. We are also going to hear from Adam Johns coming up. He is going to dial in from Hell's Hall. I believe that they have talked to Sam Roush.
Would you rather
on Zoom?
Yeah. Okay. Never mind. I'm not going to do what I just did.
I'm going to.
Well, you've already done a couple would you rathers.
No more would you rathers.
Would you rather have Ruben Hippolyte, Karan Amagaji, Velus Jones,
You said you weren't going to do
Pickens, or Sam
No,
Roush?
I mean, this is my.
Sam Roush is the easy
Time out.
answer.
Time out.
Yeah.
I mean, this is just my point of the whole thing, Mark.
Yes. Right.
You named off the names earlier, right? Neville Gallimore, fine. James Lynch, Contavious Street, Jeremiah Martin, who? Jonathan Garvin.
What are you talking about?
A year ago at this time, the Bears had a clear need, and it was offensive line. And what did they do to address it? They bring in Joe Tooney, Drew Dahlman, Jonah Jackson, Ozzie Trapillo, Luke Newman. The Bears had a clear need this offseason, and it was defensive line. And I'm not saying that you have to draft them in the first round. I was never of that. But you went this whole offseason. You punted free agency. You did not go for the big splash with Max Crosby or anything of that nature. Fine. I'm not asking you to mortgage your whole future to fix this. You did it with Joe Tooney. You did it with Jonah Jackson or Drew Dahlman. But you know your defensive line is your biggest issue. We all agreed on this 2 weeks ago. And for you to go through this point, we are now entering the end of the third round, and you have not significantly addressed your defensive line in the same way that you did your offensive line. It's malpractice, and it doesn't show the same blueprint of how you address the offensive line a year ago at this time.
Yeah, but what you're ignoring is they also addressed the defensive line. They spent money on Grady Jarrett. They spent money on Dio Dangbo. It didn't work. they'd used up that money. They didn't have it this year. And you can't let that lead to more mistakes in the draft. That's what the last GM did. He made the wrong moves, and then he compounded them by getting desperate in the draft and trading up for more wrong moves. And then he got fired. You cannot let mistakes you made prior affect your strategy in the draft. You have to stick to a sound draft strategy, or it's going to end up biting you twice. Then you're just making twice as many mistakes.
So you're going to sit with the mistakes that you have and hope for the best.
That's what you got to do. You've spent all your cap space. Now you got to run it back. You got to hope Austin Booker's better. You got to hope Montez Sweat gives you at least 8 sacks again. You got to hope Dio Dangbo comes back from his injury and gives you something, because at least next year you can get out of the Sweat contract. You can get out of the Dio contract, and then you can start over. But what everybody keeps ignoring with this is they spent the money a year ago. They just worked on the offensive line, and it didn't work on the D-line.
Right, but Hoge.
What did you want them to do differently? Draft a first-round defensive line even though those guys sucked when they got to 25? That's flawed thinking.
Listen, if Sam Roush ends up being a quality tight end, then it won't look terrible. It won't. Today, if you told me, would you rather have them draft Sam Roush or Domonique Orange or anyone on the defensive line, I would say you got to get a defensive lineman, pick the best one that you can find, and make sure that you add someone into that rotation to help you stop someone so you can go a little bit further in the playoffs.
And then the second Cole Kmet gets hurt in a season and they have one tight end on the roster for an offense that requires 12 personnel and sometimes 13 personnel, then everybody's screaming about how they didn't address tight end and they missed Durham Smythe. So there's just a problem either way. Let's go out to Adam Johns, who's at Hallis Hall and had a chance to talk to Sam Roush on a Zoom call. Johnsy, this is definitely a pick we were kind of scrambling on. What did you learn?
Well, he's got interesting bloodlines. Merlin Olsen is his maternal great uncle. He's had a lot of family members playing like Carm's laughing. Did you mention that already?
No, we didn't. I just think that's amazing. We got a Merlin Olsen connection.
Gary Ross told us that his uncle played with Patrick Manley at Duke back in the day, so we had that connection. Everybody's coming up with connections here for Sam Roush.
So Roush grew up in Malaysia and Indonesia, played a lot of rugby.
What?
So, yes. Interesting background just in terms of his upbringing, his athletic upbringing. Didn't play football really to later in his life, but obviously rugby has a lot of carryover.
Adam.
They got a first-round rugby player.
Adam, level of 1 to 10, stunnization when they announced Sam Roush for you.
I'm not surprised whatsoever that the Bears selected a tight end, to be honest with you. Durham Smythe, while the Bears' number 3 tight end, still played an important role in Ben Johnson's offense. He was on the field for a quarter of the snaps. They like using 13 personnel. They like using 12 personnel. They like having that rotation, be strong. Maybe this is a bit early for me, but if it's the best player in your board, so be it. You could question the board and the evaluations, but at the end of the day, that's what it is right now for the Bears. That's not changing, day 2 of the draft, right before the pick comes up. So if he was really up there, that's their selection.
Would you like to say something, Greg?
I want to give him a chance to talk about Logan Jones, too, because he hasn't had a chance to react to that one. And that was his guy. He had him in the mock draft, one of the mock drafts to the Bears. I'm assuming you like that pick.
Absolutely. Again, maybe feels a bit early, but again, if that's what your board is telling you to do at that point in the draft, that's what you do. You could question the evaluations, but you're not changing those evaluations here in the middle of the draft. Logan Jones is an animal. We had this feeling that the Bears were going to take a center for a long time. This work goes back all the way to pre-combine. Once, I'm forgetting his name already, Drew Dahlman surprisingly retired. So the Bears have done a lot of homework on centers, and they got the best center in the draft. So they got the number 2 safety taken and the first center taken. So I think that's something.
So you were pretty clear that Garrett Bradbury was traded to be the starter. Do you look at this as a competition, Adam, or no?
Yeah, absolutely. If you're going to take him in the second round, this high, 57, if this guy's getting a lifetime supply of ketchup, he's also here to compete with Garrett Bradbury for the starting position. That said, Bradbury was still a good pivot. He still brings all the experience that he has from New England to Minnesota. And I think that experience on and off the field can help Logan Jones, who just started playing center just a few years ago. He went to Iowa as a defensive lineman, as a top-notch defensive lineman. He had to shift positions, completely cross the line of scrimmage to become the player that he is today. He still feels like he's learning on the job at center after playing defensive line for so much.
So listen, if it is actually a competition, we all agree that it would be by far the best thing for Logan to win that competition, because that way Caleb's not going to a third center to start next year. You'd much rather see these two actually, hit it off with, I don't know, Garrett behind the scenes, helping them smooth out any of the rough edges, I guess.
Well, to be honest with you, I thought he was going to go to a third center just because of Garrett Bradbury's contract situation. He's coming here with just a one-year deal. So I thought an heir apparent was going to be drafted at some point. Second round, albeit it does feel a bit early, but if that's what the board told the Bears what to do, then so be it. I think Logan Jones is the best center in this draft. Like, I guarantee you there's other teams that are a bit disappointed that Logan Jones didn't last to them in the range of the draft that they wanted to select him.
There's still some good players out there. Malik Muhammad, a corner out of Texas, hasn't been picked. Dennis Sutton, who I'm starting to suspect that the knee concerns are really driving him down the board, hasn't been picked. We were talking about Domonique Orange for a while. He did just go, and he is in the NFC North now to the Vikings. But, Johns, as we come up on 89 here, is there anybody you're eyeing?
Caleb Proctor, has he been drafted yet?
No, I don't believe so.
That's the defensive tackle out of southeastern Louisiana. Just reminds me a lot of Grady Jarrett. Not the biggest defensive tackle, but he's got that quickness. He's got that burst off the line of scrimmage. He's got good hands. He's a problem in the backfield. And one of his best games, I think, last year was on his biggest stage against LSU. Might want to cross-check that. But this is a player, if you're looking for interior pressure options, could be high on the Bears' board at this point in the draft.
I mean, you could see it. I mean, Domonique Orange just came off the board. The Bears are only a few picks away. We're going to have plenty of time to talk about this, Johns. And we have ultimately the rest of the draft to still see how it unfolds. But I think it kind of goes without saying that the Bears have not done enough to fix ailments that this defensive line showed last year, with being one of the worst teams stopping the run and one of the worst teams getting to the quarterback. I'm all for, onward and forward and trust Ben Johnson, but you just can't ignore this defensive line any longer, in my opinion.
Yeah, I think that's a fair criticism, but you know what the Bears are going to say. Best player available, but I wonder if at this point, if they feel a bit anxious about their depth chart up front defensively. Maybe they think more of Austin Booker than we do. Maybe they think more of Neville Gallimore and their other free agent additions than we do. But at the same time, I think they would still acknowledge that they need help there. The insertion of a younger player, a draft pick, would really change the dynamic up front, especially defensively.
Johns, you want to hang with us through this pick? We're at 87.
He's got work to do.
He's got work to do when they make the pick.
Okay, fine. He's got work to do. Okay.
Carmen, I got time.
Johns, you got to
go. You got other questions?
Let Johns respond.
I got time for you, Carmen. What do you got?
Well, we got Austin Barber just went off the board, the defensive tackle from Florida to the Browns. So 88. I want to see if Johnsy's going to be right in the moment so you can do a dance from Hallis Hall on a historic night on the CHGO Bears podcast, where the Bears drafted Logan Jones, Sam Roush, and added a fifth-round pick and are about to pick the next great player who's going to be in the Super Bowl this year, damn it, because Garrett Bradbury's going back-to-back.
I heard you. Sorry, there was a little delay there. Back-to-back Super Bowls. I'm with you, Carr.
Thank you.
Bring back the positivity. You guys are arguing with each other.
Ho, you got a thought here as to where they're going?
No, I'm just starting to look at. I mean, we just saw Austin Barber go off. I The problem is we're just in the territory of, any of the sort of second, third round guys that we've been talking a lot about. If they're still available, it's like, well, what's wrong with him, and what are the medicals? Like, we're kind of in that part of the draft, so it feels like you're almost passing on those guys at this point, and then you start to look at, some of the dudes that maybe you're looking at more as like some of them like a 4th or 5th round pick. I mean, my guy Mason Riger from Wisconsin's still out there. I think he's explosive. That's another guy with the medicals, and he's got a rod in his leg. At what point do they have the tolerance to take somebody like that?
Well, and can you wait? Can you wait for a Mason Riger in the 4th round? Right?
Yeah, maybe.
Who is the most pressing here at the end of the 3rd round? Obviously, you have a back-end pick at the end of the 4th round. You can always trade up. We'll find out. Story for Saturday. But as it stands, and you're ending this draft here, ending the 3rd round, got about 10 or more so picks. Bears coming up in 2. Jaguars are on the clock. Bears on deck. To me, that's the question is, who do you have to take right now? I don't know if Mason Riger fits that criteria.
Johns, you got a thought on LT Overton? He's the 17th edge on Brugler's board here. He's available.
I would almost take a waiver on Deni Dennis Sutton, to be honest with you, just because of his physical makeup at this point in the draft. Like, my stomach for risk is there at this point, whether they're injured, whether they're older, whether they've sat out 2 or 3 years in college, whatever it could be. Character concerns. At this point in the draft, as you reach round 3, heading into round 4, I think a lot of teams, including the Chicago Bears now, especially under Ben Johnson, are willing to take more risks on players, whatever those risks just happen to be.
All right, John Z, we will spring you here so you can be in position to report on and get the Bears pick here. But we appreciate all the information, and as always, great job at Hallis Hall tonight.
Talk to you tomorrow, boys.
All right, Adam Johns over there at Hallis Hall. We'll hear more from him tomorrow. Ryan Poles talking again tonight when the Bears are done. And then tomorrow you'll hear from Ben Johnson, too. And I can't wait to hear what he has to say about the new tight end on the team.
He better have a lot to say.
He's going to have a lot to say. They obviously love him, dude.
Obviously.
They obviously love him.
I'm still waiting for the first team to come out and be like, I don't really like that. Although, I have to say, I make that joke all the time. Sean McVay basically did that last night.
He did worse than that. He didn't even say that. He just sat there like he wanted to kill his GM. Ty Simpson, 13th overall. I've never talked to this guy. I wouldn't have drafted him. I'm trying to win a Super Bowl right now. My GM's a complete moron.
I mean, there's a difference between not liking a player versus preferring a different pick. And
right,
there's a difference between...
That's what that felt like to me.
There's a difference between not trusting Ben Johnson and saying, hey, you might want a defense that can get off the field so your potent offense can be on it. And so, and we're not going to... I'm not going to parse through the fan contest of who believes in Ben Johnson and the Bears more. Clearly, they know more about what they're doing with their football team than I do. That being said, I'm not going to be afraid to spit out some opinions.
All right, guys, the Jaguars pick is in at 88, which means the Bears are once again on the clock, presented by IDOT.
Yeah!
I can't look at Gary because he's going to spoil it.
If you feel different, you drive different, drive sober, or get pulled over. It's not a game.
Let's go, Bears!
I think IDOT should add some more copy to that. If you're so mad about the Bears not drafting a defensive lineman, you drive different.
Look, IDOT wants the Bears to take the best player on the board right now, and the best player on the board right now is running back Mike Washington out of Arkansas. It's the 3rd running back out there. Go add yourself a weapon. Let's just forget about the defensive line. You already blew it. Lean into the best player out there. Don't give me the 17th edge rusher. 3rd running back, Mike Washington, Arkansas.
I got the pick, guys, from our guy, Fran Duffy. I don't know if you guys are going to hate this or not, but I love it. Per Fran Duffy, the Bears are drafting wide receiver Avieon Thomas from LSU. He is fast as hell.
Ben Johnson is a maniac. He says, F your defense. This is wild. 2 years in a row. He's just said, F your defense, all in on the offense.
Guys, I gotta verify my own mock draft here because we do so many picks, but I'm pretty sure this was my 7th round pick this week.
He's listed as the 17th best wide receiver available right now.
Yeah, so I had him in the 7th round. Fran Duffy also had him in the 7th round in his last mock. But I'm telling you guys, I still don't hate it here. He ran a 4.2 840. He has legitimate speed. He is the type of guy where you got to kind of force feed him the ball, but you get the ball in his hands, and he is electric. He is going to be fun to watch in this offense. I promise. Like, if he earns, he's got to earn the jersey and get active on game day. But if he's out there and active, Ben Johnson is going to find ways to get the ball in his hands and let Thomas go from there. And, by the way, he's also a weapon as a returner. He can return kicks. He can return punts.
So this is Jameson Williams.
Well, I didn't say he's a first-round pick. No, because Jameson Williams can get open. This is more of a gadgety type wide receiver player who is going to need a little bit of help. But we've seen Ben Johnson. He'll scheme dudes open. He'll find ways. This is somebody you can hand the ball off to. You can use him on end arounds. You could throw bubbles, or you can scheme him as the primary wide receiver. As long as you scheme him open, you can take the top off the defense with him. 4.28 speed, guys.
Let me ask. I'm going to have to just get used to this because.
Yes, you are.
Why are the Bears taking players that I'm used to seeing in the 5th, 6th, and 7th round in the 2nd and 3rd round? Avieon Thomas. I mean, like I said. Oh, man, I reap what I sow when I say Ben Johnson can do whatever the F he wants all offseason. He's like, oh, yeah? Well, let me show you. Avieon Thomas.
This one I warned you about. I thought they might go tight end at some point.
You gave a 7th round warning. End of 3rd round
warning. But I also took running backs. I took every single mock draft I did. There was somebody like this. There was a Ben Johnson weapon in there at some point. This is that weapon.
He's listed by The Athletic as the 34th wide receiver in the draft, below my guy Kayden McDonald, who's the 30th guy at Iowa. He's listed right now by ESPN as the 17th best wide receiver available. Now, by the way, they very well may get it right, but we are in the land officially of we are the smartest people in the room.
That's what I'm saying. You're citing who he's ranked in on the Beast or Fran, but this is who Ben Johnson has.
Sorry,
ranked.
I hate to break it to you. Ben Johnson is the smartest guy in the room.
Well, let's hope that indeed he is, but that's where we're at right now. Smartest guy.
I don't even think this is smartest guy in the room. I think this is greediest guy in the room.
However you want to name it, this is.
I'm disappointed in you two. We spent months begging for Ben Johnson, and now here you are just 1 year in after, by the way, they almost made it to the NFC Championship game, and you're sitting here shitting on his tight end pick and his wide receiver pick who ran a 4.28. All you did was say, I trust him no matter what he does, and I'm talking specifically about you, and then here we are on draft night, and you hate all the picks. That's BS, dude.
So
That's BS.
Here comes Hoge kissing up to Ben.
It's not kissing up. I like this guy.
Yeah.
This is an insane draft. It's
not.
It totally is. It totally is. They
had a Pro Bowler center retire on them. Now you're mad they drafted center? That's the most obvious pick ever.
Adam. These people do this for a living. They have him the 34th wide receiver. They have the 17th wide receiver available right now. I'm not saying that he's wrong. I'm just saying that it is wild. It is crazy. And maybe they're right. If they are the smartest people in the room. If they're not, if they can't get to the quarterback and a bunch of the guys that were drafted there are sitting there doing it all day, it won't look good. But that's the beauty of the draft, man. You do not know how this is going to play out. Maybe it'll work out beautifully. If Avieon Thomas catches 28 balls next year and has a 3 times or 1 time the experience of Jade Walker catches a big one, we'll love it.
I'm not saying that these players can't work out. What I am suggesting is in an alternate universe, could this tight end, could this wide receiver have been taken later in the draft?
Oh, maybe.
And
Well,
so
definitely.
this just feels like an itchy trick. You don't, and so there's no point. You know, we can parse through it all we want, but you know that's the question that is sitting in the back of my head. Could they have gotten these players later? Is there a little bit of an itchy trigger finger? And so be it. I do stand by the Ben Johnson can do whatever the F he wants. Once we get to week 1, all things are equal. Ben's the guy. We're all ripping our shirts off for Ben. But you know what? We're in the moment right now, and I can only give you my genuine emotion and take. And this blows my hair back. And I didn't think it could top what we did last year, where he took a tight end at 10 and a wide receiver at 39. So
listen,
what is that on?
This is a purple for the Wildcats, and I'm passing on your guy Caleb Tiernan for the 48th wide receiver. Listen.
Thank you, but I'm going to follow our IDOT reads that we keep doing. I have to drive home.
Yes.
I appreciate the gestures and everything.
Thank you for the gesture.
I'm going to pass on that.
I, on the other hand, planned ahead, as IDOT suggested. Shout out to IDOT. Shout out to Jenny, because I have a designated driver. So shout out to Jenny.
Jenny!
We got a tight end, a wide receiver, a center. That's what we all thought, right? Before the draft today started, all offense. Who needs defense?
All right, let me give you Dane Brugler's strengths, and I'll give you the weaknesses too, on Avieon Thomas.
This tastes like shit.
Have another one. There you go.
Solid muscle definition with the rocked-up body of a lean running back. Tremendous speed to score anytime he touches the ball. Doesn't lose steam, making it unlikely for pursuit to make up ground. Totaled 3 career return touchdowns. 1 was a punt, 2 was a kick return. Sharp footwork. Acceleration confuses pursuit angles. Adequate hand-eye coordination for grab-and-go opportunities. Beloved in the LSU program for his positive energy and grinding attitude.
That's
he
a
was
bear.
described as the leader of the receiving room by an NFL scout. So those are all the positives.
Okay.
Weaknesses, flashes as a route runner, but needs better snap-to-snap consistency. Inconsistent plucking the football outside of his frame. He relies on his chest, arms, and wrists to finish catches. Does not have the size or length to win at the catch point. That won't be his role with the Bears. Average at best contact balance. Hope to see him break more tackles. That's fair. Unproven as a deep target. Just 3 of his 64 catches at LSU came on targets of 20-plus yards. That's an interesting stat. He did muff 1 punt return last year against Ole Miss.
So he's a burner that catches everything at the line of scrimmage.
Yes.
As you said, you got to feed him,
Yep.
but once he gets the ball in his hands, he's electric.
Exactly. And then he finishes by saying, overall, Avieon Thomas lacks ideal polish as an every down receiver, but brings all kinds of juice to threaten opponents in different ways. He projects best as a return man and gadget role player capable of creating explosives. This is what I always want to get back to as well. Avieon Thomas being drafted by Ben Johnson is different than Avieon Thomas being drafted by, I don't know, Robert Saleh. You know what I mean? Like, it's fit. That starts with the very first pick, in my opinion, with Fernando Mendoza. But the later on in the draft you go, that's why you can't just be like, oh, well, he wouldn't have been picked. You could have gotten him later. You don't know that. Because Kyle Shanahan might have looked at him the same way. Sean McVay might have looked at him the same way. It just depends. And for the Bears, regardless of where the pick is happening, this is a good fit for what Ben Johnson wants to do.
All right. Now, listen, when they've gone out and done the Avieon Thomas type of pick in the last couple of drafts, you've ended up with Ruben Hippolyte. It's a big swing, man. You had the number 3 running back on the board sitting there for you. It's what I liked about the Caleb Thieneman, the Dillon Thieneman pick. Thank you very much. As I'm losing at the end of the night, don't freak out.
I am freaking out. They have 4 wide receivers in their entire room right now.
So what? What does that mean?
They needed another wide receiver. They got one with 4.28 speed.
Have you
Who
ever?
do they have in their running back room?
2 guys that were awesome last year.
2 guys.
And then
one of them was going to be out the window next year. You telling me that they don't need another running back? They're going to sign DeAndre Swift? You just signed Khalif Raymond. They've got Jahdae Walker. They've got Roman Dunze.
To your point, Hoge, earlier where you said, well, if Cole Kmet gets hurt, then everyone's going to be complaining because they don't have a tight end. Well, you could say the same about running back. You could do this about many positions, right?
But who knows? They still have more picks. They could still draft a running back.
Yeah, but we're starting to get to the back
And
end
by
of the
the way,
draft
Roschon
where
Johnson-
you can't expect these guys to be instant impact.
Roschon
Kyle
Johnson's-
Minogue guys don't grow on trees.
Roschon Johnson's on the team. Britton Brown scored a massive touchdown for them last year against the Bengals. And Deion Hankins, everybody loved, including you guys, in camp and got hurt, and he's still on the roster. There's more options at running back right now than there are with Roma Dunze.
So you don't believe in J.P. Richardson?
I don't.
Neither do
All due respect to JP.
Look, this sucks. I don't enjoy pointing out the illogic of what's going on right now, but there is some illogic going on right now. Period. End of story. Now maybe they'll be right. Maybe it'll be the greatest draft ever. Maybe and the fact that you like the guy gives me some level of excitement about him, and the fact that he runs a 4.3, maybe it'll be super fun to watch. However, in general, just in general, when you try to be the smartest guy in the room, it rarely works out that way. It's a very tough thing to accomplish. Maybe they're accomplishing it because Ben is just that good. But going into this draft, if you told me they were drafting a third tight end, the 34th wide receiver, and a center on day 2, I would have said that sounds completely bananas. Now again, it may work out. I hope it does. I hope it does. It's aggressive. Can we agree that it's aggressive?
The tight end pick was aggressive for me.
This wide receiver pick wasn't?
No, I like the wide receiver
You
pick.
had him in the 7th round.
That was because Fran and Dane, where they had him ranked.
Oh,
I
you're
didn't
going
think
to
he would go earlier.
Fran and Dane.
Yes, get your rankings right, Fran.
Well, here's another.
By the way, thanks for giving us the pick in advance.
Can Ben just submit us his rankings here going
Right.
forward? I mean, what the hell?
And you're right. You don't know where he's going to go. But most times these things are within a certain range. And when somebody is that far out, you would think that in a cloud you could trade down if there's somebody that's willing to come up and you can add on more.
I've seen Jagger Burton go anywhere between the 3rd and the 7th round in some of these mocks, though. We're in that range. People act like there's really not that much difference.
Here's what I'll make a plea to.
That's
everyone in the chat and you, Hoge, and anyone that says
who are they most mad with now?
steadfast, trust in Ben, shut your mouth, and just enjoy the ride.
Fair enough.
If these guys all work out, I will, next year for the draft, we can duct tape my mouth for the entire draft. And I will just sit here.
Please
with
don't.
Duct tape over my mouth.
That's like
and
8
just
hours where
shake
we
my
actually
head.
need you to talk a lot.
Well, I'll have to take some kind of, because it's allergy season, I'll have to find a way to breathe through my nose. If not, I'll be passing out on the show. But outside of that, I'll make that plea to you. But at the same time,
such a great time last night.
we did go through this dance a little bit last year with Ruben Hippolyte, and we were like, "Oh, how can you? Don't question the pick." It's speed.
That one I questioned. I had never heard of him.
I'm just saying, but you had pushback from fans because I get it. It's April. You just want to be excited. I can see a pathway to success for every pick the Bears ever make because I'm rooting for these guys. I'm not rooting against anyone that the Bears just picked. So I hope Ben Johnson made the right move. But for any of you guys to suggest that everyone should be steadfast and not question any of these processes, that's not what we are doing here. This show is about giving authentic, genuine takes, and I'm sorry, you just cannot sit here and sell me that this is 100%, question, keep your eyes forward. This is the most this is as radical a day 2 as I've ever been around. And to your point, it's with the coach I've never trusted a coach more in this city than Ben Johnson. So it is this contrast of two things.
Jackson?
Hey, is that camera on me? Well, yeah, let me get that camera. I can't really see anything anymore. Because I'm gonna do this, guys. I'm gonna make my first bold prediction of the 2026 season.
Please do.
All right, guys, here we go. My first bold prediction of the 2026 season. Avieon Thomas is going to score 2 touchdowns before Halloween. I'm telling you that right now. He'll have 2 touchdowns before Halloween.
Okay.
All right. How many will Sam Roush have?
Anybody want to come up
He'll
here?
have 0. I promise you, Sam Roush will have 0. Because he's a blocking tight end.
I mean, listen, last night, as I was trying to say, I gave them props for Dillon Thieneman because it was a very down the middle, solid, high floor play. I don't know if it's a home run, but it's a double. This dude is going to be solid for many, many years and fills a hole for you. Maybe they missed out on somebody who could be a home run, get to the quarterback, but this dude is solid. I get full props. Tonight, after Logan, you took some big-time swings.
I don't like the Ruben Hippolyte comp because Ben Johnson doesn't coach the defense.
That's a fair look.
There's just a different level of trust with taking the fast guy who might be undersized because there's a very specific role here. Whereas you drafted this speedy linebacker who's built more like a safety, and you're like, you got to go play, linebacker, off-the-ball linebacker. Like, that's your position. It's very different.
I think that is an excellent underline. Ben will have control of the tight end, how they're going to use him. Ben will have control of the gadget 34th wide receiver on the board and how they're going to use him, too.
Now I regret not spending the time of ranking all the wide receivers because I guarantee you I wouldn't have had him 34th.
He might have been 16th.
Because whatever. I don't have enough time for that anymore. But.
Listen.
Okay, hey, real quick.
TIB.
If you're watching us on a TV provider, we got to take a quick time out. If you're watching on YouTube, don't go anywhere because we're not. We're going to stay right here. But if you're watching on a TV provider, we'll be right back in a couple minutes. All right, for the rest of you guys, we're going to sit here and continue to argue with each other.
We got 6 picks left.
I was going to say, that was the last pick of the night for the Bears, right?
Yes. Now the Vikings have back-to-back picks coming up.
God forbid they would have traded back and taken them here.
Well, that takes 2 to tango.
They did that with Sam Roush. Why didn't you give him credit for that?
That takes 2 to tango. You
because
can say
you can
say trade back, but you have to have another team to facilitate.
Yeah. You're right. You do. You're absolutely right. Look,
I love how much you guys hate this draft.
You
hate tonight. I just say you hate tonight.
Tonight has been a bizarre evening. A very bizarre evening.
Hoge. 2 weeks ago,
yes,
the 3 of us had a show where we ranked the positions of need.
Yes.
What was the top position of need that we all agreed on?
It was edge rusher, right? Now, I did flip to defensive tackle before the draft.
Let's just say defensive line.
Yeah, I'm with you on that, 100%.
Have the Bears address their defensive line this offseason?
Yes, they got a really good couple guys. I can't remember their names. Neville Gallimore.
No,
to answer your question, no.
No. There's no hiding from that. I'm not giving up on the season.
But I'm not disagreeing with that, Greg. But will you at least agree back with me so we can agree together? We can have some peace here. That just because that reality exists, you shouldn't reach for a guy in the draft if there's somebody else you think is better at a different position, even if it's their 3rd tight end or your 4th wide receiver.
Sure. Because I'm not going to sit here and pretend like I'm a draft expert. And so we can go over Fran's rankings or Dane's rankings or Matt Waldman's rankings. And to me, none of that amounts to anything for me other than giving me a little bit of education. Because at the end of the day, I do understand where you're coming from in terms of what Ben Johnson is prioritizing. But I I just can't get it out of my head, especially with these last. You sold me on the center pick. You sold me enough to where I'm like, okay. But the last two, I'm sitting here going, man, I just feel like they could have waited for these guys and gotten them tomorrow versus addressing other needs that they still have on this team. It's too hard to get out of my head. And until I see them address those positions of need, I'm going to still be stressed about how we walk into training camp.
I'm going to give you a 1-cheer suspension. Okay, I'm assigning the suspension right now. The first time that Avieon Thomas makes a really sick play in training camp this year and you're there in the stands, you're not allowed to cheer.
Well, that's not going to happen.
No. It's a 1-cheer suspension.
No.
The second time you can cheer in every moment forward.
So wait a minute. When he has a huge play, and that's normally where I put out like this tweet that like overstates how great he's going to be, and all the Bears fans eat it up. And then Brad Biggs gets mad at me about it.
I'll give you, if you don't.
Or Dan Weir calls me out on 670.
I accuse you of pandering. Yes.
I will allow you to do that if at the end of
but
the
I have
tweet,
to wait to the second play.
You know what? No. Here. You can do one of two things. You can wait for the second play, or you can do it on the first play, but you have to say, and credit to Adam Hoge at the end.
Right.
Those are your two choices.
All right, fine.
I think you should have to do that for every play that he does well the entire season. Myself, I shouldn't even be able to say his name and or Roush's name. I might have to sit out the year after my performance tonight of just complete and utter befuddlement.
For the record, I'm not really trying to sell you guys on the tight end pick.
There he is.
No. I am just telling. I'm not surprised they addressed it because it is so important, and I'm trying to more sell you on the idea that if Ben Johnson believes it's that important, and he likes this guy that much, then we do have to sort of trust that. The Avieon Thomas pick, I have more conviction on. I ultimately put him in the mock because I liked him. I had him in the 7th because the Bears didn't have a pick, by the way, between the 4th round and the 7th round, and every analyst I looked at did not have him going that high. So it seemed like I could throw him in there in the 7th round. That doesn't mean I hated it in the 4th round. Or ultimately they took him in the 3rd, right? That's what round we're still in? Because the 4th starts tomorrow? Yeah, I can figure this out. Yeah. It feels like it's already tomorrow.
It feels like it's the 19th round.
Yeah.
Oh, my God, Gennings Dunker just got...
Can we all have a moment of silence when we get to the last pick because it should have been the Bears pick?
I mean, today.
Sorry to remind you of that reality.
Today has just been a marathon. This is wild. I mean, but you know what? And there's people that have made this point, and they're 100% right in the chat. Last year, the reaction to Colston Loveland wasn't positive for the majority of Bears fans. There was more of a shock and awe with Luther Burden, but really it wasn't about against Luther Burden, but there was a lot of angst for round 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 that the Bears did not draft a running back in a running back heavy draft. And then lo and behold, they come across Kyle Monungai in the 7th round. Now, do I think they're going to find some Kyle Monungai type player for their defensive line in the 6th or 7th round? I do not. But at the same time, I do think it has been proven over the last year that you can have your reactions on draft day, and at the end of the day, this coaching staff deserves, as Fran Duffy said, a little bit of grace because they proved last year that they know how to put the puzzle pieces together.
They did trade for Austin Booker in the 5th round. If you want to look for some evidence that they can identify a later round guy who can get to the quarterback, that would be one piece of evidence that way. Much harder to do for an edge rusher or defensive tackle at that point than a running back, obviously.
Can I highlight just kind of a cool moment here in the draft? Because there's this guy, Gennings Dunker, from Iowa that's got the really cool mullet and everything going on. For him to land in Pittsburgh,
that's a good spot.
Just alone, like him, he just looks like a Steeler, and the draft is in Pittsburgh. I can't hear anything we're seeing on our TVs, but that just looked like a cool moment and a cool fit. I love that.
I like that fit. I also, you know who I like for you for an edge there? Or bone up on your Wildcats there, Gregory. Aiden Hubbard.
Uh-oh.
Aiden Hubbard could be a guy. Mother Hubbard could be a guy in the later rounds here. Don't sleep on an Aiden Hubbard. He had some big-time moments, and there was not a lot of talent around him.
If people are wondering about, why the Bears didn't draft Dennis Sutton, I mean, I have to point Ultimately, I was okay late second. I said I'm more ideally in the third, and I have to point to what I have underlined in red in my notes, which was from Bob McGinn. Can be hard to coach, and knee issues persistent. I have to imagine that's why he's still available at this point in the draft. And those, when you hear Ryan Poles talk last night about how this is the most aggressive they've been in narrowing down their draft board, guys like that, wouldn't surprise me if he's off the board completely.
Sounds like he is when you're drafting the.
Well, until they draft him tomorrow in the 4th round, but yeah. That's where I'm kind of going with it. Wouldn't shock me at all if he's just,
Listen, 4 hours of rockin' sock'em entertainment tonight, brought to you by our friends at IDOT. It's been a journey up. It's been a journey down. It's been a journey around. Yeah. Thank you to everybody out here.
It
shows on Weed Street. It was a ton of fun.
Are you trying to rap right now?
Yeah. I'm getting
This
close.
has never happened.
We're done here.
There's like 5 picks left. You're bowing out early.
We're trading back up into the 3rd round. Come on. Don't give up.
What if Ryan Poles did that just to spite Roger Goodell? He's like, you know what? We are drafting with the last pick in the 3rd round.
Ooh, I like that. Little slam dunk.
What was that?
Heck was that?
I mean, the 38th wide receiver is still available. Maybe we should come up and get him.
It was you knocking over the other headset is what that was. Oh, I just muted the wrong one, I think.
You did. All right. It might have been me. Okay.
At least you didn't knock over any of the beverages over
800
there.
beverages
I
over
did
there.
not bring these over here, okay? It's not my fault. The purple thing tastes terrible.
You want to drink
Which
this?
isn't a great...
It's called a Caleb Tiernan.
No, it's not Tiernan. It's for LSU. For your wide receiver.
Oh.
Yeah.
Well, then I should have.
And it tastes terrible.
That's not nice to whoever bought it.
Jake bought it.
Oh. Did he really?
I think so. So the Vikings have back-to-back picks. So this is relevant here for NFC North here. Vikings have back-to-back picks. Their first pick is in.
I'm going to hate if it's Jermod McCoy. I'm not going to like that if it is Jermod McCoy. Pretty much anyone else I can
Caleb Tiernan.
Oh, purple goes to purple.
Let's go, Caleb.
All right. Caleb Tiernan.
That was the number 1 guy on Kuiper's board. And
is that the first Wildcat off the board?
That is the first Wildcat off the board. 4-year starter at left tackle. At this point in the draft, I think that's pretty good value for Minnesota. He's been sitting there at the top guy on the board forever.
I do like that stat they have on the screen right now. Most of them are like, he didn't allow a sack last year. This one is he allowed 0 sacks in 7 of 9 Big Ten games. There's a couple qualifiers in there.
Yeah.
I like Caleb Tiernan, though. I think he's the shorter arms are kind of the problem, but he seemed like a very good pass protector who maybe needed to get a little bit more physical in the run game, be a little bit more of a road grader, but somebody who seemed like he could be a pretty reliable pass protector, which the reason why I liked that for the Bears was because of something Ben Johnson and I always come back to last year during the left tackle competition, which was him putting the emphasis on pass protection because that opens up the playbook the most. When you're left tackle, you can rely on him. You don't have to bring over chip help. You don't have to bring over extra tight ends. So I thought that could maybe still be in play here. Fran Duffy had him as his 33rd overall player.
Wow.
So
I hate to think about that in relation to who we drafted. Left tackle. I don't know.
You've been hating on Tiernan all night. By the way, Jacoby Thomas.
I have, but,
the other safety for Miami, Jacoby Thomas, just went. Is Keontae Scott still available? Did I miss that?
I think he is. Hold on.
He is still available.
That's a player. So what's wrong with him? We're at that
to me,
point.
he's kind of a tweener, right?
Keontae?
Is he a safety? Is he a corner?
Fast. I think he plays safe. I mean, to me, he could be somebody who plays in multiple positions. That big nickel role.
Weapon.
Dennis Allen could use him. Now, it would be redundant at this point. You got your safety. But when everybody was healthy, C.J. Gardner-Johnson was redundant. They found a way to use dime packages and get them all on the field at the same time.
Right.
But we're a few we're a few picks away from that, obviously, tomorrow.
Well, and by the way, just if you are new to the show right now, you're one of the nearly 4,000 people watching right now, subscribing is a great choice. We're here Monday through Friday at 1 o'clock. We also cover the Bulls and the Blackhawks and the Cubs and the White Sox. And if they're during the season, we do pregame, we do postgame. The Bears make a trade, the Bears do anything, we break in with a show. So subscribing is free. Please hit that subscribe button if you're new to the show. And a reminder, we will be doing one more show this weekend tomorrow when the draft is over. Is that the right timing?
Yeah, that's right. When they make that last 7th-round pick, we will go live. So tomorrow, right now, they have pick 129 in the 4th round. I forget the exact one in the 5th that they added tonight.
147? 144?
Oh, Fran's here? Oh, to talk about our guy. Yes. Our guy, Fran. He's Fran's guy. He's my guy. He's Avieon Thomas. Fran, we had him going in the 7th round. Bears take him in the 3rd. Your thoughts?
Listen, a little bit earlier than I would have imagined. When I saw him down at the Shrine Bowl, I thought this guy is definitely an NFL prospect. He is like NFL caliber, draftable player. I thought, especially after seeing him run 4.28 at the combine, like 5th round, something in that range. 3rd round was a little bit earlier than I imagined, but at the end of the day, 4.28, 4.28. We know how Ryan Poles feels about traits and the flashes, and it's clearly this guy's got the explosiveness to be a game-changing weapon, particularly from the slot for Ben Johnson.
Well, one of the things I've been trying to sell these guys on here when it comes to Avieon Thomas, Fran, maybe you'll back me up, maybe you won't, but I feel like a 7th round, or let's just say 6th, 7th, or wherever you want to put him, prospect for a general NFL team might have more value to a team that has Ben Johnson as their head coach, that might have a better idea how to use that speed, use these types of players, know how to scheme guys open, get the football in their hands, even if they aren't the biggest guys who can't always get themselves open despite running the 4.28. Do you buy that for one team, Avieon Thomas might be worth more than what maybe the consensus was on him?
No question. And that's to me, it's kind of like what I was getting at when we were talking about Sam Roush earlier, where it's like, okay, like is it earlier than I personally had him? Yes. Like, do I have a couple other tight ends ahead of him on the stack? Yes. But at the end of the day, that's why like the diversity of thought is really important in this process, and why poo-pooing someone's rankings because they've got it a little bit out of order is crazy. Because honestly, if we take the draft order and I said, if I showed you the order with which all the receivers have come off the board already, or all of the pass rushers, or all of the tight ends, you would say, oh, that's nowhere near what we would expect, right? So at the end of the day, this is 32 different boards operating in 32 different ways. And all of these teams have different priorities. They all have different thresholds and skill sets and schemes and everything that they're looking for to all find like that perfect fit just for them. And so for me, Avieon Thomas, I imagine that he would go a little bit later, but clearly they have an idea of this is, hey, we want this kind of game-breaking speed offensively. We didn't think we'd be able to get it later. This is what our vision is for this player in our offense. And I'm excited to see how they're able to unfold it.
Can you give me a comp in your mind for Avieon as to anyone out there that maybe pops in your head, Fran?
Yeah, let's see. Let me see how I've written down. I think of look, when you get into like guys that have that level of speed, right? And what was tricky about it was that LSU had a bunch of guys that all were like pretty explosive, pretty twitchy athletes, had that ability. I mean, he's 5'10", 30.5-inch arms. So give me one sec. I can find I'm just going to go into my database here and just find you someone good here, Carm. Because I want to get for you. I'm going to find you a good comp here. At the end of the day, 4.28 is 4.28, and then all right. So I mean, no, he's got more juice than that. Like honestly, Curtis Samuel is a pretty good one. That's what I feel decent about. Curtis Samuel was a day 2 pick coming out of Ohio State back in 2017, and injuries kind of derailed him a little bit. But he had that game-breaking ability from the middle of the field, and he was used as like an end-around gadget type, but then also vertically down the field, depending on which offense he was in over the course of his career. Like that is one where you look at his body type, you look at his speed, you look at the usage in the offense. I could see him becoming a Curtis Samuel level of weapon. That could be the vision here in this offense.
That
healthy Curtis Samuel.
That would work. That'd be great.
There you go. Fran, you did a better job selling it than I did, apparently. Carm's on board.
I got a smile out of him.
I'm just, trying to be rational here. And guys like Mike Washington are on the board. That's, most people, he's in the top 5 of nearly every draft expert's, board. You're taking a wide receiver that's, somewhere 25 on down. You had a left tackle that just went, who I don't love, but still, might in the Bears situation could end up starting in Caleb Tiernan. So they're taking big swings here, friend. That's all I'm trying to point out. And if they're right, it's going to look fantastic. And if they're not, then they'll have something to answer for. Bottom line.
Yeah, I mean the beauty of the consensus board is that we always say there's always like it only takes one. And if you are going under the idea that, hey, you know what, like we are going to stick to our board, consensus board be damned. At the end of the day, yeah, like you're sticking your neck out for some of these players, right? Like if all the 31 other teams thought Avieon Thomas was a 5th round pick and you took him in the 3rd, that's bad value, right? But all it takes is one other team to feel the way that you do, and now you've missed out on a player that you like, right? You mentioned Mike Washington. Guys, 2 running backs went last night. Only 1 running back has gone so far, and he was a non-combine invite. It was Kalen Black from Indiana. None of these other backs have gone. Like I think at the end of the day, like this draft it's a weird draft. It's really weak in certain areas, and the Bears are trying to play the board here and try add players that make sense for them.
Fran, appreciate all the info tonight, especially with the Bears taking a couple guys that maybe people weren't expecting. You have one more for him?
One more, Fran. Just to kind of.
Is this going to be another threat, or is it?
I'm not giving you my address, Braggs. You're not getting my address.
I'm driving to your house tomorrow. Be ready. Get the boxing gloves on. Fran, you're close to Philadelphia. You watch them win multiple Super Bowls. You see how much they emphasize getting to the quarterback. They just brought Jonathan Grenard into the fold. Ryan Poles, since he's been the GM, has drafted 2 defensive ends. Dominique Robinson and Austin Booker, both in round 5. He's drafted a punter higher than the 2 defensive ends they've drafted. Can you make sense of that kind of process? Can you get on, how many GMs have you evaluated that push down the road drafting defensive ends? Because it's staggering to me.
At the end of the day, you don't want to do it just to do it. You don't want to force the issue if the grade's not right. To me, yeah, I'd probably want more investment in that position. But especially with the way that you work the board, right? It'd be one thing if you were Cincinnati and it's like, hey, we don't trade up, we don't trade down, we kind of stay put and we pick who's there and then we move on to the next round. And you say the numbers just didn't work out. But at the end of the day, with the way that the Bears are able to move up and down, you would think at some point they'd be able to find a way to invest in that position. But at the same, on the same token, I'm looking at these picks and I get it, right? Because even when I'm looking at the guys that have gone off the board after, it's not like there's a pass rusher that's gone and I'm like, oh, that would have been a really good fit for Chicago, right? Like it's they missed out on a few that went beforehand. So you say, all right, maybe they should have traded up, but. At the end of the day, it's one of those things where you only get so many draft picks, and they're making each of these calls, in a vacuum.
Fran, you're the best. We'll talk to you tomorrow, right? Get some sleep, and we'll grind through the last 4 rounds tomorrow.
Yeah, sleep with one eye open.
Yeah, Fran.
I'll make pancakes to be ready in the morning, Braggs. We'll see you in the morning.
Let's go. Call him out on it. Win him over with kindness. Everybody give Fran Duffy a round of applause. Dude, this guy has been grinding since the summer on all these players so that when the Bears drafted Sam Roush, we have somebody up here who knows who the hell he is. So we thank Fran Duffy for doing all the work he does. Guys, pick 57 tonight, Logan Jones, 69, Sam Roush, 89, Avieon Thomas. Tomorrow, the Bears now have 4 draft picks by adding that 5th rounder tonight. They'll pick at 129 in the 4th round, 144 in the 5th, and then they got those 2 7th rounders later on. As soon as the draft is over tomorrow, we will have another live show for you. I want to thank everybody who's been here. the last couple nights at Joe's on Weed Street.
Let's go.
All the fans here, you got the ones that are still here that made it to the end tonight. Thank you so much. The staff here at Joe's, we love you.
Let's go.
We love coming here. We can't wait to come back. It's always a blast. And IDOT for sponsoring us. Fanatics. Make sure you check out the Fanatics app. Bona Beef for feeding us once again. Our partnership with the Big Brothers Big Sisters of Chicago. Again, if you still want to donate, hit that button on the YouTube that looks like this with the two hands shaking. Shout out to Game Day Men's Health once again, and everyone on our awesome CHGO production staff and beyond that's here. Emma doing social. Jake's here. Chloe and Sarah and Steven, everybody here is crushing it, and I know we have some help, beyond that as well. This is going to do it for our 2 nights here at Joe's on Weed. Good job. Greg, I want you to finish those.
Shocking. Philip Pizzatola, great show, fellas. No slight on you.
I thought
Where is
Pizzatola
Pizzatola?
was coming down.
I mean,
he
he's
said
gotten soft in his old age.
I mean, now I just realized I knew there was something missing for the last 2 nights, and it was the no Pizzatola. Last year he was here and he berated me. It was great.
I think Papa Hoge led the crowd in minutes over the last 2 nights.
Papa Hoge was incredible. Give a smile, Hoge.
I can't see her. I didn't even know she was there.
You won the draft. Hoge won the draft,
That's right.
and so did you for being a part of this. So thank you.
All right, hey, lock in tomorrow. We'll have you covered all day long, allchgo.com and on Twitter, all our socials. We'll get you reactions during the day to the picks, but we will go live when it's all over. We're not even close to done with our coverage
close
this week.
to done.
So get some sleep there, buddy.
I'm ready.
You need it.
I do, but I'm ready. Let's go. Can't wait for tomorrow.
We'll talk to you tomorrow.
We all silly like the mayor.